Good morning and welcome again to day 2 of the 8th annual Michael R. Argetsinger Symposium on International Motor Racing History. I'm Kristie Lezotte, the current Vice President of the Society of Automotive Historians. As I mentioned yesterday, the symposium was the brainchild of the late Michael Argetsinger of the IMRRC and Don Capps of SAH. The first symposium was held in 2015. There were 3 presenters, two of whom are here today, Don Capps and Paul Baxa. And thanks to your continued support and participation, the symposium continues to grow each year. We have over 20 presenters this year. So thanks again for your participation. We have a great schedule of presenters here today, so thanks to all of you for being here, both online and here in Watkins Glen. But before we start, I'd like to introduce Rob Russell, the Director of Corporate Development at WGI.
Good morning. I guess I just say ditto and be off stage in 5 seconds, but as I said yesterday. But no, it's on behalf of the entire staff. It's an honor to host this symposium. I think someone said last night to go forward, you got to look backwards. So the Research Center, they do a great job with programs like this, and we're thrilled to host everybody and look forward to another great day. So thank you for being here. Oh, I forgot to introduce Kip yesterday, so Kip is next.
So for those of you who might not have been here yesterday, my name is Kip Zeider. I'm the Visitor Services Outreach Coordinator for the Motor Racing Research Center, and I guess here's where I say ditto. But we want to thank everybody for coming back today. We want to welcome anybody that's new that wasn't here yesterday. You missed a very good, solid, interesting, fascinating program yesterday, a lot of variety of subjects. Our keynote speaker, Lindsay James, was just terrific in many different aspects. We're looking forward to an exciting day today. Couple housekeeping items. Restrooms are out the door and to the back of the hallway. If you're down the first floor, they're right around the side of the elevator. If you would please silence or put your cell phones on vibrate out of courtesy for our speakers, we appreciate that. There's been one minor change to the program today. We're going to be showing Penn State-Ohio State football game from 12 to 3:30. Sorry, I thought I'd try that one more time. Okay. I'd like to be showing the Penn State. No disrespect to our speakers, they're going to be great. For those of you who may not have come to the center, I invite you to come down. We're open Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. We can be open on weekends by request. I'm always happy to come over if it's a large enough group of people to talk about the center. History is our heartbeat at the center. The history of the Glen, which we're obviously extremely proud of, but really history of motorsports. It's a sport that I've loved since I was a kid. History comes alive. That's an often used and trite expression, but honestly, history comes alive at the center. We are an archival library research institution, which on the face of it isn't cool and sexy, but we're somehow able to make it interesting. We always have an interesting car on the floor. We have a Porsche Cayman Inter-Series car on the floor right now, which is pretty cool. We rotate cars around periodically. So if you haven't been to us, I would advise you to come and visit. There's no admission charge. You can look us up online at racingarchives.org. We've been there since 1998. It all seems to work, and we've got a great staff of people. All of us are interested in talking about racing, so if you haven't been there, I urge you to try and figure out a time to come. And one more plug for the, I'm sure we'll run this thing the same way next year, but we had the Real Wheel Film Festival on Thursday night. We had 3 fantastic movies. And admittedly, it was Halloween, it was 80 degrees, there was a couple things going against us, but we had a small but very enthusiastic crowd of people. But if you're putting your schedule together for next year, please consider coming to the Real Wheel Film Festival. It was really terrific and well worth a few hours of your time. So with that, I'm going to get out of the way here. Our first, oh, hi, Mark. How are you? Good to see you, Mark. We wish you were here. Anyway, Mark Howell is our first speaker. I'm going to get out of the way and introduce you to Mark. Thanks for coming, and we'll be talking throughout the day.
Hello, Kim. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Can okay. I just wanted to say I second Kip's offer of showing the Penn State Ohio State game. I'm an alum of Penn State, so any opportunity I get to watch a game, especially living here in northern lower Michigan, we tend to have a couple of other teams that occupy the television listings on weekends. So yes, I will go ahead and I will do that. Okay, thank you very much. I will show that, and I will set this up here like this. Okay, great. And can everybody see, hear properly? Okay, wonderful. This is kind of a bittersweet day. I wish I was there with you folks. This is the first meeting I have missed in a number of years, and hopefully it will be the only one. My plan is to be with you all next year, but it's great to see and to hear from everyone, to see everyone and hear some really amazing papers, and hopefully I'll have something to contribute to the discussion. So with that, let's launch into this. There are two events that prompted today's presentation. The first was back in October of 2021 when Brandon Brown, a young NASCAR Xfinity Series driver, won his first career race at Talladega Superspeedway in Alabama. NBC's Kelly Stavast was interviewing Brown trackside on live television when nearby fans began a very loud, very profane chant about President Joe Biden. Stavast, trying to shift the narrative, told viewers the crowd was actually shouting, "Let's go, Brandon," in celebration of Brown's inaugural career win. Within days, all sorts of MAGA marketed "Let's Go Brandon" merchandise appeared, from shirts and decals to flags and yard signs. And the derogatory slogan embarrassed both Brown and NASCAR executives, all of whom publicly distanced themselves from the explicit chant that spread quickly among Trump's faithful followers. The second was just this past June when I learned that a friend of mine, a gentleman I've known for almost 30 years, former NASCAR Cup Series driver Ty Scott. Ty drove during the mid 1970s through the late 1970s for Walter Ballard, who sadly, Walter just passed away last weekend. But Ty was arrested for his involvement in the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. Ty and his son were both formally charged with assaulting and injuring police officers. These events prompted me to explore the relationship between NASCAR Nation and national politics. We can spend the rest of our lives debating current events or talking about political science, but my focus here is on the role that NASCAR has played in the evolution of nationally recognized political ideologies. American society can be a bit guarded when it comes to the federal government. People are sometimes suspicious of big, in quotation marks, government oversight and excessive taxation. an attitude that's commonly linked to a politically conservative mindset, as one might see within the Republican Party, let's say. It's very much a hands-off or laissez-faire kind of philosophy, an attitude driven by America's sociocultural history. The unique relationship between American politics and motorsports originates from this traditional value we commonly call rugged individualism or self-reliance. As I suggested in my first book, the origins of stock car racing were closely tied to the heavily agrarian economies of the American Mid-Atlantic and Southeast. Scots-Irish immigrants brought to America their practice of fermenting and distilling grass crops like barley, rye, and corn into forms that were easier to preserve, transport, and store. These alcoholic byproducts could also be used to barter for goods and services. When the newly formed federal government tried levying taxes on these fruits of rural frontier labor, the settlers who tended the land, grew the crops, and distilled the liquor as a form of both currency and curative, asserted their autonomy and stood in defiance of federal interference. This revenue stream led to the passage of a national whiskey tax in 1791. The hardworking, predominantly Scots-Irish frontiersmen intimidated federal tax collectors until 1794, when newly elected President George Washington sent 13,000 federal and state militia. The militia came from Pennsylvania, Virginia, New Jersey, and Maryland. And he sent them to Western Pennsylvania, the region near what is now Pittsburgh, around out there and around the Alleghenies. And the idea was to enforce the new tax and bring the disgruntled farmers into line. Washington ordered commissioners to begin negotiations with the frontiersmen, while at the same time leading the aforementioned troops toward possible confrontation. The Whiskey Rebellion played a role in the ongoing formation of political parties in the United States, but it also reflected the qualities of rugged individualism or self-reliance that eventually brought us to the high-banked asphalt at Daytona International Speedway. It was hardscrabble subsistence farming that sustained the frontier tradition of fermenting and distilling grass crops. Throughout Appalachia, the primary crop turned into liquid currency was corn. With corn mash, sugar, water, a heat source, and the proper equipment, people throughout the American South could provide for their communities by, once again, standing in defiance of federal legislation. The cottage industries of moonshining and bootlegging grew from the public's disdain for the 18th Amendment, which was intended to control the manufacture, transportation, and sale of alcohol, with an emphasis on federal taxation. This disdain sustained the rebellious attitudes and activities that eventually caught the attention of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Now, from a folkloristic and romanticized perspective, bootleggers with heavy feet and modified sedans brought a much more individualistic quality to the sport of stock car racing. NASCAR founder William Getty, Big Bill, France, recognized the public's fascination with these outlaw personalities. Many of NASCAR's earliest stars earned money by bootlegging moonshine. Drivers like Junior Johnson, the last American hero, according to Tom Wolfe's 1965 Esquire article, who did jail time in Chillicothe, Ohio in 1956 after getting arrested at his family's still in North Carolina. This outlaw mythos has been part of NASCAR ever since. Let me get this page turned here. Race teams operate as independent contractors. As such, teams have a somewhat antagonistic relationship with their sanctioning bodies, disagreements between racers and those who govern the series in which they compete. Sometimes this antagonism is driven by dedicated race fans who embody the perceived values of the sport. And sometimes the antagonism is more playful, like when Roger Penske or Dan Gurney were nominated as presidential candidates who'd support motor racing interests. But if we look at the history of motorsports, we see connections linking racers to real-life political structures and or ideologies dating back to the earliest days of competition. In 1909, Barney Oldfield told the media that his national racer, nicknamed Old Glory, would make sure that, and this is a direct quote, "the foreigners that crosses my path with Old Glory as my colors is going to find a Boston Tea Party brewing before the dust and smoke clears away." In 1910, Barney Oldfield received a telegram from Kaiser Wilhelm of Germany praising America's Speed King for setting a land speed record in the Blitzen-Benz at Ormond Beach in Florida. In the late 1930s, the Auto Union Silver Arrow racing program, also the Mercedes racing program, was supported both emotionally and financially by Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party as a symbol of the movement's technological and competitive strength, resulting in cars that dominated most of the races in which they ran, as we have heard in a couple of programs and presentations, not just yesterday, but over the years. In 1972, Texan Lloyd Ruby drove the Silent Majority Special at Indianapolis in honor of that emerging socio-political philosophy and the Americans who believed in its emphasis on traditional, more conservative values. In 2001, American values were emblazoned across NASCAR following 9/11, with cars carrying paint schemes and language in response to the event. And this is Brett Bodine's car. I was actually on Brett's team at this time, and what we did with our car was pretty indicative of what many other teams were doing in the days and weeks immediately after September 11th. In 2013, Texas Motor Speedway hosted the NRA 500 NASCAR Cup Series event with the full support of Republican Governor Greg Abbott. And in 2015, Republican interests increased voter turnout in Florida with the Rev the Vote sponsorship program of teams in both the Xfinity and the Cup Series. Now, motorsports are at the mercy of their respective collective economies. NASCAR Nation has been affected by the cost of competition for race teams and by the cost of consumption for race fans. In NASCAR Nation, as we often say in the study of popular culture, you pay for the privilege of taking part in the event. Big Bill France understood this all too well. He knew that stock car racing was a viable way to grab people's attention, and he knew that politicians would most likely want to get their names and causes in front of an audience. In 1972, France used his influence to win the state of Florida for presidential candidate George Wallace. France helped guide Wallace's campaign because Wallace, as governor of Alabama, allowed for the construction of the Alabama International Motor Speedway in 1968. Wallace's campaign ended, however, after he was paralyzed in 1972 in an assassination attempt. That said, NASCAR slowly grew into a viable political force, its influence wielded by the France family and extending to the White House. NASCAR was a conduit for capitalizing on and exploiting the sociocultural attitudes and interests of its fan base. During the oil embargo of 1974, some of us remember that, NASCAR came to the aid of President Richard Nixon and shortened the distance of that year's Daytona 500 and select other races by 50 miles. To the federal government's surprise, NASCAR wound up consuming 30% less fuel in 1974 than it did in 1973, and the restrictions were summarily dropped in 1975. In gratitude, President Nixon held a gathering at the White House to commemorate race teams for their achievement and for their civic duty. Junior Johnson's official pardon by President Ronald Reagan in 1986 reflected the long and ideological relationship between NASCAR Nation and national politics. As a sport with significant corporate ties, NASCAR promotes consumerism, and as a characteristically, American sport with a discernibly Caucasian, Christian, family-oriented, working-class audience, NASCAR became a safe haven for conservative causes. In 1984, Reagan flew to Daytona International Speedway to watch the Firecracker 400 on July 4th. It turned out to be the day that Richard Petty won his 200th career NASCAR Cup Series race. To honor Petty's accomplishment, the president sat down with NASCAR teams to enjoy a picnic of Kentucky Fried Chicken and Pepsi Cola, both companies being loyal NASCAR sponsors. The day resulted in some of the most recognized photographs in auto racing history, and not entirely because of Petty's milestone victory. In fact, one of the most famous photographs is the one of Petty running down the backstretch at Daytona while Air Force One is coming in for a landing at the nearby airport. And it's kind of a picture that became sort of famous and kind of synonymous of this connection between politics and NASCAR. Richard Petty is NASCAR's most famous or most recognized Republican. His family's roots in racing go back to the bootlegging days when his father, Lee, hauled moonshine in North Carolina. Despite his political leanings, Richard Petty was a founding member of the Professional Drivers Association that boycotted the inaugural NASCAR Grand National race at Talladega because of safety concerns. Richard also won the 1979 Daytona 500 that, number one, put NASCAR on the national radar, and number two, leveled financial penalties on Cale Yarborough and the Allison brothers for their televised post-race fight. As Bobby Allison once told me, the punishment that cost his family income ended up earning tens of millions of dollars for NASCAR because NASCAR used a lot of that footage in promotional materials. Such hypocrisy puts NASCAR in an uncomfortable position. Every event on the NASCAR Cup Series schedule is televised, and such coverage provides extensive optics for the enterprises that put their names on cars each week. Such optics can, unfortunately, rile the ideological emotions of NASCAR Nation. We saw this when NASCAR decided to ban the Confederate flag in the wake of the Black Lives Matter movement a few years ago. We also saw it as well in the backlash from fans and from Jimmy Spencer, if you remember back to those days, who disagreed with the inclusion of Toyota as a NASCAR-approved manufacturer. These same optics can celebrate the ideals promoted by NASCAR itself, such as the customary pre-race flyovers featuring military aircraft. If a politician wants to align themselves with the estimated 75 million citizens, quote unquote, of NASCAR Nation, all they have to do is find a place to fit in. Georgia Governor Jimmy Carter was a friend of stock car racing. As president, in 1978, Carter invited NASCAR stars and cars to the White House, despite him holding a Mideast Peace Summit at Camp David when NASCAR came calling. That didn't matter because it was First Lady Rosalind Carter who took charge and made Cale Yarborough and David Pearson and Benny Parsons and car owner Bud Moore, among others, feel at home. Democratic politicians like Jimmy Carter recognized the influence of NASCAR, but responses from fans have been a blend of apathy and anger. When Bill Clinton was running for president in 1992, he was booed by fans at Darlington Speedway in South Carolina. Despite this, several less vocal attendees, including NASCAR team members and drivers, according to South Carolina news writer Kathleen Decker, believed that Clinton would indeed make a good president. In 2011, then First Lady Michelle Obama and Second Lady Jill Biden attended the NASCAR season finale at Homestead Miami Speedway in recognition of veterans' families. And they too were enthusiastically booed. A writer from Great Britain posited that NASCAR fans perhaps were threatened by intelligent, independent women, and perhaps that was true. NASCAR Nation was somewhat indifferent and almost critical when Janet Guthrie, an aerospace engineer and experienced SCCA competitor, tried to qualify for the 1976 World 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway, even though Sarah Christian and Louise Smith drove in NASCAR events during the 1940s and 1950s. In 2004, I did a radio show with NASCAR executive Herb Branham and Sears Point Raceway president at the time, Steve Page, regarding this phenomenon called NASCAR dads, the term coined by political pollster Celinda Lake in response to swing voting soccer moms who were part of our popular culture at the time. President George W. Bush was campaigning for re-election and looking to connect with voters. Of the two major sporting events he could attend that February, either the Super Bowl or the Daytona 500, he opted for Daytona. His decision was politically motivated. Fan favorite Dale Earnhardt Jr. had financial support from the National Guard, and the United States was at war in the Middle East. Public radio listeners in the Pacific Northwest openly criticized the NASCAR National Guard relationship, yet no one mentioned President Bush's very visible campaign visit to the Daytona 500. And Jimmy Carter was not the only Democratic president to host NASCAR at the White House. Barack Obama had Cup Series champions Jimmy Johnson, Kevin Harvick, Brad Keselowski, and Kyle Busch to Washington during his time in office, and visits to the White House during that time included drivers like Clint Bowyer, Denny Hamlin, and four-time NASCAR Cup Series champion Jeff Gordon. At a rally in Georgia in 2016, then NASCAR CEO Brian France enthusiastically endorsed GOP presidential candidate Donald Trump, who stood next to drivers Mark Martin, Ryan Newman, Bill Elliott, and Bill's son, Chase. Each driver made a brief, rather generic stump speech, and it was widely speculated throughout the racing community that the drivers were actually ordered by NASCAR executives to make an appearance. It was clear to the Republican Party that Donald Trump's road to the White House went straight through NASCAR Nation. Teams signed deals to promote Trump on cars and vehicles in all three of the touring series. Excuse me. And in return, President Trump welcomed NASCAR champions to Washington in what were now very customary media events and photo opportunities. And those opportunities aren't just for racers. We see this all the time with Super Bowl champions, college sports champions, the World Series. I mean, the Los Angeles Dodgers will probably go to the White House at some point here. So it's become, that idea has become part of our kind of national tradition. When the seemingly more culturally inclusive NASCAR that banned Confederate flags publicly supported the cause of Cup Series driver Bubba Wallace, who openly championed the Black Lives Matter movement, then President Donald Trump criticized the sanctioning body for giving in to liberal pressure, for going woke, as he put it, and for blatantly insulting the stereotyped good old boy audience. Such political prejudice is curious when you examine the statistical realities of NASCAR's quite diverse fan base demographics. NASCAR fans typically skew younger in age. The majority are male, as we would most likely predict, but 44%, as we can see, live in urban environments. Half have gone to college, at least for some time. The average income, as you can see, is a pretty healthy $72,000. And notice that the fastest growing demographics are African Americans and Hispanics. So the idea of NASCAR being that good old boy sport that is changing as our culture changes. More importantly, NASCAR Nation is revered for fan loyalty to sponsors, as we know. The sport consistently ranks #1 among all other professional sports. In 2020, Donald Trump became the second sitting president in history to attend the Daytona 500. And this past May, he attended the World 600 Cup Series race at Charlotte Motor Speedway as the guest of car owner Richard Childress, who then hosted a political rally for Trump in the Charlotte area. A few weeks ago, just a handful of weeks ago, Trump's current running mate, J.D. Vance, attended the Cup Series event at the Charlotte Roval. He was a special guest at the drivers' meeting. He got to spend time with Richard and Kyle Petty, and he left 9 laps into the postseason elimination race. NASCAR has wrestled with socio-political ideologies throughout its 76-year history. The days of Johnny Reb at Darlington, South Carolina, eventually gave way to an open expression of national identity. While Donald Trump is hoping for votes from the NASCAR fan base of yesteryear, today's NASCAR is now currently facing a federal antitrust lawsuit brought on by a Cup Series team owner who is also one of the most famous and beloved African American athletes of all time. This is the liminal space NASCAR occupies in 2024, a space where the sport's current fan base reflects a growing and changing diverse and inclusive society, while the sport itself reflects on its sociocultural heritage and tries to balance its relationship to national politics with the evolving opinions and attitudes of its fans. And with that, I thank you for your time and your attention.
Mark is always very interesting and obviously very appropriate with an election coming up in several days here. As a bleeding heart liberal, are there any Democrats that drive in NASCAR that will at least kind of say, oh, I'm sorry. Oh.
Not that I have seen or come across. I'm sure there are people, and I guess that there are folks who have liberal sensibilities, but for them to come out publicly and to admit that, I think in some cases might be sort of not career suicide, but at least career possibly damaging. And again, it has to do with that. I guess that, you know, who are you as the individual? Are you part of this team and what they espouse, or do you stand out and stand out for yourself? I'm guessing probably Bubba Wallace, I would say, is probably the most liberal of the drivers. And whether some of the guys in his, you know, kind of posse, I mean, you've got, you know, Ryan Blaney and some of the younger drivers there, Chase Elliott. I don't know where they would skew. And that goes back to the idea of the rally in Georgia. Bill Elliott and Chase were there because they're state superstars. But I think there was some question as to just how devoted Chase was to the cause. If you look at photographs of him speaking at that event, he looks like he'd rather be getting a root canal. But I'm not sure. I can't say for sure.
Hey, Mark, it's Don. Can you?
Hi, Don.
Hey, this is an interesting area. How much more exploration do you think we should be taking in this ideological? We tend to be focused on, Paul Baxa has done with fascism, Uwe Dai has done with the National Socialists in Germany. But when I first saw this topic, it was like, how much has there really been done on this? Seemed like a very unique approach you're taking.
That's a good question. I mean, just from the American standpoint, this idea of self-reliance, we kind of, those of us who teach literature, we kind of lump that into Ralph Waldo Emerson, and all of his addresses about self-reliance. But, you can go back to de Tocqueville. You can go back to those very early days of, the new country, the emerging country of the United States. And you see that idea. You see that, one of the things de Tocqueville wrote about was seeing, this independent spirit. Americans didn't have to answer to a king. They didn't have to answer really to anybody. And that's kind of where that thread became part of our collective fabric, I think. But yeah, there's, I don't know, there's really not a lot that's been done looking at this connection. And yeah, there's more work to be done, certainly.
With the push for electric cars in motorsports, I know the NHRA has attempted it. I believe they've tested some out in NASCAR, but I think that's another issue that could clearly divide the country, because one side is really pushing it with a close deadline, and the other side is more relaxed and going with the person's choice. So how do you feel that'll come down in the future?
That's going to be the next tipping point, I believe. That's a good observation to make, because the car of tomorrow, or the next gen car, which is the direct descendant of the car of tomorrow, the next gen car has been designed to contain regenerative equipment. The idea that they could make those cars hybrids very easily by they have the room under the hood and around the chassis to put that regenerative equipment. NASCAR they tested an electric vehicle out at Chicago during the summer, and again, it was all about optics. It was getting that particular car in front of an urban, probably a little more liberal audience, and I think the fan feedback was pretty exciting. But that's going to be a direct sort of assault to those traditional sensibilities of the internal combustion motor, fossil fuels, the roots of what made automobiling. Even though electric cars, as we know, go back to the turn of the 20th century. The electric cars were on the streets back in the early 1900s. But I think it's gonna create a real divide within NASCAR Nation, because you're gonna have the younger audience that's leaning toward that more environmentally conscious idea. NASCAR went that way. NASCAR has a very active green, sort of environmentally conscious aspect to it. They encourage recycling of oil. They encourage recycling of products. They plant trees at all the different venues around the country. NASCAR is trying to lean in that more environmentally conscious direction. But again, you're going to get that pushback from that traditional, you know, this is the way NASCAR has been. Don't change it. And I think we're already starting to see rumbles of that with the next gen car. You know, when people start complaining about how many lug nuts are on a wheel, that tells you that there's a difference of opinion out there that's just bubbling beneath the surface.
Just to build on that, I think there's a safety concern that still needs to be addressed, right? If you went full EV, the battery situation, you have the massive, wreck, and you have 5 cars piling up and they all become an inferno blaze, that's a serious risk to the drivers. And a lot of tracks aren't equipped to support how to extinguish an EV fire. We have Formula E, so obviously they're doing something. I don't know enough about, what's going on in that realm and how they address incidents and crashes. I think something like Formula Series tends to wreck a little less spectacularly than NASCAR does. So I don't know if we're there yet to go full EV, but maybe there is that middle ground of hybrid where you have both and you have less risk to the drivers, to the track, to the vehicles themselves.
Just that, just the idea of how to deal with an accident with an EV. The idea of rescue crews wouldn't be able to necessarily use the jaws of life because there have been cases where the jaws of life can actually there's risks of electrocution. I know emergency crews have to learn specifically how to deal with EV incidents. And I hate to say it, from the optics perspective, 2 or 3 EVs colliding at Talladega will not have the same kind of, pardon the pun or pardon the language here, explosive effect of cars that are running, internal combustion, gasoline-powered motors. We see all those photographs of, the cars that are on fire and sliding down the wall and down the banking. You're not going to see that. That's not going to be as readily visible, I think, with an EV. So there are so many different factors playing into that, but the culture is going that way. So it's something that NASCAR is going to have to confront here seriously very soon.
Politically, I just like the sound of 40 V8 motors going around Talladega. I don't think I could get used to EVs going around Talladega. It just wouldn't sound the same. But anybody else? Dwayne, you had someone else?
Yeah, with...
I did an interview with Bloomberg back over the summer, and the writer was talking about how Dodge was ceasing manufacture of gasoline-powered internal combustion, their muscle cars, Chargers and some of their sort of higher-end products. And this idea that I guess you can actually flip a switch in the car and make it sound like an internal combustion motor, so that if you really miss the sound of big iron under the hood burning gasoline, you can essentially tweak the sound of the car so that it copies that particular kind of resonance, as opposed to just this kind of whoosh going by you on the highway.
Yeah, they found World Rallycross went in that direction. They switched to full EV back in 22, 21, and the pushback from the fans was the racing's very exciting, but it doesn't sound as exciting anymore. And also, if they have a crash, they do this in endurance racing as well. There'll be a red light will flash on, and that will say something is damaged in the electrics. It is now dangerous. This car must stop immediately. But based on what you were saying about cultures going EV way and so on and so forth, would you argue that NASCAR pushes culture pushes society forward, or does it more react to what's going on?
I think there's that push and pull of tradition. You know, you've got the. I'm gonna bring my volume down, getting some feedback there. Um, let me try that. You know, you get those fans who, you get those fans who don't want anything to change. They want the NASCAR of 1960, 1970 to be the NASCAR of 2025, and that's just not going to be the case. And what, what some fans tend to forget is that those good old days weren't really all that good. I mean, when you had races where the winning driver was 1 or 2 laps ahead of the second place driver, um, uh, and that's what people are saying. You know, we want that kind of racing. Well, I don't think they do. I don't think, you're not going to see finishes like that where you have a car that's a lap ahead of everybody else on the evening news or on, ESPN Sports Center. You're going to see the photo finishes where you've got 3 cars crossing the line within literally inches of each other, and that's where the excitement comes in, and that's where a lot of new fans are becoming interested in the sport. But it's that old traditional guard, that kind of old school NASCAR nation that, um, you know they don't want the new technology. They don't want the new rules. We're hearing it now. We're toward the end of the playoffs, and I've been seeing things. People have been complaining for the last 8 weeks about this playoff system, and you got to win to get in, and it's all about points, and that wasn't like it used to be. Yeah, well, it used to be that Dale Earnhardt would win the national championship 2 weeks before the last race of the season, and and so I guess it becomes this idea of how do you define what good competition is? How do you define what excitement is? And that changes with our culture. We become desensitized to certain things over time. And yeah, and the EV question, I only heard bits and pieces of what you were asking there. But the EV question, it's going to require fundamental change throughout the sport. It's going to change the way teams operate. It's going to change the way drivers think about their on-track behavior. What do you do when you have to change a battery? Like right now, I guess Formula E, you have 2 cars, and at least you used to, and you would just simply swap cars. Are they going to do that in NASCAR? I, I, it's still uncharted territory, and the sanctioning body, I think, is trying to sort of think in that direction, start moving in that direction. But again, there's going to be some real criticism coming back from those old school fans who they don't want to see that big brother control mechanism coming in, even though that's what NASCAR has been since 1948. Bill France, as Quinn said yesterday, Bill France, was a benevolent dictator. That's the way he operated. It was his show, and so those two attitudes probably aren't going to play well together over time.
Is that a real car behind you or a photo?
Excuse me, I didn't hear that.
Is that a real car behind you in the background, or is that a photo?
I wish it was. It was the real car. That is a photograph of. It's a reconstruction of Mark Donohue's 1970 AMC Javelin. It's a reconstruction. I forget which museum did it, but it's in a museum collection somewhere along the East Coast. But yeah, it's an exact. It might even be. I don't know how much of it is the original car, but it's it's as close as they could get to Donahue's 1970 Javelin.
Anyone else? Any internet, Eric? Okay, Mark, that was terrific as always. Thank you so much. Round of applause for Mark, please.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you, everyone.
Our next presenter is Chris Lezotte, who's going to talk about women in racing. We'll get her set up and welcome Chris to the podium.
Good morning, everyone. To reintroduce myself, I'm Chris Lezotte, an independent scholar. My research focuses on the relationship between women and cars in a variety of contexts. This presentation, From Powder Puff to W Series, traces the complicated history of women-only racing in Europe and the United States. In 2019, I was asked to contribute a chapter on the rather broad topic of women in motorsports to be included in a compiled volume on the history and politics of motor racing. At the time, the W Series, an all-female single-seater racing championship, had just been introduced. This announcement created a fair amount of controversy in the racing community. W Series proponents praised the racing championship as an important platform for women to showcase racing ability as well for its potential to carve a pathway to higher level racing. Opponents decried the series as regressive and belittling to women, claiming segregated racing carries the implication women aren't capable of competing at the same level as men. The question of whether female racers are best served by separate or equal opportunities has long been a subject of discussion and unwavering opinion. Thus, I thought an examination into the history of women-only racing could perhaps provide some insight into the ongoing debate. This presentation is taken from the chapter that was eventually published in 2023. Although the W Series was suspended in 2022 due to financial issues, the question of how to best advance women in motorsport remains relevant today. Women's interest in motorsport began shortly after the automobile's introduction. In the early auto age in both Europe and the United States, the horseless carriage was accessible primarily to those with considerable financial means. Although the association of the automobile and masculinity has been accepted as a given throughout automotive history, at the turn of the century it was wealth and status rather than gender that determined who could operate a motor vehicle. Thus, it was not unusual for well-off women to join men as driving enthusiasts. The permission awarded to early women drivers allowed them to call upon the automobile to expand social, physical, and political horizons. Female motorists of significant means were, in fact, the first to engage in cross-country automobile trips. While these tours often served as auto company publicity stunts, they also effectively presented women on the national stage as legitimate motorists. Yet for some women, long-distance tours were not enough. To satisfy the newfound passion for driving, they turned to racing. Sorry, these are sticking. By the early 1900s, informal and formal racing events were being held in Europe and the United States in a variety of venues. On both sides of the Atlantic, upper-class women gained notoriety, if not success, as female racers. Camille Dugas of France was recognized as the first female star of motorsports. Through her impressive racing accomplishments, Britain's Dorothy Levitt earned the right to call herself the fastest woman on earth. Joan Newton-Cuneo went on to become perhaps the most well-known female motorist in the U.S. until abruptly shut down in 1909 by the American Automobile Association, when women were officially forbidden to participate in the organization's motorsport events. The situation differed in Europe, however. Motor racing at Brooklands was beginning to draw large crowds. Eyeing a potential for profit, race authorities relented and allowed women onto the track, albeit in special event, women-only races. Taking over the motor racing circuit after her husband's death in 1926, Ethel Locke King created new opportunities for women. Organizations such as the Ladies Automobile Club at Brooklands and the Automobile Club Féminin de France became important networks for the development and promotion of female racers. In these European venues, women had the opportunity to demonstrate they could race as competitively as men. World War II altered the possibilities for female racers in both Europe and the United States in conflicting ways. In Britain, the post-war period witnessed a change in attitudes regarding female racers. New personnel at Brooklands, the retirement of former female racers, and increased emphasis on the dangers of the sport contributed to the return of traditional opinions opposing women drivers' involvement in motor racing. The prevailing mood was no longer conducive to women on the tracks. Public spiritedness required that every woman look after her war veteran and produce children. In post-war America, however, women, nearly invisible on the track since the AAA ban, were the beneficiaries of new motorsport opportunities. Motorsport, which had long existed as an activity for the rich, soon became accessible to those of lesser means. These amateur competitions became fan favorites, as anyone with a vehicle and a bit of daring could participate. Women who accompanied boyfriends or husbands to the racetrack were soon offered the opportunity to compete in separate ladies' races, most often referred to as powder puff. In the late 1940s and early 1950s, powder puff races were created to address a number of concerns. Women who accompanied male racers had little to do once arriving but watch and wait. In the masculine world of motorsports, women served primarily as uniform washers, picnic lunch makers, and cheerleaders. Confined to the sidelines, female interest in the race experience soon began to wane. Race promoters, fearful women's lack of enthusiasm would keep boyfriends and husbands from entering events, saw an opportunity to keep women occupied and in the process increase the gate. Girlfriends and wives were encouraged to borrow cars from male companions and race against each other as a special attraction. Powder puff participants often had limited driving experience, but were encouraged to take part to show support for a male companion's motorsports hobby. While many women participated tentatively, there were some dissatisfied with roles as tag-alongs who desired to race competitively. But because most tracks prohibited women from racing against men, powder puff competitions became the primary way to develop confidence behind the wheel, gain track experience, hone racing skills and strategies, and show the guys that they could do it too. On most tracks, powder puff races were often more spectacle than serious competition. As an auto journalist recalls, The women also had to participate in a gong show type agenda. They might have to run so many laps, stop to eat a piece of watermelon, run up into the stands to kiss the man of their choice, and then resume the race, or stop after so many laps to wrestle with a greased pig. As another noted, powder puff were the type of events in which women were treated as less significant and where the men would kindly lend their race cars to women for just a few laps around the track. Clearly, women competitors were not taken very seriously. Yet, despite the negative attitudes toward women racers, participation in powder puff often had a positive and powerful effect on women's lives. Women raced not only to support male companions, but also to expand social networks, gain confidence, and escape from everyday lives. Powder puff provided women with the opportunity to develop advanced driving skills, make important contacts, gain a little notoriety, and prove themselves as serious racers. Many, including those featured here, who went on to achieve a number of firsts in women's motorsport, began racing careers in powder puff. Other than premier events such as the Indianapolis 500 and NASCAR Championship, American post-war racing was primarily an amateur pastime. Races were run for trophies. Cash prizes were banned as were donations from sponsors, car makers, or local businesses. While the conditions under which men and women raced were not the same, women received less track time and had fewer and shorter races than male counterparts, all racers were held to the same restrictions in terms of sponsorships and financial remuneration. As the decade concluded, top drivers from the sports car circuit were being lured by the considerable cash prizes of international competition. U.S. racing organizations fought back by creating racing events with comparable financial awards. Smaller venues, losing top drivers and paying crowds, sought sponsors to stay in business. While the move toward the commercialization of motorsports affected all amateur racers, regardless of gender, it was ultimately responsible for the decline of all-female racing. Without amateur ladies' races, women lost an important platform from which to gain experience and exposure. Whoops. While the ladies' races were often the subject of derision and disparagement, they were without question instrumental in bringing the racing experience to an increasing population of female motorsport enthusiasts. As the professionalism of racing resulted in reduced possibilities for female drivers, women's racing teams emerged as one of the few opportunities to fill the void. During the 1970s, two racing organizations in Europe and the United States developed all-female racing teams. While the primary motivation was the marketing and promotional potential of photogenic female racers, the very existence of these teams allowed for increased women's motorsport participation. During the early 1970s, Bob Navarrete, a French dentist and former rally competitor, convinced Aseptagol, a brand of toothpaste created by his company, to sponsor a European all-female rally team. As part of Aseptagol's wide-reaching PR campaign, the team was composed of attractive women with varying degrees of driving skills, outfitted in matching pink racing ensembles that complemented the red, white, and strawberry pink racing cars. The team's first outings in 1973 were early season Alpine rally events in France and provided challenging competition as well as all-important promotional opportunities. Over the next 20 years, Team Aseptagol had varying degrees of success. Team Aseptagol inspired the formation of other all-ladies teams in Europe, and while the women served primarily as marketing tools for the owners, sponsors, and race promoters, it also brought attention, both positive and negative, to individual drivers in particular and motorsport women in general. Many who spent a season or two driving for Team Aseptagol, including those featured here, were able to fashion solid careers as rally drivers. Yet more significantly, Team Aseptagol and the all-female racing teams it inspired suggested that women in motorsports were not, in fact, exceptions to the rule, but were part of a growing population of serious and competent female racers. Around the same time in the United States, the Macmillan Ring-Free Oil Racing Team sponsored a group of female racers known as the Motormaids. The team was first assembled in 1966 to compete in the Daytona 24 Hours. Yet much like the European racing scene, the focus on the all-female team was more promotional than professional. Publicity focused not on driving skills, but personal appearance. A 1966 press release described motormaid Donna Mae Mims as a bubbly, bouncing blonde bombshell of energy. Her famous Think Pink wardrobe on the track has become her trademark. Excuse me. News devoted to Leanne Engelman called attention to her clothing choices. Leanne's trademarks are her white turtleneck sweaters and a purple racing outfit that emphasizes the fact that this racing driver is all girl. The emphasis on physical appearance served two purposes. First, of course, was the utilization of attractive women as a promotional device. As women were a rarity in motorsports, female racers garbed in bright pink racing apparel made them stand out. They were perceived as a novelty, eye candy for male spectators, or an exciting diversion for speed enthusiasts. Secondly, it determinedly and purposefully framed female racers as appropriately feminine. Post-war culture increasingly stereotyped female athletes as unfeminine in demeanor, managed in their appearance, and incapable of maintaining heterosexual relationships with men. Calling women's attention to sexual attractiveness implied that not only are unfeminine, code for lesbian, women in motorsports, but participating in motorsports will not move a woman's sexual orientation in that direction. Selecting heterosexually appealing women and outfitting them to accentuate their femininity assured spectators and participants of both genders that female racing drivers were non-threatening women who adhered to traditional female gender roles. Yet despite the focus on personal appearance, participation as a motormaid did create opportunities for few of its members, including Janet Guthrie, who went on to become the first woman to qualify and compete in the 1977 Daytona 500. She was also the first woman and top rookie at the Indianapolis 500 the same year. Competing as a motormaid provided its drivers with experience, exposure, and future racing possibilities they were unlikely to have received otherwise. 50 years later, in September 22, two all-female crews, the Iron Dames and the Richard Mille racing team, competed in the 24 Hours of Le Mans, the world's most famous endurance race. Although faced with shortened training sessions due to COVID, both teams had modestly successful runs. The Iron Dames claimed ninth place from the 22 starters in the LMGTE AM category. The Mille team finished an impressive ninth of the 24 LMP2 crews in their debut outing. The inclusion of these teams resulted in the highest female participation in the 24 hours since 10 women competed in 1935. Unlike previous all-female racing teams, promotional possibilities took a back seat to talent on the track. The teams were built around strong, experienced, and serious racers. The marketing focus was on individual and collective ability rather than on femininity or the color of the racing suits. Within the historically masculine motorsport enterprise, there is perception that female-only teams and the drivers that inhabit them are inherently second-rate. Many competitors expressed reluctance to join the teams for that reason. However, the talent and teamwork on display at Le Mans demonstrated that with support, sponsorship, and opportunity, women could achieve success and respect in the motorsport arena. In the early 2000s, the Women's Racing Series emerged as an alternative all-female racing concept. While the all-female racing team expanded the opportunities for women's participation in high-performance racing events somewhat, women remained a significant minority. The Women's Racing Series, therefore, was created to address the lack of women in the higher echelons of motorsport by providing more openings for more women to develop the skills and experience necessary to move on to the next level. One of the earliest and more unconventional examples of this concept was Formula Women, an all-female-based motor racing championship created and marketed in association with the British media from 2004 to 2007. More than a race series, Formula Women shared many of its components with the UK's burgeoning reality. World Championship. The 2023 season was shortened due to financial on to become a development driver for the Williams Formula One team and race for Andretti Global in Indy NXT. In November, has witnessed an increase in female participation, with a 265% increase in cadet-age females qualifying for the British Karting Championships, the first step in a young woman's racing journey. In 2024, the F1 Academy Racing Series will compete across 7 countries spanning 3 continents for the first time. Each side of the gender-segregated versus integrated racing conundrum makes a compelling case for how women in motorsports are best served. Champions of integrated racing argue women will not be considered equal in motorsport until they compete head-to-head with men. Those on the opposing side contend because women have traditionally had fewer avenues into motorsports than male peers, female racing provides an important and necessary entryway into the higher echelons of competition. There can be little question that the history of motorsports is a masculine one. Even in its earliest years, when well-connected societal women were conditionally accepted into the racing arena, traditional assumptions and biologically deterministic attitudes toward women frame motoring and motorsports as exclusive male preserves. 100 years later, the position of motorsports as a nearly impenetrable male enterprise remains. Women with an interest in racing, therefore, have had to devise particular strategies to enter what has long existed as an exclusive masculine fraternity, without any of the connections available to male racers, rising through the ranks of karting, coming from a family of racing enthusiasts, having an intermediary in the racing community, and racing mentors. Women must often rely on other methods, and one of those, as demonstrated here, is participation in women-only racing events. This examination of female-only racing over the past 75 years does not attempt to answer the question of whether or not women are best served by gender-segregated racing. Rather, it offers insight into how women have and continue to construct alternative avenues to the historically masculine and often unwelcoming motorsports arena. Through an inspection of women's engagement in female racing venues, from Powder Puff to W Series, it provides an opportunity to consider how segregated racing has both limited and empowered women's motorsports participation. Thank you. Here are all my resources. And there's a, so are there any questions?
Thank you, Chris. I have a question, actually. The 2 series that you talked about seem to be mostly, if I'm correct, European-oriented.
Yes.
They raced.
Yes.
Is there any U.S. or North American equivalent that has been tried or is currently being run?
Not recently. Not that I'm aware of.
Anyone have any questions?
Thank you, Chris. So I have a question. In the early part of your presentation, you talk about how women were initially accepted into racing and then ultimately prohibited. What was the sort of impetus, or I guess more likely pretext, for that prohibition?
My theory is that the prohibition happened right around the time when the gasoline-powered automobile was introduced, and before they were driving these low-powered cars, and the society was opposed to women driving gasoline-powered automobiles because they had too much power. They liked them in electrics because they didn't go very fast and they didn't go very far. So I think that that's what was one of the impetuses that said, well, you can't race. It's too dangerous. It's too fast. Too much power.
Hi.
I wonder, when you looked at the 60s and 70s and all the promotion and advertising, clearly that was geared toward the male viewer. And we know that as we entered into the 2000s, that the majority of financial decisions in a household is made by women. So do you think there could be an examination of how we advertise if we focused on women and saying, like, I don't think, given that type of promotion, I would ever have steered my daughter into motorsports. I know I wouldn't have. In fact, I didn't. Soccer, yes. Basketball, yes. And other sports, absolutely. I wonder if an examination's ever been on that.
Well, I think part of the issue is that girls are not exposed to motorsports or even cars in the way that young boys are. So by the time, they don't even know that it's something that they can pursue. It's not even in their wavelength. And by the time they want to do it, it's usually too late. If they're 16, when they decide they want to become a race car driver, they're already 8 years behind the guys. So it's really hard for them to catch up. And that's why, like, the F1 Academy is helping. They're starting with girls that are younger, and they're doing that. They're also doing that in the United States. I've been to a couple of seminars that Lynn St. James has held. You know, her organization is doing a lot to promote young women, and they had a young girl that was 15 that was also into karting, and actually her family was moving to the south so that she could sort of do this all year round where the weather was better. So, but that's a really tough commitment to make.
Hey, Chris, we got one from John Summers. He says, women buying the groceries and controlling the family finances, wasn't that why Tide got into NASCAR?
I have no clue. Makes sense, but I couldn't verify that.
It's always worked that way in my household, I'll tell you that.
In SCCA sports car racing in the late 50s, they referred to them as the ladies' race, and then eventually they were able to run against the men, and there was a picture of Donna Mae Mims there. She was the first national champion in SCCA in the H production class, and she built her own cars. She was an amazing lady.
Thank you. Yes.
Any other questions?
My question's just basic and simple, is why wasn't your presentation done yesterday when Lynn was here?
I didn't.
It just seems like this would be something that she could.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't make the schedule, so I don't know. But I also told them that I was going to be really nervous to present with Lynn there, so maybe they moved me to Saturday for that reason. So.
Yeah, so the one thing that they all seem to have in common, all of the women's teams, is that they're all pink. So the Iron Dames, who are still racing in World Endurance Racing, their sister car or the brother car is Iron Lynx, and that is the same car but bright yellow. And theirs is, even though the Iron Dames are much more about, as you say, opening the door to women racers and giving them an avenue in. I just wonder if can you foresee a women's only team not being pink, or do you think no matter what happens that's going to be part of it?
I can foresee it, although now with the whole Barbie thing, I think pink's going to be around for a while, because she's got that pink Corvette. So, in terms of yesterday's presentation with Lynn, if you recall, she was sort of torn with this question also of whether it's better to race against men or to race or to promote these all-female racing teams. Because she said, when somebody raised the question of all-female NASCAR, she said no. But then she also said, but I went to the W Series and I was on the panel and they provide all of this for women and it's great for them. So again, it's really, there's no right answer. I don't have the answer. I think it's just very individual. But I think these all-women platforms are important because it just brings more women and increases the field. Yes.
I just have a comment and then a question. Some years ago, I consider myself fortunate to have spent some time with Linda Vaughn, Miss Hurst Golden Shifter.
Yeah.
And given the general popular perception of her as being unintelligent and just a model, I found her a very warm, engaging person, which was just a remarkable contrast. So there was kind of some interplay between popular culture and the reality. More to my question, though, these voices, they've been clearly silenced, as we saw in our literature review yesterday. How did you go about researching this, and how did you bring those voices out?
Well, there's some research done on some of the, W Series was new, so that was just basically reading the journal, the popular press on the automotive press on the W Series. A lot of the stuff I found there were secondary sources. I really didn't go back to research all of these at the primary source, but I found it through secondary sources in print and online, primarily.
Hey, Chris, we got one here from the internet. Jay Hungerford writes, what do you think the future is for women in motorsports? Is it normalizing, or will it remain a novelty?
I would like to see it normalized, but I think we're still a ways away. I think we need a star, and I think that will bring more women into motorsports, so become more aware of it. We need a star like Caitlin Clark she brought attention to women's basketball. I think motorsports needs the same thing.
Do Girl Scouts of America have an automotive?
I don't know, but that would be a good one. Yeah. Contact them.
With the promotion of STEM education among high schoolers, science, technology, engineering, and math, and the UNOH programs, when I see women in motorsports, I don't just automatically think drivers. I think, like what I do, I think about writers and promoters and engineers and the like. So I'd like to see you do some research on that. I think you've covered this one well.
Well, thank you. But I know that's what the F1 Academy is doing. That they're increasing opportunities for women in all aspects of motorsports, like the ones that you mentioned. And Lynn St. James's organization is doing the same thing. They're not just concentrating on drivers, but they're concentrating on all aspects, and STEM. So.
I would say we're starting to see a little bit more of that with the stars coming out. I mean, even kind of through namesake Leah Block, who is obviously the daughter of Ken Block, the rally driver. All of that has started to make her way in the Rally Series and the F1 Academy Series. And then even in representation in Formula One, you have the strategist for Red Bull, who is a very, very prominent female figure in the sport.
Yeah.
I would also say regarding stars in racing, and probably because we showed the Shirley Muldowney movie Thursday night, that what some people consider kind of a niche sport is drag racing, but drag racing certainly has more than its fair share of stars that are female stars.
Yeah.
Yes. Erica Enders and the John Force's daughters, and Shirley Muldowney started it all years and years and years ago, but I think drag racing probably is as well represented in terms of stars for women in racing as any series.
But again, like the daughters of John, I wonder if they would have gone into drag racing if he had sons.
Well, that's a good point, which I can't answer that.
So they had that family,
and obviously they had
family.
They had a clear
influence.
advantage.
Yeah,
having John Force
and that's
as
a way
their
that
father.
women get into this. A lot of women get into this is through family participation, or if their family's interested in motorsports, or if they participate, they get into it too. It's hard for women who don't have that family connection.
Right.
So to add to that, John Summers says, it's a great point about needing a star performer. The unfortunate issue with Danica was that she was just okay as drivers goes. She's not Schumacher, Senna, Andretti, or a Foyt.
Danica Patrick was also not a great promoter of women. She wasn't a role model. So I think that had some influence also. She wasn't like women talking about how it's about turning around and promoting young women into motorsport. And Danica Patrick, this is just my impression. I don't know really anything about her. I just don't think she was interested in that.
I think Danica was more of a self-promoter than a women's promoter,
Yes.
honestly. But any other questions for Chris? Oh, here we go.
I was just wondering, who is Jay Stanridge?
She was a writer for Open Wheel back in I think that was the 60s. She was a columnist, and this was from one of her columns. She is? Wow, yeah.
Well, Chris, that was great. Thank you very much.
Thank
Very
you all.
informative. So we're going to have a little bit of an extended coffee break. Our next presentation is not scheduled till 11 o'clock. So I would urge you to refresh your coffee, stretch your legs, and be ready to go for our next presentation at 11 o'clock. Thank you. Folks, if we can come back to our table, and we now have Catherine Worth, who's going to be coming to us by Zoom. Is going to be talking about speed resting in the island of Britannia. So let's give our attention to Ms. Worth. Thank you. Who will be with us momentarily. Is coming to us via Zoom call. She's Catherine Worth, and she's going to be speaking about speed resting in the Isle of Britannia. From England, yes.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you, and hello everyone in the room. It's a great privilege to be talking at the symposium again. I look forward to talking to you today about today's presentation, Speed Resting in the Hands of Britannia, Empire and British Prestige in 1930s British Motor Racing. A couple of years ago, I presented at this conference, talking about the relationship between politics and 1930s motor racing. What mine and others' research has shown is this connection between motorsport and politics, but the question is often why? So George Orwell has penned a great many lines, but this one has always had some relevance to what I look at, and it's frequently used in the study of sport history. Sport is war minus the shooting, he wrote in 1945. In his essay entitled The Sporting Spirit for the Tribute, sport was argued not to be about promoting peace, but an avenue for generating tensions. In this sense, sport is a commodity. What was now considered by Joseph Nye as soft power, sport offered a nation a power and a prestige. So today's presentation will begin with a brief outline of the state of British motor racing in the interwar period. For the majority of this presentation, I will be focusing on British racing in the 1930s. Following this, we will look into the British Empire Trophy, looking at why it was formed and how Empire was embedded into the event. Importantly, how technology was linked to Empire. And lastly, we'll look at Richard Seaman and his perspective as a British driver on a Nazi German team. Linking these sections is the idea of needing to showcase British engineering in motor racing to bolster national prestige and status. So in the 1920s, Britain did have success in motor racing and motorsport. For example, Sir Henry Seagrave claimed the victory at the 1923 French Grand Prix. Seagrave and figures like Sir Malcolm Campbell attained land speed records, and the Bentley boys had great success at Le Mans. Part of British racing in the period was the formation of the British Racing Drivers Club, the BRDC. The BRDC was at the fore of British motor racing in the interwar period. The club was formed in 1928 as a social club that also promoted the interests of British motor racing. It was an exclusive club based on membership criteria of being a racing driver. This category was made purposely hard to meet by the founders. Members of this club were generally from the upper and middle classes, men with money who could afford to participate in racing. Now, I'm mentioning the BRDC as it was their ideas of how sport should be played, the behaviour of the members that shaped the British Empire Trophy I will be discussing. It was their roles in society, their upbringing as upper class men, influenced how they saw Britain, the Empire, and the role of sport. By the end of the 1920s, the structure of racing had changed. The European Championship was formed in 1931, but by 1934, the event was reconstructed by imposing weight limits and competitive engine capacities. From the imposition of these restrictions to the start of World War II, each championship was won by a German in a German car. British constructors and drivers struggled to beat the dominant European teams, especially with the German, Italian, and French racing teams receiving government funding. With the rise of international competition from Italy and Germany, how did Britain respond? And why did they feel the need to respond? So one response was the formation of the British Empire Trophy in 1932 by the BRDC. So as we can see from the original minutes on the slide, the British Empire Trophy was formed as a response to a Monza-type event happening in Italy. So this is in reference to the Monza Grand Prix held on September 6, 1931. Now, it's unclear why the BRDC chose to copy an Italian style of racing. So one possibility is the structure of the event. So this event, the Monza style, was a heat-based system, which emitted different engine-sized cars to race against each other. So this style may have appealed to British perceptions of amateurism and fairness because it permitted more drivers with their own cars to participate in a race, and it supported this amateur racing that the BRDC and Britain was known for. Financially, though, the British Empire Trophy was not a success. For example, both in 1932 and 1933, the club's financial losses were primarily due to running this event. Yet, the BRDC chose to run this throughout the 1930s. Forming a race is one thing, but continually supporting an event despite losses hints at something more. The fact that it was this new European style of racing was probably the main appeal. It showed that Britain was attempting to keep up and even fit in with Italian and European styles of racing. So when the race began in 1932, Italy had dominated racing in 1931 and was in the midst of winning the 1932 championship. Given Italy's recent victories, Britain may have chosen to align with Italian developments to foster similar successes. This Monza-style approach also sought to draw in continental races, which would in turn increase spectatorship and add a glamour to British racing. This was an objective continued to be strived for in Britain over the years. So during a committee meeting in 1938, the BRDC reported its agenda to imbue British motor racing with a glamour seen on the continent. While records do not detail additional activities between 1932 and 1937, at the 1938, the BRDC highlight that a short history of the cars provided prior to the start of the race, a contingent of Sherwood foresters was present, and the Union flag was used alongside a starting flag. The inclusions of symbols like the flag and the Sherwood Foresters may have been a show of strength and leadership rather than blatant expressions of military power. More potent expressions of militarism, for example, seen in Nazi Germany. So one historian has likened the German Grand Prix to the Nuremberg rallies, with the pageantry of swastikas, flags hung about the grandstands. But while fitting in with this European style of racing, there was a feeling of trying to be better than what was happening on the continent. This wasn't the British trophy, but it was the British Empire trophy. It was that mindset that they have the Mons type event, but we as the British have something better, the Empire. So Empire became embedded into the event, attempting to add some prestige and value to racing. So invoking Empire at sporting and social events was not uncommon in 1930s Britain. Popular imperialism was evident in cinemas, literature, and school texts. We saw the first British Empire Games in 1930, and this would later become the Commonwealth Games. Empire was like the selling point, and reminders of the British Empire were built into this event. These reminders do not seem banal, as theorist Michael Billig would class, but purposeful. They were chosen and incorporated to invoke a feeling of British imperialism and pride. In 1933, Motorsport reported that Ebby Applewhite, the Brooklands race circuit timekeeper, had caused a sensation by holding the Union flag as a new starting flag. Originally believed to be a jest in support of the imperial nature of the event, the flag became an annual part of this pageantry. And as we can see from the program on the slide, there are hints of empire. One such is the image of the globe. You'll notice which countries are coloured in red. They are all sort of Britain's colonies at the time. On the program, you can also see Britannia. So now Britannia, on that program, is reference to the trophies from the British Empire trophy. So they were moulded as the figure Britannia, a female helmeted warrior with a trident and shield. She was a symbolic personification of Britain. Now, with the event structured around 4 different heats, each heat was awarded a separate trophy. These were the South Africa, India, Canada, and Australia trophies. Now, you also note from the slides that these trophies are only partial and smaller versions of the overall trophy. As you could say, these places, South Africa, India, Canada, and Australia, were only partial and smaller parts of the empire. The design of the winners' trophies sought to consolidate Britain's leading technological ability. The trophy has Britannia literally positioned on top of the world. She is holding a winged wheel, which in Greek and Roman mythology denotes speed. As such, this referenced Britain's leading global power and the idea that speed literally rests in the hands of Britannia. This symbolism, though, is defensive and aimed at to restore the status quo of Britain's industrial inability in the face of decline. This relationship between empire and technology offers one perspective on the why. Why was motor racing this war minus the shooting? For Britain, empire was emphasized as a validation for being a global player and the reason to be at the technological forefront. The reality for Britain, though, was that economic production was in decline. Her once image as workshop of the world was now challenged by the rise of America and Germany, and the British Armed Forces agreed that the nation's military and navy was overstretched. Discussed by the British motor racing community was this association between a winning car and international standing. As early as 1930, Sir Malcolm Campbell wrote an article for Motorsport that speed in the old days had helped forge the empire. Campbell believed that the British Empire had been mapped out by Britain's faster clipper ships, which enabled the capture of trade routes. The empire had been built and sustained by Britain leading the way in speed. But this was no longer the case. Campbell wrote that it's up to Britain, if she is to save herself, to hold and maintain the lead in speed. In 1931, it was argued that Britain was wasting money on land speed records instead of building a racing team to participate in European races. This was only 1 year before the formation of the British Empire Trophy. Maintaining this pedigree to Britain's European counterparts was fundamental, as motor racing was assumed to enhance the identity of a nation because of its correlation with civilization. As you can see on the slides, as Professor A.M. Lowe wrote in 1935, "Speed, the secret of civilization." So holding this power of speed was the pinnacle of progress. Speed by land, sea, and air was associated with the empire and sustaining it. There was this collective feeling in Britain and the motor racing community that racing was not merely a sport, but a national industry, which a nation's prestige could be displayed. So national prestige becomes a common phrase used in the 1930s in British press regarding motor racing. It remained undefined, but it seems to be the symbolic commodity that can enhance or devalue a nation's identity. So to rival foreign nations and bolster national prestige, Britain needed to enter events that met with the European standards. So in essence, so they could beat them at their own game. Thus, the British Empire Trophy enabled British drivers to dominate in a considered a continental form of racing. So during the 8 races held between 1932 and 1939, it was won only by one foreign driver. So 7 races were won by Englishmen, and 5 of the 8 winning cars were made in England. The event operated as an opportunity to showcase British racing ability and technology. The British Empire relied on speed, and the British Empire Trophy provided an image of a still dominant world power. By the later part of the 1930s, as Europe edged closer to war, there was a greater stress on this. So the Motor reported, recent world events have shown, perhaps more clearly than ever before, the importance not only of being a strong and efficient nation, but also of taking every possible means of demonstrating that strength and efficiency, or in short, of establishing prestige. For Britain, there was a fear that she was unable to match Nazi Germany. Expressions of militarism are very common in motorsport. Technology like the racing car can easily be linked to mechanized warfare. So using soft power via events like the British Empire Trophy, there was an attempt to re-solidify Britain's international standing. In 1936, the British Empire Trophy was won by the BRDC member Richard Seaman. Seaman would later also become a British Mercedes-Benz driver racing for the team between 1937 and 1939. Today, we're not here to discuss if he was a Nazi sympathizer, nor unfortunately do I have the time to go into all the details regarding his personal life and his career. But given his position as a British driver on a German team, he offers an interesting perspective, especially in the later part of the 1930s. In 1938, Simone wrote a letter to George Monkhouse, a friend and a photographer. It reads, "I think some strong reference to national prestige should be made. This point is always rather laughed at in England, but there's no doubt that it means a lot more than we imagine on the continent. After all, England is becoming a pretty good joke, especially in the fascist countries, for our flannel-footed behaviour politically, and we are rather looked upon as a lot of decadent old women. A successful British Grand Prix team would be a very good way of dispelling this idea." So what Simone is depicting in this letter is a very contrasting image of what the BRDC is trying to present through the British Empire Trophy. Despite 5 years of the British Empire Trophy, there is seemingly no progress as from Simone's letter. His letter states the reality of England's ability, one that is aging and decaying. Britain was now facing competition and witnessing warnings of a national decline. While racing could and wanted to be used for politics, there was a concern that Britain's reputation would be damaged because Britain could lose badly every time. And this could demonstrate the inabilities of British engineering in a period of growing international tensions. The loss of records and lack of victories meant that Britain's standing was diminishing in motorsport. Simone's letter also points this unwillingness to reference national prestige in Britain. This is once again seemingly contradictory to the goals of the British Empire Trophy. In 1938, Simone won the German Grand Prix in a Mercedes-Benz. As the magazine Speed highlights, this was the first time a British driver had won a Continental Grand Prix since Seagrave in 1923. So 15 years had passed since a British driver had stood on this podium in Europe, but Simone's victory did not receive the same attention as some of Seagrave's other achievements. For example, when looking at Seagrave's and his attainment of the land speed record in 1923 at Daytona Beach, he received a message from King George V, a knighthood, and over 3,000 congratulatory telegrams. Simone did not receive this similar attention. Seagrave's success also came at a period in which England's core industries were stagnating or in decline. Driving a British-built car to success during this weakened industrial period, in Seagrave's case, provided a hope for Britain's ability that they weren't falling behind as much. Now, one could argue that it may have been the style of racing, Grand Prix racing versus land speed records. But could it have been that Simone was driving a German car and he was promoting German engineering rather than British racecraft? Seagrave had won in a British-made car. So I began today's talk with a quote, "Sport is war minus the shooting." For Britain, this period of motor racing, this war was not a victory. While attempting to act as a validation for Britain's technological ability, the reality was a decline in Britain's motor racing prowess and an industrial decline. The British Empire Trophy had attempted to capitalise on empire and reaffirm Britain's technological dominance. It was an idolised and Anglo-centric event with their main aim of allowing Britain to win in motor racing. The British Empire Trophy never gained the same value as Continental Grand Prix racing, nor attracted significant foreign competition in this period. And Simone, he highlights the realities for Britain. One that is decaying, one that is elderly, one that, while recognised the value of national prestige, was reluctant to reference it. With the connection between civilization and motorsport, any shortcomings were witnessed as a sign of weakening British imperial power. It became essential that both British prestige and success was showcased and defended by every possible means. Ultimately, however, Britain could not match the continental teams, British prestige was not developed, and the lure of empire was not enough. Yeah, and that's it for today. Thank you guys for listening. Yeah.
Thank you, Catherine. That was fascinating. Do we have anyone in the audience have any questions?
Thank you very much. How do you, I mean, this was the theme of how the racing related to, British imperialism, projection of British power, and then so how do you relate the parallel developments of sort of out of the Union and Germany during the 30s, which were sort of running along a similar theme of a connection between nationalism and racing and a projection of political power?
Yeah, I mean, there is massive overlap in there. And I think so in Britain as well, there was a big urge to copy Nazi Germany and what they were doing. And there was a lot of letters written between sort of British motoring magazines and Germany. I think for Britain, they realized that they could not compete with Germany and what was happening in Nazi Germany with the silver arrows and that Nazism that was developed and nationalism around it. And so Britain's hope kind of rested with ideas of empire, because empire was still a very potent kind of unifying nationalistic force that could rally behind and kind of hope, and they hoped that it would kind of cover up, I think, a lot of the shortcomings of British motor racing. But there is a very similar trend regarding that nationalism. And I think it's also maybe a bit more, I haven't researched much into it, but quite similar to what's happening in Italy with the fascists, kind of, especially with going to like Northern Africa and re-solidifying the idea of Italian empire. So there's kind of, I think they're all on very similar lines. In that period, Germany obviously didn't have an empire in that time. So they're kind of, but it's all related to nationalism and trying to put for this idea of what you have and trying to rally everyone behind a very unifying idea. I hope that answers the question.
Hi, Katharine. Just based on the picture that's behind you, quite a lot of the 2010s was a British driver in a German car. And we see what happens in Italy when anyone in a Ferrari wins at Monza, and Charles Leclerc winning at Monaco this year as well. It was all. What role do you think that kind of national pride, and in Britain with British drivers and McLaren and so on, but sort of in general, do you think national pride still has a core role in international motor racing?
Well, that's actually related to my thesis that I'm currently writing for my PhD, which looks at British nationalism and motorsport up until the present day. So I believe there are still aspects of it, and it really depends on circumstance. And I think this is what I look at is this different vectors of identity. So we now, in this motorsport world, we have so many different avenues of nationalism that kind of laid up on top of each other. So we have, like McLaren, we have an Australian driver in a British-built car and all those kind of things. So at different times, different nationalism gets called up on. But I do think nationalism is still very prevalent in motorsport, and it will always be there, I believe, because you're identified with something. These drivers have their flags. They're known as a British driver or Italian drivers, Italian teams, and so forth. So there will be nationalism in the sport. Ferrari is an interesting one, as it is quite different and it's quite hard to study it, as it takes a very different form to what I think happens in Britain. But it is still very potent, and it is still very there, and there's nothing hiding it. I mean, we can just see Lewis Hamilton with the Union Jack flag at Silverstone this year. It was phenomenal hearing the crowd cheer, and you know that he's driving a German car. And I think it will be there whenever we go. It's not going to leave us anytime soon. Even in this globalized world, we still hang on to sort of references of identity. Yeah, but it's exciting, and it's unknown, and that's why I'm studying it for my thesis in a hope that we'll kind of understand it a bit better.
All right, Katharine, the chat online has sort of blown up a little bit, and I guess if you get back on the live screen, you can probably clarify some of these, but let me kind of take these as they come here. John Summers writes, there's a great picture of Simone on the podium at the Nürburgring refusing to do the Nazi salute. The band didn't know how to play the British national anthem at that point. So that's his comment to what you were saying before, and it commented Ben. Jay Hungerford writes, do you feel that motorsports and nationalism still go hand in hand, or is it been largely privatized and left to industry to use as a tool to promote corporate technological advancement and global presence?
I believe it's still nationalistic, even with the sponsorship and commercialization of motorsport. I think when commercialization and sponsorship entered motorsport in kind of that 60s, 70s phase, maybe it did kind of dip a bit. But I think now, especially now, we're living in a world with the rise of nationalism, more nationalistic talk, more patriotism is being discussed alongside sort of the commercial side of things, that it is still present. It doesn't have to be hot nationalism, so to speak, what we see in the 1930s with Nazi Germany, but it can be banal reminders, as Billy would say. You know, these are flags flung about. We still sing the national anthem. Drivers still have references to their identity on their helmets. We still have flags on their racing suit. We still play the anthem of different countries we travel to. So I think no matter where we go, and with the rise of commercialism, there'll always be sort of nationalistic behaviors. I mean, look what's happening now with Franco and this Argentinian kind of group of people coming together and celebrating his like emergence into the sport. I mean, we have to see here in, once again, Britain, Silverstone, and the British Grand Prix. You can't. There was so much sort of pride for Lewis Hamilton winning that, so that race here. So no matter what happens, with commercialism, it will always be kind of nationalism as well. Just maybe not as in your face and potent, but still kind of there.
All right, Katharine, one more, and it kind of dovetails into exactly what you're saying. Mario Teche writes, I agree that certainly sport sometimes is war minus the shooting, but he feels that in car racing, that real competition is pursuing the best possible. We've heard Mario talk about that before in his presentations, and he says this can only be done using other participants as a reference, while using each other as a reference together and not against others. Do you agree or disagree?
Please read the question again, sorry.
So if you've listened to Mario's presentations before, he talks about pursuing the best, and his reference point for pursuing the best is competitors versus other competitors, kind of statistically looking at them against each other rather than holistically looking at the race as a competition.
Yeah. No, I agree that, and I think that's what happens. It's, it's a competitive, it's comparative. You want to beat the next person that makes sense. And I think, sport is war minus the shooting. I mean, that's penned in 1945. That's quite a while ago. But it is that you're always comparing yourself to a different, and that could be just an individual or a country. It will be always compared, and always, you always want to put kind of your driver in the top, because it means something, Britain wanted to have sort of a British driver leading the way because it meant something, even though it might have not been sort of it's the same thing. It was a British Empire trophy. It wasn't a massive continental race, but it was, it was Britain showing that it was winning at something, and there were kind of foreign drivers in it, but not as many as sort of Englishmen were racing. Hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Katharine.
I think. Hi, Katharine. Thank you for that excellent presentation. You mentioned Henry Seagrave. He wrote a book called Allure of Speed, and you talked about the speed equals civilization. And Seagrave was a close friend of Gabriele D'Annunzio in Italy, who was an inspiration behind fascism. So I'm just wondering, is there some link between speed, civilization, and the far right in Britain at the time? I'm thinking of British Union of Fascists. We all know who Oswald Mosley's son was and what he became. So I'm just wondering if there was some connection.
I think there would be. So Malcolm Campbell was also a member of the Fascist Party, and I think a lot of just upper class British men were part of that group. So there probably was a link, but there's not much evidence, unfortunately, regarding membership to the Fascist Union, and it's probably not best to go classifying people as fascists without proper evidence. So there is some links, and I think it's part of that mindset, it's part of that culture of that era regarding sort of, rise of nationalism, rise of fascism. And with hindsight, it's brilliant. Of course, we now know what happened in Nazi Germany, but it's hard to think about what did they know or not know in that period of time. So I do think there are some connections and there are some overlaps, but I don't know the extent to which it was part of this propaganda of the far right and the Fascist Party. But there are, significant linkages between both of them.
Any other?
Katharine, I remember in the 1970s you were talking about nationalism. I believe it was Lord Hesketh that had on his team and trucks and everything racing for Britain. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah. I mean, there has always been BRM, British Racing Motors, ERA, English Racing Automobiles. There has always been kind of links between British motor racing and nationalism and this idea of supporting the nation. There was also, I believe I was talking to someone about it recently, sponsorship and putting money in towards developing English racing team. But even you look at what's happening in Scotland with the Scottish racing teams as well. So they've always been kind of up to the present day links between, Stuart Racing with the Scottish, like Tartan, Royal Stuart Tartan and things like that. There were always references to Scottish and sort of English and British nationalism in motorsport in Britain.
Any other questions? Thank you, Catherine. A round of applause for Catherine, please. That was very good.
Thank you for having me again. All right. See ya. See ya. Bye.
While we're going to get ready for our next presentation, which are folks from McPherson College, we were very excited and blessed to have them here last year, and they're elected to join us again this year. I forgot to mention the lunch break, which takes place at 12:45. Lunches are being provided again today for speakers and some of the support staff that are here. If you are here visiting, we have not provided a lunch for you. We apologize for that. So you are welcome to go downtown. You have Holy Cow adjacent to the stoplight at the bottom of the hill. You have Burger King, Dunkin' Donuts. If you take a right and head north on Franklin Street, just a couple blocks up. You have Curly's Restaurant. If you take a right, yes, if you take a right at the stoplight, Curly's is a couple blocks on your left. There will be a roundtable discussion that will be ongoing during the lunch break, which goes from 12:45 to 2:15. So for those who will be eating their lunch here, we would like you to grab your sandwich and come back in and watch the roundtable discussion. And otherwise, we're going to get ready for our McPherson people in about 5 or 10 minutes. For those of you who remember their presentation last year, it was terrific. We had a young man here who has since gotten a job as an archivist in Kansas City, is that right? Who was tremendous. He became kind of the shining star of the whole symposium, I think. So we welcome the McPherson College people back. Just 30 seconds before that, I have been remiss in just telling anybody that there is Grand Touring Motorsports kind of semi-swag. There's hats and stuff over here and information and stickers and stuff, so please come and visit that. You're welcome to take anything on this table. And I will get out of the way and we will introduce our McPherson College folks.
Yes, very good. So again, very pleased to be at the Argetsinger Symposium and also pleased to have a working microphone, something I typically do not. So I wanted to start off by talking about the genesis of this project, which for me came about almost 25 years ago. A friend of mine and I, growing up, had Mustangs, and driving around our neighborhood, one of the neighbors stopped us one day and said, "I have a bunch of old car magazines. Would you like those?" And it turned out he had a lot of old car magazines. And so I and my friend went up with a pickup truck that we borrowed and loaded up an entire pickup truckload of Motor Trend, Road and Track, all of these magazines from the 1950s to the 1970s. The gentleman we got them from had bought a Jaguar XK120 brand new in 1952 and basically started a subscription to every publication. So being an avid reader, I found myself reading these magazines for years and years and years and following through. And so I've wanted to do this project for a long time because I found those very influential in my own life. And as I reflect on it, I think that these magazines, and particularly the work of John Bond, has been influential in our broader car culture and want to point that out. So I title my presentation, Forged in Print, John Bond, Road and Track, and the Creation of Car Guy Culture, because again, I believe that Bond built a durable version of car culture that still influences us today. And it's my thesis that that culture is now under questioning. Certainly, I think a number of the presentations today have questioned the gender roles, which my colleague Kristie Sjoka will speak to. But I also see other facets of that car culture under duress or review or under questioning. And so I think it's important initially to establish what the dimensions of car culture are that John Bond forged in Road and Track, and think about how our present automotive enthusiasm, racing enthusiasm, and car culture in general reflects that. So again, I want to go back to a personal story, and then I promise I'll stop talking about myself. So at one point in my life, I found myself in Lincoln, Nebraska through, shall I say, no particular fault of my own, and Lincoln was a great Lincoln was a great place, but I needed a job, and so I took a job at the local parts store, and I went down to this guy's shop named Road and Track, and I had spotted it immediately. The shop was run by a guy named Bud Dunklau, And so the picture I have up there might be somewhat deceptive in that it might look like an early headquarters of Road and Track, but it in fact is Bud Dunklow's shop, Road and Track, that he founded in 1962. And so after making my first delivery of some widget to Bud, I clearly jumped in and was really interested in his Porsche Speedster. He was working on a 308 Ferrari, and we had a very common language, right? And so Bud, who was in his 70s at the time, asks me, how did a young guy get to know about all this stuff? And I said, it's the title on your building, Road and Track. And so that common language, that common in that we had, was a durable way of intergenerational transfer, which again, my colleague Ken Yohn will talk more about in the beginning of the end of our presentation. So first, I think it's important to establish who John Bond was and really what he thought of his world and how his formative influences shaped him. Bond was born in 1912. He attended GMI, which is now Kettering University, graduating in 1934 with a degree in mechanical engineering. After his graduation, before World War II, he worked variously for a lot of independent manufacturers. He worked for Studebaker, White Motor Truck, and also Harley-Davidson. And I point that out to say that I believe that it was working at the independent manufacturers that Bond gained a real appreciation for the diversity of automotive engineering and also a tremendous appreciation for pre-war American cars, which would lead to many of his editorial positions later in Road and Track in the early 1950s. Bond, it's unclear to me what role the war played in Bond's life. I believe he was a member of the service, though I have not been able to research that. What I can tell you, however, is that much as in the best years of our lives, he received a Dear John letter during the war and came home to be newly divorced, at which point he met a spouse, Elaine, who also was divorced immediately after the war, and they set about building a life together, were married in 1950, and interestingly enough, their honeymoon was driving Bond's brand new 1950 Ford to Watkins Glen for the road races. They drove from California, and I can only say that Elaine must have been a saint to do that for her honeymoon. But Elaine played a key role in the magazine. She was the one who ultimately, I think, brought about the broader editorial vision, and Bond was really but he was the executor of Elaine's broader, grander vision for the magazine. So I think one of the ways to approach people always is the cars they own, and so from an early 1952 issue of Road and Track, I have Bond's list of cars that he had owned prior to buying the magazine in 1953. So his cars up until then included a 28 Ford, 29 Ford, 30 Ford, 35 Chevrolet, 37 Buick 60, a 40 Chevrolet, a 39 Buick 40, 33 Terraplane 8, a 46 Ford 6, 32 Ford V8, 47 Ford V8, 49 Ford V8, and then finally, probably the most interesting, a 1949 MG TC. And so we see here the genesis of Bond become interested in sports cars through his MG. And given his pre-war experience, he determined that the American manufacturers simply were not competing in this market, and his vision was that there should be the construction of an American sports car. And so Bond begins pushing pretty strongly in the magazine for the development and construction of a proper American sports car. To do that first, though, he needs to define what a sports car is. And I like to joke quite often that my students often define their pickup trucks as sports cars because they have 5-speed transmissions, 2 doors, and 4 wheels. And that clearly was not Bond's vision. So in a series of his early editorials, he laid out his vision for what a sports car really meant. And that vision really was the combination of road and track. It was the idea that a road machine could also be a purpose-built racing machine and serve as a dual-function vehicle for both road and track. Now, and I want to talk more about racing specifically, and so I'll get to that in one of my future slides, but the other one of the other major dimensions of car culture that Bond brought to road and track, and ultimately to, I think, our broader one, is the determination that to be a true car enthusiast, you needed to have a deep historical background, which certainly the people in this room and myself consider a very important characteristic. But in particular, Bond, he used history as filler content, really, and I would use the December 1952 issue as particular evidence. When there were no racing events to cover, the entire issue was entirely automotive history and pre-war automotive history. Bond regularly used historical examples to back up his logic and reasoning for how there once had been an American sports car industry and should be again, particularly manufacturers like Mercer, Duesenberg, and others. And so Bond could never quite figure out exactly where this fit in the magazine until really about 1955, 56, 57, when it was codified into a standing feature in the magazine, the Salon, in which classic cars, particularly classic European cars, were dissected not only from a mechanical standpoint, but from also a design standpoint. And so it's always been a great question of mine why in America we have so many French concours-style events, and I would point to John Bond's salons in road and track and their enduring influence in creating an American appreciation for French cars in particular and French design. The other piece that I would like to point out as a dimension of Bond's kind of automotive enthusiasm was that he loved weird cars. The more strange and kind of outlandish he could think of, the more that he found interest in publishing those cars in the magazines. He was interested in oddities and variations. And I think kind of the pinnacle of this was when Robert Cumberford published a series of questions in 1957 suggesting a new kind of ethos of design for automobiles, a simplistic design. And a gentleman named Stan Mott developed this car he called the Cyclops, which was the ultimate minimalist form of the automobile. And so the Cyclops became a regular feature in the magazine, and it's said to be the most raced and mythical car in the world. I would also point to this as an example of Bond creating his own world. He is a myth maker. He is someone who sees not only the opportunity to report on the world as it exists, but also the opportunity to influence and to build his own vision or the visions of others into reality. And so finally, I want to particularly dive in finally to the role of racing and what role racing has in the development of cars. Bond and Elaine were both avid attendees of various races. I have a photograph of them here on a DKW van, really oddball car, if you want to talk about that, but attending and timing a road race in the 1950s. Bond watched, I would say, very intently the developments of the American manufacturers and European manufacturers. His long-running column, Miscellaneous Ramblings, was aptly titled, in that it was mainly a series of reports on engineering developments, not only in American cars, but also in European cars. I've referenced that photograph from Veloce Today, which has a really excellent interview, primary source interview with John Bond Jr. On the history of his father, and so give you some reference material there. And so he lays out really in 1952, 1953, the idea of building a true American sports car and declares that American manufacturers simply have not done it and are not going to do it. He views the introduction of the Corvette with quite a bit of skepticism. He writes, rumors of a new sports car from a large established manufacturer in this country seem authentic. Is it too much to ask that this car have 50-50 curb weight distribution fore and aft, brakes that won't fade, a straightforward manual 4-speed transmission, and steering that requires no more than 3 turns of the wheel lock to lock? And the Corvette, at least in 1953, had none of those things. So Bond was, again, very skeptical of that. So he takes his own path and then builds a series of articles on American sports car design and does essentially a rehash of American engines, chassis, all sorts of combinations that he thought would make the proper American sports car. And throughout the 1950s, you see these broad features on independent manufacturers, or independent backyard manufacturers, really, attempting to build the great American sports car. Bond pushes and pushes and pushes, and competition is his real watchword. It's his belief that competition is the one arbiter of performance, and that if a car is not competitive on the track, that means it's a failure. And so I would jump forward to 1964 when Ford announces their Total Performance campaign. And so here's what Bond writes in Road and Track. He says in April 1964, 12 years ago, Road and Track was a lonely voice crying out that U.S. manufacturers should support motor racing in some form or another. Now, in the shape of FOMOCO, we have it, and not just in token form. In summary, the Lola Ford GT, and we say it's about time someone in the U.S. decided to take racing seriously. Ferrari has done a marvelous job of building up a well-deserved performance image, but they can be beaten, and it's about time someone did. Not even in the days of Mercer, Stutz, Duesenberg, etc., have we seen such a concerted effort towards all-out racing from one manufacturer in all facets of the sport. Meanwhile, the rest of the industry sleeps on. So Bond maintained a very critical voice toward the American car industry, again, because he found them lacking in performance. And so I would emphasize here that Bond's role and vision of the role of racing in the development of road cars is paramount, and certainly think that emphasis on performance is something that is a durable and, again, transient version of car culture in our present world. So Bond, after Ford wins Le Mans, which he considers the pinnacle of racing, after Ford wins Le Mans in 1966, Bond really, I think, in some sense, loses his direction for the magazine because he's, in some sense, achieved his goal. So while he's still interested in pursuing engineering notes and miscellaneous ramblings, there's a real transition period when the magazine starts to grow and Bond effectively cashes in to the point where he sells the magazine to CBS in 1972, more or less goes back to California, builds his own garage, a stable of roughly 15 cars, and essentially is retired until his death in the early 1990s. However, I would like to point out that Bond did build, in fact, a durable movement, and particularly a number of followers of his movement, to the point that when safety regulations became a major contention in the early 1970s, it was the readers of Road and Track that mobilized to write letters to NHTSA, NHTSA, the EPA, and others to try to stave off safety regulations, which they viewed as interfering with the ultimate goal of performance and design of their cars. So from 1972, I have this. Remember that proposal of the NHTSA to limit the top speed of new cars to 95 miles an hour and require flashing lights and a honking horn at anything over 80? And our editors, March 1971, calling readers to action in opposing it? Our readers and other motoring enthusiasts responded. NHTSA held its docket on the proposal until long after the original closing date because of the flood of mail it got, and when the docket was finally closed, they had 24,300 responses, 8 times as many as they'd ever seen on a proposal. And so Bond creates an army of enthusiasts and an army of movement enthusiasts who want to build and grow the vision that Bond saw in the pages of Road and Track. So it's not just about Bond as a kind of pull influence on the media, right, where he reports on what he sees. He's also able to create a push factor. And so at this point, we'll reserve questions to the end, but I would like to turn over to my colleague, Kristie Sjoka, who will discuss the role of gender and the creation of car guy culture, in particular, through the pages of Road and Track. Thank you.
All right, I think it's just about noon, so good afternoon, everybody. I am thrilled to be back here for my second year at the symposium, and So grateful to Luke and Ken for valuing my perspective that I bring to this topic. Unlike Luke, I have not been familiar with road and track for 25 years. As a librarian, my familiarity with road and track pretty much ended, was pretty much based on, they come in, I catalog them, and they go on the shelf. And so I had to spend the last several months really immersing myself in this 20 years of the magazine. And that involved just sitting down and going cover to cover. And I read many pages of content. I looked at lots of advertising, and you're going to see that. And I will say that lost my train of thought for a second, sorry. But yeah, I really had to just do that deep dive and really look at what was happening while also thinking about what was happening in society at the time. So Luke gave us a great history of John and Elaine Bond. One of the things that kept coming to my mind as I looked through these years that they were owners of Road and Track was a piece of advice that I received from my mother-in-law as I was about to marry my husband. And she said, take interest in each other's interests. And I feel that John and Elaine were really partners in this enterprise, and I was very optimistic about what that might mean for this publication, and what it would mean as far as women being represented in these pages. So I wanted to start, I kind of have looked through the magazine, as I said, cover to cover, and so I thought I would start with cover art. And we have these two examples where we do have some ladies who were represented on these two different covers. Very interesting. Both of these are from 1953, just a few months apart. And the one on the left, this is a model, and we do get her name in the cover information. The cover on the right, these are two young ladies, and it really says in the cover information, these two young ladies work in the office of the Healy Company, and we don't get their names. So I thought that was a little telling. And the other interesting thing about the cover art, these are the only two in the 20-year run that I looked at that actually had women on the cover. So I appreciate that they're not draped over the hood. I do appreciate that, but I will say, along with that, men are not really featured on the cover of Road and Track during this time either. It's really about the car. So something that sort of became a theme for me. So article content. So this caught my attention early on as I was looking in the early 50s issues. There was a series of 4 letters to the editor, and these were titled A Yank Abroad. This was a gentleman an American gentleman who was traveling around Europe by car, attending European races. And in that first letter, he makes a reference to we at some point. We, did this. And I thought, well, who is the other person in the we? And when we get to the second letter, We find out that the other person is his wife. He actually references her there, but she doesn't have a name yet. We don't get to learn her name. He does, he's writing in that second letter about how his navigator, sent him off in the wrong direction, and then we find out that his navigator is his wife. When we get to the third letter, we get this lovely editor's note at the top explaining what this series of letters is about. And they tell us Mr. Harrison, who with his wife is traveling around Europe. So again, we know it's his wife, but she doesn't have a name. Finally, in the fourth letter, we get to part 4 where it says Burton and Helen Harrison, or Harrison, excuse me. And she finally has a name, and it's wonderful. And so, but I thought this was a really interesting progression. So then as I studied more article content, I came across this really interesting little blurb titled Madame Unique. This woman in the picture on the left is a Czechoslovakian woman who was a race car driver in 1927 to 28. She actually quit racing after her first husband died in a racing accident. And so that prompted her to stop racing. But they caught up with her where she had the opportunity to take a spin in a race car again, and she was expressing how much she enjoyed that. So I did appreciate this nod to her. This next article was a gentleman who was pondering the possibility of sending a postcard to other annoying drivers out there on the road, sort of like a very polite version of road rage. And we see at the top, Dear Madam. So this postcard goes out to a woman that he encountered on the road, and he says, "What irritated me was not the stench of potion coming out of your exhaust." And so obviously we're likening her to a witch at this point. And then down in that second paragraph, with driving tactics like these, how have you managed to grow so old and ugly in the first place? And then we hear, for your own safety and mine, let me suggest that you trade in your broomstick on a wheelchair, but be sure and let somebody else push it. So, interestingly enough, that was about mid-60s when I found that article. Early 70s, I start seeing a regular column by a female writer by the name of Elizabeth Hayward. And so I thought, okay, finally, we're getting some great positive female representation. And that continued. I had this, this optimism that built up. When I got to this story about the Sun Valley Porsche Parade, I believe this was 1970, maybe 71. But they gathered in Sun Valley. There was a concours where men and women could all enter their cars, and they were judged equally and not divided into two classes. However, there were two races that took place, and when the races, when it came time for the races, there were two different classes, one for men and one for women. But the really exciting thing for me was that we have these female racers listed, the first, second, and third place winners of each race, and we have their names. So we're, you know, by 1970, we're getting to the point where women have names, and I love that. So I'm going to switch gears, and we're going to talk about advertising a little bit. Actually, a lot. This is where you really get a real sense of female representation. So on the left, these first couple of ads, these are actresses that they, you know, posed next to these cars, these car companies, and so we just have sort of this elegant movie star aesthetic. Over on the right, we have ads that, you know, for a women's product. So we've got some headscarves here. So if you'd like to purchase those for your significant other who might be riding with a top down next to you, you have that option. Okay. In the 1960s, I start seeing these lovely ads by a company called MG Mitten. And they are 2-page spreads. And at the top of the first page, there is this little note called Marion's Meanderings. And every month, it's a different note to potential customers. And I was just intrigued by these little notes from Marion. And so I wanted to know more about Marion. And so I went out and did a little side research and found out that Marion Weber was the owner of MG Mitten. This was a company that she founded. Her husband had an MG, and she sewed a cover for that MG. And when he would go to his meetings of the MG Club, all of his friends and club members were like, we need one of those too. And so she, you know, this light bulb went off for Marion, and she started sewing more of these car covers. And it evolved to the point where there were other items for sale: gloves, scarves, jackets, all sorts of driving apparel. And then the MG Mitten, obviously an alliterative term for that MG car cover. And then so she took that and said, well, how about a Porsche parka or a Ferrari frock? And so I just really enjoyed doing that little bit of side research about Marion Weber. In the late 60s, she moves away from this Marion's Meanderings, and she hires Dave Deal, who is a cartoonist, and every month he has a different cartoon to go along with her little note instead of that picture of her. So really, really interesting lady. Okay, so this is an evolution of carpet ads for your car. This is the same company, and we go from left to right here. We're on the left-hand side, early 60s, and then that middle ad is from about the mid-60s, and then we get to the late 60s. And you'll notice that the clothing has left as we have progressed forward. And I'm not sure about any of you, but I don't know anyone, male or female, who hangs out like this on their car carpet. I don't know. Hangs out, you know, no pun intended there. I will also point out, because I think it's so fascinating, because as a librarian, I'm focusing on this new world of artificial intelligence and AI images. If you look at that last picture over there, on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll notice something about this woman. She has 3 legs. You might not have noticed that before. So then we continue. Goodyear has a variety of ads. They were really prolific within these pages, and a lot of them featured women. I really liked this one. I sort of was thinking about, boots, and that we think of, we hear boot as kind of a nickname for tires, right? And so I thought that was interesting, and it had, that Nancy Sinatra song running through my head as I look at this ad. In the middle, we have this midget ad, and I think of this as sort of the beach Barbie and Ken. Like, if you get this midget, you can have this golden lifestyle. You can go to the beach and be tan, and then we have this midship ad where we do get a woman draped on the hood of a car, and so just some interesting things. Continuing with advertising in the 60s, I loved this ad for WD-40. I really liked. The color just sort of appealed to me, but I also thought this could also be a great ad for hairspray. So in the middle, this is an ad for a solicitation to join a group against government regulations on sports cars and racing. And we can see Lady Liberty portrayed in a not very attractive light here. So, and then we have the VW Parts ad. Again, I don't know anyone who's standing around with their parts like this, but, So these two ads, I thought was interesting for myself personally. These were the two that sort of raised my feminist hackles the most. The one on the left is a Honda ad titled Men's Liberation. This was in the 70s. So we have this, resurgence of the women's liberation movement. We have the equal rights amendment, getting all of this is building up once again. And I get it. I read through the content of the ad. I understand what they're saying. It's stressful. Getting away on your Honda is awesome, but, I don't know. I thought it was interesting, that play on the women's liberation movement. And then the BMW ad, Take Me to Your Husband. This one really hit me personally because I'm the one who drives a BMW and not my husband. So, but I did, take a step back and remind myself, this was 71 or 72. Women in the United States at this point still cannot buy a car without her husband co-signing for her, like getting a car loan. So, maybe in that sense, it sort of makes sense that you would take this car to your husband. It does say at the end, if you read through the content, at least it's not another woman. So, okay, so now we'll shift over to some photographs from some of the content, some of the articles. This first one on the left, I really tried to find photographs of women attending races. It was challenging because, as you know, the crowd is often really blurred in those types of photographs. So, but I did find this one where I have a couple of women who are at the race. And then these next two are really interesting. These two ladies are in the pits of a race, I believe, Daytona. They're in Daytona. And obviously relevant enough to have two pictures of them in this story. But again, they have no name. Neither of them has a name. And we don't really know what they're doing. In the middle picture, the woman on the right-hand side, I believe she's got a clipboard and stopwatches and things like that. So I'm wondering if they're the significant other of one of the race car drivers, but I'm not sure because there's nothing about them within the article or the captions. Auto shows. So here we are, we've got the models. This is where, this is where the women are really, leaning against the side, draped over. Over on that right-hand side in the corner, this was the 1970 Paris Auto Show, and I don't know how well you can tell, but she does not have anything on. And those guys are not looking at the car. So, then I've got a few cartoons that I came across where we've got some women. This first one says, the brakes were fading badly in the 8th lap, and then in the 9th, I broke a bra strap. And then in the middle, we have this gentleman, I assume an engineer, and he's, drawing out these curves on this chart while thinking of other curves. And then on the right-hand side, we have some wishful thinking happening here with this gentleman. Maybe not very enthused about getting in the car, with his, I assume, his wife, and really thinking about this young lady who's over buying this sports car. So, as I said, I was really optimistic because of Elaine's involvement with the magazine that I would see more female representation within these pages. And I'm sort of let down. I feel a little disappointed. On the other hand, I think that John Bond's focus was really on the car. And so, and I mean, there are the sections on the races. They do talk to the male drivers, but, we heard some great things from both Lynn and Chris about female race car drivers that were, they were racing during this time, and I didn't find anything about them in these pages. So there's just that sense of disappointment for me. But I thought I'd leave with this page. This is a dedication in the book, 50 Years of Road and Track, and it says, dedicated to John and Elaine, to whom we owe it all. Now I will transition to my colleague, Yohn, and he'll get us, he'll wrap this up.
Works. Good. Does it have a laser on it? Maybe. Oh, well. Lovely. Okay. Very good. Thank you so much. A continuation of road and track and car culture, and this time I'm looking through a lens, and it's a photographer's lens, and look at the intergenerational nature of car culture, which we're all profoundly interested in. Exactly where does this headed 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 years from now? But first I want to zoom out before I zoom in. And I want to talk about the way this kind of project evolved from last year's meeting here, tied with other experiences that the three of us had in academic experiences. And one of them was the recurring nature of the concept of car culture. It's appearing again and again and again. And 3/4 of the presentations have made reference to car culture. And so one of the things we thought, well, is there anything we can do to contribute to that discussion? Luke and I, about 15 years ago, began teaching a series of courses at the University of Science and Technology in France and Leipzig University on the cultural structure of technology. And so we thought maybe we could take some of those ideas and roll them over into this. And so here's kind of what we have is one thing we could notice is that there's a whole raft of different ways that car culture is used in different contexts. One thing you might say within a country that there's a car culture, a subset of the natural population whose relationship with the cars is a key part of their identity, and we break that out into all different kinds of flavors of that in different venues and different fans where we have dirt track or F1 or rat rod, and I was listening today, I was thinking of, Katharine in Australia talking about an upper class racers as well as gentleman racers with Jim Miller, about Mark Howell's NASCAR nature, and so we were using these terms pretty regularly here. One of the first things that really enamored me with this conference was the kind of loving reminiscence I heard from speakers about their experiences at Watkins Glen, and particularly that even this venue had a specific culture, if you will, whatever that might mean. We talk about national car cultures, U.S., Germany, Italy, car cultures. It's a critical influence in national life. And then there's, a question that emerges again, is the German car fundamentally different from the Italian car? Is that fundamentally different from the Japanese car? And what is the reason for that? Is there some underlying spirit that's behind it? We have a range of practices. We refer to fast foods, drive-ins, movies, cruisings, clothing, film, music are all elements of car culture. And then we have this global way of life that we embrace as the kind of a pinnacle tool of mobility and power and economic engines within our society. And then finally, the kickback. And we often think of the kickback in the opposition to car culture as maybe outside of car culture, but it's actually a fundamental part. The questions and challenges about the deaths on our motorways or what's happening to urban congestion and design and disenfranchisement of property for minority groups from where the highways were chosen to be built, and the critique of the car. The critique of the cars are fundamental. So we have a breakdown that's actually opening it up rather than closing it down. And I want to clarify that a lot of times what we do when we define cultures, we build a definition of anything, is we're attempting to create the space and say, here's where our discussion is going to be bounded. And actually, this definition that we're kind of building and discussing today is one that does the opposite. In fact, it's an attempt to unbound it, to say that there's no definitive authority that gets to say where culture is drawn and where it's not drawn. And part of this was, an inspiration. I was listening to Don, who was every time when he wraps things up, he talks about future research agendas and trying to put the pieces together to understand how our different efforts combine to a broader understanding of this thing that we all love. And so in order to do that, one of the ways we can do that is by turning to, actually, let me stop. This was Watkins Glen. I ran into this in 1971, car and driver, and I like this, post-race analysis. It's a stack of beer cans with, and one of the things I did in my project was catalog the use of children in photography. Watkins Glen is the only racing venue in the United States that Road and Track ever showed pictures of children at. So, and you all noticed that Watkins Glen was treated differently. So this venue has a special car culture, but how do we capture that within definition? So I started by digging with the most general definition and obsolete definition I could have, so that we're going to kind of undefine what culture means. Not define it, but undefine it. And some of the aspects, wrong button, wrong button, there we go, right button. Something we can talk about is a complex whole which includes knowledge, belief, art, law, morals, customs, capabilities acquired by man as a member of society. And of course, I chose this specifically because this is one of the things that's under fire, that we know that doesn't work anymore. But there's other things we really love about this, and that's we're talking about capabilities. Because when we're talking about capabilities, we're talking about agency. We're talking about car culture is something that's actually created. It's not just a static domain that you live in. And if you look at all of the presentations, one of the fundamental logical levers we're all using is change. It's a change in events. What prompted a new way of designing an Alfa Romeo, right? What prompted another way of expressing national identity? What prompted another reason for creating a car series for women drivers? And so that's our delta, if you will, like we're constructing experiments. They're experiments that nature creates for us to test our ideas. And so this idea of capabilities and the acquisition, and then this also becomes an important part of the way we approach it, because one of our central questions is how is it acquired? And that's why we turn to John Bond, because he's an agent of transmission of culture, and why we're looking at media as a way to understand it. And then it happens within an exogenous, so you have an endogenous sense of agency from capability, and then you have an exogenous structure of society, the things that change around us in development, whether it's environment or technology. And then it gives us a research agenda. You know, we're talking about the language, we're talking about the automobile is an object of art. We're talking about the set of tools, the vehicles themselves. We're talking about the codes, the laws, both formal and informal, the institutions. One of the things I sometimes ask my students to do is pick any event in their lives and tell me the automobile story. You know, in a wedding, what is the automobile rituals of a wedding? Tying the cans, the photo of the best man holding the keys out, say, you gotta get out of here, here's the keys, you know, and we have all these things that you get a special car, but at any rate, it permeates all the things we do. And so, and then you have, again, to reopen it up and say it goes on and on and on. And so these kind of were kind of a kicking off point for how we wanted to do it, and I especially like this idea of the complexity of it. And so then, now I want to take another level and say that this acquisition is super complex. When we were starting to teach the technological structure of culture, we realized that it became an endless pit. And much of the things that we talk about in culture, we can point to these things really easily, you know, the food, the dress, the music, the visual arts. But the thing about culture, the reason it's a touchstone for all of us as a discussion is because we know it's actually very intimate and it really shapes deeply the way we feel about things. And so interculturalists, who are they're not anthropologists, they're not sociologists, but they're a branch of social science that really begins this wide open definition of culture based on the identities that you choose, which is actually more in line with the way we think about culture. We think about, you claim your culture, I don't get to assign it to you, tell me what it is. And so it represents courtesy, you know, like the courtesies of who opens a car door for whom. Our behaviors, nonverbal communication, how close do you stand? You know, where do you stand near each other and how do you? The notions of modesty. And it gets deeper and deeper about understandings of physical pain, what we consider to be kinship and family. And so all of these really deep structures of how we interact with the world are actually embedded in car culture, but it's really difficult to see from the inside because it's just how you are, and you never think of it as something that needs to be explained. It's just how you are. And so this intercultural perspective of when you have different cultural dispositions encountering each other and exploring that encounter is part of it makes a really good theoretical lever for building understanding. Now, at the heart of this, I mentioned also, I just want, actually, how am I doing for time? I'll give this a minute. This is a sample of one of these models that's used by interculturalists. I didn't want to teach you the model, but this is a sample. For example, Geert Hofstede has the dimensions of national cultural life, and he'll say, for example, there's a power distance of the hierarchical spaces we have. I taught in Japan for 3 years, and I can tell you when I walked into a Japanese classroom, it was like the admiral walking onto the bridge of an aircraft carrier. And it was dramatically different, that power distance, which varies. This idea of uncertainty avoidance, what kind of risk you take, this is an automotive question. This is at the heart of automotive racing. What does it mean to take those risks, and why do we admire the people to do and understand the technicals? This idea of individual versus collectivism, which we've been talking about again and again, is part of self-autonomy and self-reliance and how it emerges in different parts of American culture. masculinity and femininity is the core of this, and different cultures do it in different ways, express it in different ways. Long-term outlook, are you looking for 20 years or 30 years or 40 years down the line, or are you solving it? But anyway, this is one of the ways you can do it, and so you can readily see how you might take a framework like this, and were you to go down this path, you would find that there are actually mechanisms for measuring these things. And you can rate and compare, and if you ever Google Geert Hofstede, you can look up how these things work in Japan versus how they work in Germany versus how they work in England. And there's a really great paper to be written there to compare drivers using these kind of analytic frameworks. But when I burrowed down to get to my topic that I wanted to add was this intergenerational dimension. I wanted to get to this idea of how we acquire and how we distribute car culture. Because everybody wants to know what's going to happen. And you know, we have, and Don and Duke, I know that you've intentionally worked to make sure that there's another generation here every time. It's been one of the front and center questions that you've been engaging. And I just want to say we have these different ideas of how diffusion, that culture, this approach to culture is really useful because it talks about how it changes and how you maintain it and how you preserve it. And so, for example, and I actually have some things written down here. Yes. So this is like the expansion diffusion is just the idea that it's always moving from one place to another from a strong durable source, you know, like social class. Within social classes, they develop standards for conduct, for into ownership patterns and racing patterns. And then, so this is gender, is diffused expansively. Contagious means from person to person within social equals. So for example, if you have an audience at a race, and you're all bumping shoulders and you're cheering and you're chatting, and here in an environment like this is a diffusion among social equals where you gather to spread ideas with each other. It also happens through government and authoritative sources, and this is not as significant a role, but I want to get down to this one, this idea of relocation. So like Blackton Glens is such a great case study for this because it represents both this expansion among fans in the audience, but it also recognizing that it's a relocation of this traveling nexus of racers and vehicles who go from place to place to place, and it spreads out. So if you look at car culture in Watkins Glen and the surrounding area, you have like a pebble being dropped into a pond in a series of ripples that travels across societies and across space. And then finally, this question of intergenerational. How does it move from one culture? And I was thinking specifically, Chris, when I was hearing you talk about the F1 Academy, I was thinking, you know, this is someone who's intentionally trying to diffuse it across generations. And when Luke was talking about him as a kid picking this up, John Bond is really not interested in transferring across generations. That's not his goal. And so it's just something that doesn't appear. We're going to talk about signal, the messages people use to transfer questions. And so, you know, this thing we chose road and track images, and it became apparent to all of us as we began doing this research that we found 2 road and track magazines. We found one road and track magazine that was, presentation over, no. we found one road and track magazine that was generated by the publisher images, and we found a second road and track magazine that was generated by the advertisers. And at first we thought, well, you know, this is a disconnect and maybe the advertising, but maybe the advertisers actually understood road and track more than the publishers did. Because, you know, you publish it, you have your scarce resources, you're applying them to the magazine, but the advertisers who have a lot of money on the line are trying to assess exactly what is the real market here, where is this really going to, and so it's 2 different interpretations. And so if we look at these images, it becomes broken down into a couple categories. We have non-intergenerational content, which is the vast majority. And it's super technically the sports car design number 9, frame analysis in one easy lesson. That is not one easy lesson. This is not, and this is, I mean, good. That's where the laser pointer is on my pointer at home. You know, it's all math and it's all fabricating jigs and it's all complex measurements. And there was a really great one I liked on the, you know, the elements of of turbochargers and principles of supercharging for beginners and things like that. But then it's also these road tester, a fundamental staple. The American car with the European look, getting back to his theme. This is the Ferrari 365 GTB4, which sits right out of his office. We have one of these at McPherson. It's really cool. You can come sit in it if you want. But my favorite road test of Road and Track was in 1970 April, where they did the Sopwith Camel, complete with Snoopy. And this is another attribute that neither Kristie nor Luke talked about much, but the vision of this was to be like a New Yorker. This was going to be sophisticated, it was going to be humorous, it was going to be clever, it was going to be edgy, and so, but nonetheless, there's no children. Supercharging, fundamentals, technical diagrams. Now, there's also intergenerational content that's generated by Road and Track. For example, Cross Country in a Morris Minor in September of 1953. So we have an intergenerational image. Here we have an article about Jeep, road testing the Jeep, and there were 3 images that included children watching out of the window. Letters to the editor. Actually, there were more images. There was a surprising amount of the child images were in the letters to the editor. They weren't actually in what the publisher wrote. They were in the letters. People writing, well, when I was a child, and they were trying to connect their intergenerational experience to Road and Track, so the readers were providing it in some sense. And then here's Women's Live in the Automobile, Brockbank, and that's about it. There's not many images. I'll give you some more quantitative analysis in just a minute. Watkins Glen, as I mentioned, also has some images of family. Now, advertisers, intergenerational images. The Morris Minor. Here we have a family with the Morris Minor. And oddly enough, it was the European cars that were advertising in Road and Track were the ones who were actually providing the intergenerational images, which is kind of interesting because that was not the car that John Bond was defining the magazine as his target. He was not talking about family cars, but it was the family cars that advertised. The world's greatest performer, the Citroën, and this is funny because this is not my idealized French family, but nonetheless, there's a Citroën ad. Opel GT, by this is GM, but you can see a child looking longingly. And then we have another Vega ad with a small child in the corner, but there's not much. This was the single largest source of any children images, was this one ad, which appeared 3 times and kind of screws up my data. Throw some bad lines in there. We looked at a lot of Road and Track. I read like 8,000 pages of Road and Track, I figured out later, and we all went that and then maybe a little bit more, trying to pour through these and find these trends and patterns. And I never feel like I'm doing my job as an academic if I don't get to draw at least one graph with lines on it. So there's the first whack at it, and then this is by year. So 53 to 54, and it's normalized to be per 1,000 pages. So per 1,000 pages, the advertiser, this is that ad right there that appeared a bunch of times. If we were to take that ad out, we have basically 3.7 times to 7. An average of 5 times per 1,000 pages is their reference to the next generation. And within the content provided by John Bond, there's an average of 3 images from the publisher per 1,000. There's no intergenerational transfer intended by Road and Track. It's not a criticism, it's an awareness. That's his target. You know, his and her target, because they're partners, he and Elaine. So as a kind of conclusion of some of the things that we like about how we approach this and why we like embracing this kind of intercultural framework, and is that one, it's really agency-centric. It really focuses on the specific decisions that leaders or members of an organization or society make, the decisions they make. And at the same time, it's balanced with a really kind of complex exogenous. So whatever changes that happen in the world, you begin to ask, okay, who responded to it and how did they respond to it? Was it the community of Watkins Glen that was responding to these changes in the dynamics of how Watkins Glenn Racing was working. So this question of who is making what decisions and how they're acting on them in a world where we are dealing with changes in technology and economy and politics and environment and ideology, and all these provide the exogenous context for agency. It's a dynamic model where you have change emerging from these definitions of individuals, and then the breadth and complexity of the kinds of questions you can ask if you're identifying a research agenda brings in like the whole circus tent, you know, the whole shebang of the study of the development of a single vehicle versus the question of someone's identity compared to the economic forces that shape the sociological forces that make NASCAR Nation different from gentlemen racers, and all these kinds of questions that we want to ask really make sense for us to approach with this kind of methodological perspective. So, Kristie and Luke and I would like to be available for a couple minutes if you have any questions.
Well, that was tremendous. I think Road and Track came before Car and Driver, but I know when I was growing up, those were the two magazines that I had to get every month. And Kristie, I swear to you, if I ever bought a Playboy, I just bought it to read the articles. Really, honestly. Anyway, do we have questions?
Actually, that would be a remarkable magazine to study as a comparison. Playboy compared to what was happening in Road and Track would be an extraordinary. Next year, no. But we'll go a little thin.
Can I help do the research on that?
We'll go a little thin on the images next year, though.
Yeah,
I'm sure you have a question.
I got to put my 2 cents in here. This is a good framework that could be applied to a number of the periodicals that have shaped that car culture that we talk about and talk around. And this is a very interesting way to do that. And I like the framework that you've established. Looking at the publisher, you could go to, Sports Car Illustrated, which became Car and Driver, and you can start look at those relationships, and you can go to other focused on racing, you know, Paul Oxman, for instance, and On Track and all those things. So that's a very good framework. I really appreciate that. This really opens, I think, some doors, like you pointed out, Ken, and Luke, and Kristie, to further work. It really does. It's an area, I think, that here in academia we can really open some interesting aspects up that we really haven't looked at very closely. So thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I was just making a comment onto your point. I think one of the elements of intergenerational transfer that I wanted to identify and didn't was the transfer of David E. Davis, because he started at Road and Track in 1955, and then of course goes on to transform Sports Cars Illustrated into Car and Driver. And I think there again is a tremendous amount of work to be done in that vein.
Thank you for bringing up Stan Mott's sensational Cyclops. I haven't thought of that for years. I used to love that cartoon when I was a kid, and that was almost the first thing I went to in Road and Track magazine, and I was just struck when I saw the picture of the Cyclops car, the similarity to R2-D2, and also more recently the Minions. There's some kind of comparison there, and it just makes me wonder if they were derived from Stan Mott's cartoon car.
A big concern that I've been reading about is how to keep and encourage, younger people to get involved in the hobby. Can you talk a little bit about what automotive publications such as Haggerty and others are doing now to ensure that?
Sure. I know that Haggerty has actually made a concrete effort, and Haggerty began partnering with us about 15 years ago is the forum called the Collectors Foundation that was specifically trying to look for the next generation of collectors. And so Hagerty has made a very intentional effort, placed a number of grant ads with them where they were trying to produce content, whether it was YouTube channels or article series that were written by young enthusiasts for young enthusiasts. So Hagerty is one of the places you can look as part of their business model. As far as other journals and things, I think that would make a great thing to maybe pass the mic around if you had a minute, because there's probably some people who have some really great answers about where that happened. I can tell you every of the meetings and conferences I've been to in the last 5 years, it's the question that everybody is asking. So.
I might speak just in general.
I'll turn this one off, or you can turn this one off.
I might speak just in general about that being part of the motivation for this project, because certainly that question comes up at every event I go to. And I think the reason I was so interested in researching Bond's definition of car culture is that process of having young people involved is not the process of using Bond's model of car culture. Young people are enthusiastic about cars, but they have their own dimensions and their own paths that they want to take. And trying to force an intergenerational approach on them is just simply untenable and simply will not work. And so there are plenty of forms of car culture out there today. It's just that we need to think more broadly about what that means to young people. And that's my answer. So, yeah, great question, though.
Let me dovetail on that. Car culture is alive and well where we live. I mean, it's young people everywhere who are crazy and passionate about the car, but it takes a lot of listening on our part because they come for reasons different from what we're ready to provide. And so we are in a constant metamorphosis at our institution, trying to figure out how we can dovetail, technical opportunities and space to what the next generation views as car culture. And so it has to be something that's in motion.
Anyone else?
Looking at both Kristie's and Ken's portion of the presentation, we can sort of understand why women were portrayed in a certain way during this time as opposed to car guy culture. That's because the Association of Women in Cars started to value the cars. But I'm a little perplexed as to why you feel that they were so adverse to representing the next generation. Do you think it made it too family-oriented, too feminine, or was there some other reason?
I have a theory. My theory of that is that the reason you're here for the car is because you had an experience that made something significant in your life. It tied something together for you, and it was part of your meaning. And so you've come to understand car culture from your very personal experience that's dramatically different from the next generation. And so they will find their meaning in a car in a way that's different. And so we're just bound by our life experiences in a way that means we have to intentionally set aside our beliefs and listen and let someone else tell us what car culture is. That's my suspicion.
Okay, I think we have time for one more question. We're starting to eat into our lunch roundtable, but go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to ask a question about, we're talking a lot about the different ways that the younger generation is interacting with car culture. Personally, I'm a little confused about what that is, what the differences are. And in my mind, I'm thinking the movie American Graffiti versus Fast and Furious. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, yes, you are. You're talking about tuners and Bokazuka, Japanese cars, and you're talking about Grand Theft Auto, and you're talking about all kinds of connection points as car culture gamer societies, and the way they connect across the relationships, and it has to do with the scarcity of space that's available to work on cars, which is something we just assume. And so it is some demographic and physiological things about the dimensions of the interactions. It's about the solitude of music, where every person is their own music generator, where we grew up in generations where that was a connection touchstone. And so it's actually this whole complex set of technological changes that creates a very individualistic experience that's different from ours.
That was terrific. I mean, we could spend the rest of the afternoon on this, but I just want to thank you very much again for coming out. Please, a round of applause for all of the McPherson people. We are now going to break for lunch. We're going to move immediately into our roundtable because we're running just a couple minutes late. For those people that are going out for lunch, enjoy your lunch. If you want to bring it back and enjoy the roundtable, that would be great. Otherwise, the afternoon session, we're going to have the roundtable discussion now, and the afternoon session will begin at 2:15.
As the lunchtime entertainment for Saturday, we're having a roundtable on the state of motorsport history. We've gotten together a nice group, but it's very important to understand that we will talk a lot, but we want you to know why we're here in the first place. About 10 years ago, exactly, Amy Bass in the American, the Journal of American History had an article on the cultural turn in sport history. Mike Argetsinger and I were very taken by that. We'd already been plotting and scheming to have something evolve from the center conversations that were going on. And we decided that we'll make it happen. And we finally got support from the governing council, as it was called, the board of directors. And then unfortunately, Mike's illness came back. And before we could do anything, he passed away. We had decided to name it after his mom, Jean Argetsinger, because she's the person who made the International Motor Racing Research Center happen. Believe me. Having been one of those people that was tagged by Miss Jean to be part of the crew, boom, she made it happen. So that's why we're here. We want to talk about what the state of the motorsport history is. The people I've got right now, I'm going to start off with Mark Howell. He's a professor of communications at Northwestern Michigan College, way up in Traverse City, Michigan, fighting with Haggerty people every day over the insurance race, I'm sure. Got his doctorate from Bowling Green State University, one of the cultural guys. This is one of the books of the academic motorsport community. This puppy came out in 1997. From Moonshine to Madison Avenue, Cultural History of the NASCAR Winston Cup Series is a landmark. There had been a gap between any real academic works on motorsport. This one, I think, opened a lot of doors to people. The Bowling Green, I'm trying to, I never get Popular Press published it, which bless your hearts, because it really, it's a great book. I cannot push it hard enough. It really shook a lot of us up because, wow, we can talk about this. We can do notes. We can, we got enthused about it. There are others that followed that. Another book that he has edited along with John Millard in Longwood University in Farmville, Virginia, is a great anthology. This is one of those books if there's a motorsport class, this is one of the textbooks that you have. The authors are great. It's just a great variety, and the academic approaches are just superb. One of our saviors when we started the Argetsinger Symposium was Paul Baxa. He fell out of the sky on us when we really needed somebody. Paul is at Ave Maria University down in Florida, Ave Maria, as a matter of fact. It's a wonderful place. If you get a chance and you're in the area, if you go to Revs, you got to go out to Ave Maria. It's a beautiful setting, absolutely top-notch. His first book, one I like a lot because it's something I'm very interested in as well. It's called Roads and Ruins, a symbolic landscape of fascist Rome. I'm a roadside architecture guy, and this is super duper stuff. The Toronto University Press published it, and I really can't say enough. It really kind of blew my mind. It's what, 2010, I think it was when it came out. But now here's the coup de grace, as they say. Motorsport and fascism living dangerously. We kind of saw this book come together over time. And here is what makes this book so darn good. Whether it's in Italian or in English, this is one of the very few works, scholarly or otherwise, that addresses the relationship between the fascist in Italy and sport in the form of motorsport. It's super duper. I can't say enough about it. It really is a unique work, and I think that it's going to open doors for things. There's only one other book that I'm aware of, and I have to go over here to get it, that comes close. And this is by one of my compatriots, auf Deutsch, Uedai, Superfelfel and Hagenkertz, Auto Rennsport im National Socialist. And it is these are the only two books that address these topics in an academic, scholarly manner. There are others out there, but these are the two that really dig in there and do the analysis and the research. So we're very fortunate for that. One of the things that I'm delighted is that Ingrassia, who has produced the book we're going to talk about almost right off the bat. Mark's going to take up after I shut up. Speed Capital, Indianapolis Auto Racing, and the Making of Modern America. I'm a sucker for anything that's the making of modern America. I'll be very truthful about that. That is one of the things, particularly with motorsport involved. We'll talk about that. But he also has a great journal article, the Journal of Sport History, NASH. If you aren't a member of NASH, you need to seriously consider it. I've been one for God knows forever, it seems. In the spring 2023 issue, volume 50, number 1, which I thought was pretty cool, he visits a topic that we here at the Argetsinger have visited in different way. It's annihilating space, motorsport, and the commodification of movement. Very much involved in line with some of the things we've done in the past. And it's a great article. It's super to read. One of our former members of the community, Scott Beckman, he said, now notice what I'm going to say. Rio Grande University in Rio Grande, Ohio. NASCAR Nation, A History of Stock Car Racing in the United States. Super book. Came out in 2010. And I think, Mark, I think you'll probably agree, this is one of the really good ones. It hits it, and it doesn't pull punches about a lot of things. It is almost, it's a companion in a certain way with real NASCAR. Dan Pierce's book. Dan Pierce is at University of North Carolina, Asheville, super guy. White Lightning and Fred Clay in Big Bill, France. This is University of North Carolina Press, and it's a very popular book. Both of these, I think, appeared simultaneously at the same time even, and they do a great job of putting an academic aspect to an American, I'd say uniquely, since they do have it in Canada, American sport, but the way we do it. There's a lot of other anthologies out there. There's one at Routledge does a number of these things. The History of Motorsport, which is worth really looking into. And then there's this big fat one, The History and Politics of Motor Racing. It covers a lot of space, and it's a typical Palgrave Macmillan book. Worth getting it. One of the other people that got me started, Pete Daniels, used to be at the National Museum of American History. I had the opportunity to actually talk with by the way, one of the things in the book he talks about in stock car racing, but anybody who devotes space to Sputnik Monroe has got to be a good guy. If you don't know Sputnik Monroe, you're lost. Anyway, the other person that I would like to have here, but it will be there. It will be in person as we're recording this. Is a great friend of ours, a great friend of the symposium, Dr. Dan Simone. Dan was another one of those inspired by what Mark did. His dissertation, he got his doctorate at the University of Florida, which is a unique thing to do since nobody really knew what he was doing, so he got away with it. I love that. And he was the curator at the NASCAR Hall of Fame Museum in Charlotte for about a dozen years. He was one of those that got the shape, the atmosphere. I think that's the word I'm looking for. Public history is a piece of this that I think it's overlooked. And I think it's important that that comes up. And I think that Dan and I will talk about that in person to a degree. But anyway, I've talked enough, and I hope everybody now got their box lunches and is sitting there and ready to enjoy it. At this point, I will toss it over to the esteemed Dr. Mark Howell to introduce and talk with Brian Ingrassia about his book, because we are really excited about this thing. Mark.
Thank you, Don, and hello, everyone. Wish I could be there in person, but we've had a bit of a tightening of the purse strings of professional travel funding at my institution. So I will be coming to you, and I think if this is at lunchtime on Saturday, you would have just heard me complete my presentation the first thing on Saturday morning. But it's an honor to be here with Brian and with Paul and with Don, as always, to talk about what is a most fascinating look at, I want to say, automobile history, but I also want to say motorsports history. I also want to say regionalism. I want to say American culture, because what Brian has done with Speed Capital is he has created this truly, purely interdisciplinary look at something that to most people, they only have maybe a recollection of Indianapolis through what they see in the sports pages. Don, as you were saying, so much motorsports history came through journalism and came through people who wrote about racing as reporting on the event or telling the stories of the people who built the cars, who drove the cars. They talked about those particulars. But what Brian has done is he has branched out and sort of taken us from that sort of microscopic look at Indianapolis as a racetrack and taken us far afield to look at how Indianapolis came to be, not just the speedway, but how the community came to be, how this little village along wagon trails in rural frontier Indiana turned into the commercial and political center that it did, what it meant to the development of the Midwest, and then ultimately how four very enterprising businessmen with a vision and with some property at their disposal ended up creating what is arguably the most iconic and most famous use of space for sport in the entire world. Everyone everywhere knows Indianapolis. Even if you're not a race fan, you know the Indianapolis 500. You know the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And so that's where Brian's book, I think, has really sort of reinvented this idea of what we as historians, and most importantly as academic historians, can bring to a subject like motorsports. It doesn't just have to be the cars, the tires, the drivers, the mechanics, the events. It can be this broader perspective on the communities, the founders, the fans, you know, like Scott does and like Dan did, you know, with their books on NASCAR, looking at sort of the culture, looking at the people who made the sport what it is, and then looking at the people who are sustaining the sport. That idea that there's more to motorsports history than just motorsports. And so that's what attracted me to Brian's book. That's what thrilled me when I was reading it. I know it sounds cliche, but the idea of I couldn't put it down. That's exactly, not many books have that kind of effect on a jaded old historian like me. But Brian's book, I truly could not put it down, because every page, as we were saying about, you know, the interdisciplinary nature of it, every page brought something new to the study, brought something new to the discussion, and those twists and turns that ultimately lead to the most famous racetrack on the planet and what that track means, not just in terms of competitive nature, but in terms of human nature and in terms of popular culture and American culture and global culture. This book really hits each and every one of those highlights. And so, Brian, it's a pleasure to have you here with us. It's an honor to have you here, and we hope that we can have a really good discussion here about your work and what it means to not only the motorsports community, but to that larger academic history with the capital H community. So yeah, let's go ahead and talk Indianapolis.
Thanks for those kind words. I appreciate it.
Brian, I'm fascinated about how your previous book was on college football, which I'm sorry to say I haven't read yet. After reading Speed Capital, that's on my list of books to grab. What was it about Indianapolis that prompted you to take on this project?
I have a story I like to tell, and I've probably told it too many times. But what happened is, I was off doing dissertation research in 2005 and 2006. I spent some time in the San Francisco Bay Area, spent some time in Ann Arbor, Michigan, spent some time in Boston, and in the process, as I was researching about college football stadiums, things like that, some of the things that show up in my first book,
I really decided, and it's funny because I grew up in a small town, kind of small city in central Illinois. We never went to cities when I was a kid. I started realizing that I really liked cities, and especially Boston. I liked the public transportation and just kind of the energy of the city. And I got back to Champaign, Illinois, where I was doing my dissertation, where I was doing my PhD, and I said, man, I kind of miss cities, you know, and the easier thing for me to have done, or the logical thing for me to have done, would be to drive up to Chicago or take the train up to Chicago and do Chicago stuff. But I realized Indianapolis was a little bit closer to Champaign, Illinois, and it was a little easier to drive to and park your car. And so I would periodically go over to Indianapolis, do Indianapolis kind of stuff. And one time I was there in the summer of 2007, so this is like 17 plus years ago. I was I drove past the Speedway because coming in from on I-74, you used to go right past the Speedway, which I had seen before. It wasn't the first time I'd seen it. And I realized, oh, I'm writing this chapter all about football stadiums, and I don't know how this 250,000 seat stadium essentially ended up here in Indianapolis. I was like, I wish I knew more about that. And then it was that day I realized that the Speedway is not in Indianapolis proper. It's in a place called Speedway, which used to be Speedway City, Indiana. I'm sure some of you are familiar with that. And that day I said, you know, I need to go read the best thing that's ever been written, best academic thing that's ever been written about Speedway City, Indiana. And I went and looked and nobody had done it. I said, oh, that's interesting. Now I need to go read the best thing that's ever been written, academic thing that's ever been written about the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Went to find it and I said, nobody's done this. And I just kind of started doing, you know, the preliminary, like going down the rabbit holes on Wikipedia and whatever about like who built this thing and why they did it. And I started learning about Carl Graham Fisher, which again, I'm sure many of you are familiar with Carl Fisher, the guy who essentially built the Speedway, among other things. And I said, there's a book here. There's a really interesting book here. And it's what I started thinking about was how the work that's been done, I pretty quickly figured out the work that's been done about Carl Fisher. It's mostly about Miami Beach because he's known for Miami Beach. His papers are at the Miami History Center there at the Dade County Public Library. And I realized, oh, everybody focuses so much on Carl Fisher and Miami Beach that they're missing out on what is, I would like to say, is the center of his automotive empire. And that's Indianapolis. That's the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And I said, there's a story here about this guy who builds a racetrack, built on headlight money, right? Headlamps, sells it out to Union Carbide, makes the money, and then builds a racetrack, and then also builds the highways and builds Miami Beach, Florida, and builds, you know, tries to build Montauk Point, Long Island, and then, you know, his empire collapses in the 1930s. And that's a long-winded answer to say that's really what got me going, was learning about Speedway City, Indiana, and Carl Fisher, the guy who kind of pulls, he's the central node in, like I said, this kind of automotive empire of the early 20th century.
And that's, and you know, and that's welcome to the club. That is such an origin story, I think, that we all in our own careers have experienced. Hey, what's that? And then you fall down, as you say, the rabbit hole of research, and you start finding all of these loose ends, but then you find that none of those loose ends have been tied up by anybody, and suddenly there's a story there to tell, you know. And you know, and like you say, you know, Carl Fisher is you know, obviously the name that goes with the Speedway, but that idea of him, to branch away from the motorsports, the idea of him being someone who manipulated space and nature to create not just the Speedway, but what you say about his creation of Miami Beach, you know, and, you know, filling in, you know, taking land and making islands and reshaping the natural landscape to make it an entertainment location, which he did with the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. You could argue that that's an entertainment location, and that idea of how much more he meant and how much more his partners meant in terms of, as you say, you know, the creation of highways and roads, the idea that government gravitates, you know, and business gravitates to Indianapolis. Yeah, it's a marvelous story. Yeah, once again, welcome to the club.
You know, one of the things I think that's really fascinating about Fisher is you know, we talk so much about how he builds Miami Beach from a sandbar into Miami Beach. I'm convinced that he learns how to manipulate space and how to build things through the speedway. That's really his first experience with reshaping land. In this case, for a spectator facility, right, a motorsport facility, and he takes, I think, some of those things he learns in Indianapolis, and then he takes it down to Miami Beach and builds Miami Beach into this kind of tourist center, right? That you pretty much have to drive there in order to get there. And something occurred to me as I was working on, probably took 12 years or so to, this occurred to me that we always talk about Henry Ford. Henry Ford's the guy that taught Americans to love cars. And there's probably some truth to that, right? But Henry Ford was the guy who he mastered the production of automobiles. And I think that Carl Fisher, in some ways, he's almost as important as Henry Ford, but he taught us about consuming automobiles, not just buying them and driving them, but about how to enjoy them, right? You know, you need, if you're going to enjoy your automobiles, you need roads, you need places to drive to, you need, I mean, a spectacle. And he created that in a way that Henry Ford, you know, of course, early on in his career, Henry Ford did a little bit of auto racing, but he was always the guy who was like, if he gets money, he's going to plow it back into his factory. If Carl Fisher gets money, he's going to build a fun place, or he's going to build an auto racing, you know, speedway or something. And so I think that we need to talk, you know, I like to say Carl Fisher's as important as Henry Ford. He's probably not, but we need to talk about Carl Fisher as somebody kind of on an equal plane in a lot of ways to Henry Ford in terms of teaching Americans and teaching the world how to consume automobiles.
Yeah, one of the things, Brian, you mentioned, and I think Mark pretty well nailed it as well, is the fact that you talked about you started looking. And I had mentioned, you know, to you privately, that there's this linear meters of books on Indianapolis, the 500, the Speedway, whatever. But when you start peeling back that onion, yeah, I mean, God, it may be kilometers for all I know. You find not much there of substance. That's what made this, to me, fascinating, because you did what some of us didn't have the sense to do. You pulled that together, and I like that. I think you're hitting on that. The whole business with Fisher makes sense, and it's always puzzled me. I got into some Indiana roots, and it's like, how did this get here? Type of deal, and it is, people forget it was a major locale in that time period. It may have been passed by, but it's good. So yeah, that to me is very fascinating, and how you did that out from there. You know, where would you have us look now, based upon what you're doing? Where do we need to go next with Speed Capital?
That's a good question. And I'm going to go back to something you said a minute ago about the, you know, the meters, the kilometers worth of books. I hate to admit it, I didn't read all those before I wrote my book. I've read some of them, you know, in the process. And I think when I have read some of those books about Indianapolis, they're so focused on the cars and the races that I'm not saying it wouldn't help me to read more of those, but at a certain point, it was like, I want to break out of that mold, right? And one of the things, like, I realized, I mean, what's the nickname for the Indianapolis Motor Speedway? It's the Brickyard, right? And what you have to realize, I think, if you look at a track like the Speedway, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, if you just look at the cars, you're only looking at roughly half of the technology, right? Because there's a lot of other technology that goes into making a speedway into a really, really interesting place. It's the automobiles, it's the tires, but it's also things like the bricks that they put down on the track, or whatever the pavement is on the track. It's the lights surrounding it so that you can have events at night. You know, early on in the Speedway's history, the first events were balloon contests. They were aviation contests with airplanes. And some people, some good historians who have written about that, just kind of dismiss those things. They go, well, that was just a publicity stunt. That was just a way Carl Fisher was trying to get people interested in his auto races. And I looked at it, I said, no, I don't think that's what he's doing at all. I think he's creating the speedway as a place to demonstrate all these, what I call space annihilating, what they called space annihilating technologies. And if you just act like those are publicity stunts and you kind of like forget about them and you just focus on the cars, you're missing the idea that at least before World War I, up to about 1917 or 1918, the speedway is probably, I won't say it's as much about aviation as it is about automobiles, but it's like maybe a third about aviation. And it's about these technologies of getting people more quickly from place to place in the modern era. And that's one of the things modernity is all about, is using technology, I think, to limit the strictures of time and place. And Fisher's kind of a master at that. And I think that the speedway is a good representation of those changes happening in the early 20th century.
Yeah, and
I'm going to throw, go ahead, Paul.
You sure? Okay, sorry. Yeah, Brian, once again, just a great book, very rich, fertile in ideas. It's amazing. But yeah, the connection between auto racing and aviation, I think, is something you bring out really well. And yeah, that's where Rickenbacker then kind of comes in the 20s. And so I thought you did that really well. But the thing about the competition history, you do bring that in. And one thing I really love about your book is you talk about the context and all these different factors like urban planning and aviation and everything else. But you always come back to the races, and you always have a little section in each chapter on 1916, this is what happened, 1921, 22. And I really like that. So I think, because that's one of the big challenges with writing sports history is you don't want to be too journalistic. You don't want to get into just the anecdotal and what happened on the field or on the track. But you can't really ignore that either. I mean, it is important. And so the way you weave the two together, I thought was outstanding. But one other thing that I wanted to say, what I really liked about your book is how you trace the nostalgic impulse beginning in the 30s. That there's a point in the 30s where the Indy 500 or the promoters start to look back on the event itself, like this kind of meta history, if you will, of the event itself, and they start to promote their history. And I thought that was really brilliantly done. So yeah, I wrote a review of your book as well, so it'll be out soon, and it's a glowing review. But yeah, those are some of the things that I really liked about it.
Yeah, and if I can respond to a couple of those things. So I remember the first thing you were saying before you went to
aviation.
Oh, it's the actual racing.
Yeah.
My original thought when I was writing the book is it was going to be much more about Speedway City and urban planning and those kinds of things, and it was going to be much less chronological. And as I started working, I started saying, if there haven't been a lot of academic works on auto racing, I mean, I know there's some NASCAR stuff, right, and some other things. I've actually learned about some of them from Don. I need to go reread or read some of these. I said, at a certain point, I think we just need to tell the story of the races, and go through newspaper accounts and as best as I can construct what happened at those races. And it was kind of fun because you start to see how much faster things are getting, when we're talking a 130 mile per hour lap, a race, speed, I guess, a race, as opposed to like an 80 mile an hour race. That's a huge difference. And we see those things happening, and each race kind of people talk about it in different ways, and that changes over time. But the nostalgia thing, again, that's something that wasn't supposed to be in the book. I originally thought I was going to end this maybe sometime in the post-World War I period, 1920s. My first book more or less ended around 1929 or so, and then I pushed it a little bit later. And what happened is it was one of those weird serendipity moments where a few years ago I was at an estate sale. This is probably before the pandemic. I was at an estate sale in Amarillo, Texas, big house, apparently a doctor at the local VA hospital. And they had like an entire, a very complete run of Sports Illustrated from like the 1950s to the 1970s. It was like 20 or 25 years of Sports Illustrated. And I spent probably 45 minutes just going through them, and they were $2 a piece or something. And one of the ones I bought it had Eddie Matthews, the famous Atlanta Braves slugger, on the cover. And I said, well, my uncle sorry, not Atlanta Braves, Milwaukee Braves. He was a Milwaukee Braves fan, my uncle was. And I said, I'll buy him this copy of Sports Illustrated, and he'll enjoy it, from like 1957 or something like that. And I took it home and I got looking at it and I go, oh, there's part one of a two-part series about the Speedway and about the new owner, Tony Holman. And as I got reading it, and they're talking about the museum and how the museum's getting built. The original one gets built in the 50s. The present one was built in the 70s, around the time of the bicentennial, which of course is a important time for museums. And I started reading, I said, oh, this is where the book needs to end. It needs to end with the building of the museum in the 1950s and kind of how, you know, people are looking back with nostalgia to this kind of golden sports in the 20s. And then once I had kind of figured that out, then I start reading all the stuff in the 30s. And I said, oh, the nostalgia's there before they ever build the museum. Yeah. It even starts, I would say, a little bit after World War I, but you can really feel it coming into play in the 1930s during the Great Depression. That, you know, the Speedway's been around for about 20 years or so. It survived World War I. It survived stock market crash. And now people are starting to look back at it as this thing that's been there. It's been around. And that's also right about the same time that the Baseball Hall of Fame is getting started in the 1930s. It is this kind of, the 1930s is this time period where, because of the Depression, people are looking forward to the future. They're anticipating the future, but they're also looking back kind of fondly to the past before modernity collapsed, essentially in the 1930s. And I think the Speedway is just such a good illustration of how that develops. It's not the only sport where it happens, but it's a really, really important one, I think, for understanding.
And that's where your book really, fits our overall sort of scope of automobile history and motorsports history, because so much of motorsports is rooted in some form of nostalgia. You know, we remember those great old drivers and those great old car builders, and we remember the famous races, and we can all hearken back to where we were when this event happened or what got us interested in a particular kind of motorsport. You know, so much of studying racing, just like history itself, is really based on that sort of fascination with nostalgia. You know, remember when, and racing really sort of prides itself in that, because you can look at an automobile from the 19-teens, the 1920s that raced at Indianapolis. You can go and actually see one. You can actually go and see, you can go to the NASCAR Hall of Fame and see a stock car that competed on the beach at Daytona in the mid-1950s. That's it. It's there. And it's not just that nostalgia, but there's the artifact right there. You can see it, and you can, if you had to, you could go over and touch it, you know, and that's that. And again, to dovetail on what Paul said, yeah, that idea of, at some point we start sort of hearkening back, and that idea of, who was the first two-time winner, who was the first three-time winner, who was the first one to break 100 miles an hour, and you just start kind of swimming in all of that fascinating data that ultimately throws you back to that idea of this is our connection to that history. This is where we actually become part of it.
Right, and it's an interesting tension. Yeah, go ahead, Paul.
Sorry, Don. It's an interesting tension too, because motorsport is about progress, as Brian's book shows. Right, every year there's an increase in speed, so it's a forward-looking sport, but yet you have this draw to the past as well, and there's always a tension, I think, in motorsport between those two things. So,
and I would say by the time they actually create the museum, or not long after they create the museum in the 1950s, one of the things I say in the book is that a race car is pretty much, it's a historic relic.
Yeah,
a year or two. That's not necessarily the case in 1909, but by the 1960s, I mean, as soon as you run one of these cars, the technology has already passed it by. And I think that's one of the things that's so interesting about motorsport nostalgia, is that this technology is moving so quickly that it does almost kind of so quickly turn the recent past into the past.
Yeah, and one of the things that Paul hit, it's funny how great minds think alike here. Thank you, Paul. With that whole business of nostalgia, something that I kept seeing here, there, and yonder was Indianapolis was an interesting aspect of Americana, in that it's the only race after the teens that the Europeans even basically knew existed well into the 60s. I mean, it took a while for the US Grand Prix, for instance, but, but Indianapolis has this nostalgia for when the French came over, that, in 13 and 14 and all that. And then you have Indianapolis adopting the international, Formula International for a time. And then in 38, the Grand Prix in Indianapolis. It runs a Grand Prix formula. I mean, Italiano, you have a Maserati, and by the way, I'm a Maserati guy, comes over and they do very successful, because someone was very clever and said, I think this can happen. We can make this. But that goes back to something that Paul hit. There was this nostalgia for this international connection that got lost. And I think you kind of get on that. And I think that's part of what this whole cultural thing that we get involved with, is that there was a culture that had created in Indianapolis that always had this outward reach to Europe. I mean, I just find it fascinating because, even when you have the production-based formula from 30 to 37, you still have a European interest. Not necessarily great, but people are writing about it. People are looking at it. The Italians took it very seriously. I know that. I mean, that's one of the reasons that they were able to do that. But yeah, and that goes back to again, Brian, this holistic cultural approach that you took. It as Mark pointed out, all these little dots start connecting. That nostalgia that the two of you have talked about, that becomes an important part of this, the remembrance, if you will, of that. So that to me, and this conversation has really kind of sharpened some of my ideas about it. That's really the sort of book. Every time I pick it up, I start flipping through it, or find something like, hold on, where did that come from? I thought I'm reading the words differently.
That's quite a compliment. I mean, I just want people to read it. So if you pick it up and read it, look at it again. That's better.
I've already read it 4 times, so yeah.
I think what you're saying about the international dynamic is really interesting, because that's something that's in there, but it wasn't really stressed. But you're absolutely right. Depending on where we're at in time, right? Pre-World War I is different from, say, the 1920s and 30s. But I think there's also kind of a regional nostalgia that comes into play there. You were saying earlier that Indianapolis is an early manufacturing center for automobiles, certainly before 1932 or 33, before the Great Depression. Indianapolis, it's not quite Detroit, but they're making a lot of cars there. And then the Depression pretty much kills off Indianapolis's auto industry, other than maybe some parts manufacturing in central Indiana, and there's probably reasons for that. But in a weird way, the death of the auto industry long term is probably a good thing for Indianapolis. Because if you compare it to Detroit, what happens to Detroit, right? I mean, Detroit, it is the giant of American auto manufacturing. And at a certain point in the 1970s and 80s, that more or less kills off Detroit, right? With all due respect to people who live in Detroit and love Detroit, I know there's people who love it as a city, but it gets so focused on producing automobiles, the Henry Ford production and so forth, that's all it can do. And what happens at a certain point is Indianapolis isn't producing automobiles by and large after the 1930s. And instead, they're focused on the spectacle, and they get focused on the nostalgia, and they get focused on kind of the symbolism of automobiles as much as the actual production of automobiles. And at a certain point, what it seems to me like happens is Indianapolis, it takes kind of a postmodern turn at a relatively early date, right? Where instead of continuing focusing producing the cars, we're going to produce a spectacle that's about cars, that's going to build the mystique of this place, to the point where by like the 1970s, Indianapolis is making a conscious decision. we're going to, part of our focus in terms of building the economy of this place, it's going to be about sport. It's going to be about professional sport. It's going to be about amateur sport. And you look at Indianapolis history in terms of sport, yeah, they've got, I mean, now they have a couple of big league teams in terms of football and basketball. But they, they do the Pan Am Games in 1987. The NCAA has its headquarters there now. It's the Speedway, of course, goes back far. And I think that Indianapolis in some ways kind of more so than most Midwestern cities, it kind of gets out ahead of that change in the economy. That it's no longer just about producing things, but it's also about producing, I don't know, media spectacle and an automotive spectacle. I hope
that's a very good point. Yeah, because other than baseball, it had a AAA team there forever and ever and ever. The sports explosion seems to be tied very directly to the ability of all these people coming in with their different sports to the Speedway and the expertise that has been built up over time and so forth. I want to read something that there's a book that has bothered me ever since it came out. Stephen Reese is one of the gods in Nash. Got it. I've talked to Stephen a couple of times. I even hit him on this one. It's in a series called the American History Series. It's Sport Industrial America, 1850 to 1920. One of the few automobile-related things that gets mentioned is Indianapolis. And on page 44, he says, car racing remained a significant sport in the 1920s, but the automobile's primary role in sport was primarily transporting fans to ball games and golfers to the links. I've never forgiven Stephen for that, as accurate as it may be. But that, I think, sums up why I was so taken with your book, because it's, I would say, a antithesis of that, but it plays off that very much so, because without the automobile, there is no Speedway.
Steve and I had a bit of an exchange one time. He was editing something I had written for something he was editing, a volume of some sort. And I said something about the Speedway was a suburban venue. And he's like, no, it's in the city. And I was like, not in 1909, it wasn't. It's 4 miles from downtown. I mean, today it's kind of surrounded by the city, but it wasn't when they built it. And I think what's interesting, what you just said, that about it being kind of people driving to sports, I think that I really believe that like the Speedway is like the prototypical suburban stadium, the place that you drive to see sport. Like you don't really have that before 1909. And what is it? It's a place not just you drive there and you watch sport. It's not to watch baseball or football. You drive there to watch sport of the technology that took you to the place. And I think that's so, why haven't we talked about that? Why haven't all the sport historians who talk about stadiums and suburbanization of stadiums, people like Steve Reese, why don't they talk about the fact that really the first place where you can do that is an automotive speedway built like 5 years, I can't remember exactly the year of the Model T, but it's like the year after the Model T is introduced or something, right? 5 years is, I'm thinking of the first automobile in my city of Amarillo, Texas, shows up in 1904, and then within 5 years, you've got this speedway in Indianapolis. And then going back to something Paul said earlier, kind of where do we go from here? I would say one of the things that surprised me the most when I was doing the research was like every city in America had a speedway. There's like a moment, not every city, but a lot of cities between like 1910 and like 1917, like right before World War I. Omaha, Des Moines, Amarillo, Texas, where I live, had a couple of different speedways for a couple of years.
Brooklyn. You're talking my home here. Okay.
And I think that in some ways, the success of the automobile in the 1920s sort of kills off speedway racing, except at just a couple of places, right? Like Indianapolis. And I think that one of the things that occurred to me as I was researching, writing the book, I said, we need to know a lot more about these kind of little speedways that disappear after 5 or 10 years. Why is there this huge boom in the 19 teens and then it kind of disappears? And I think that's part of the reason why nostalgia is so important for Indianapolis, is because there's nobody else hardly in the United States that's doing this, until of course you get NASCAR and midget car racing and some of these other types of, later Formula One, I think, is coming to the United States. I admit I don't know, I can't tell you all the years that these things happen, but Indianapolis is kind of the place that's left. They're left standing. And there's a couple moments where the Speedway almost got turned into something else. It almost becomes an airport. It almost becomes a suburban housing development a couple times. There's several times where they could have taken that land, divested it, turned it into something else. And basically what happens is by the 1940s, by the time Tony Holman buys it, he realizes this place is more valuable as a sporting center than as a housing development or as an airport. The land, again, because of all the tradition and the races, it's not just nostalgia, it's this sense of like, there is value in the sporting stories that have been made here for the last 20 years or so. So that's my rambly way of saying, I do hope that we start to learn more about these other speedways, because I had to kind of piece it together from newspapers and like some websites that are out there to try to figure out what was going on at Omaha and these other places. And there's all these tracks that almost get built. I mean, you can find newspapers where they're going to build one at Louisville, they're going to build one at Philadelphia, Providence, Rhode Island, and some of them get built. There's one down in Miami, Florida that gets destroyed in the hurricane of 1926.
Fisher
I think
built
a lot
that,
of
right?
What's
Is
that?
that Carl Fisher? Carl Fisher built that track, didn't he?
The board track.
In Miami.
Yeah, Oakland.
But
Yeah,
there's a lot that don't get built. So,
but that we talk about the role of the Speedway. That's where the Speedway became sort of a symbol of the future, because so many communities looked to the success of Indianapolis and looked to the spectacle. And that's where a lot of those Chamber of Commerces, I think, started saying, hey, let's build one of those here. And, and then you get into the, we just mentioned, I think, Paul, you just said, the board tracks, they raised the spectacle of motor racing to an nth degree, because they were high banked, they were smooth, they were incredibly dangerous. They were also incredibly delicate, because, one spark could burn the place to the ground, or a hurricane could blow it away. But that idea that, Indianapolis had the Speedway and it had the bricks and it had its own kind of thing. But then people saying, well, we could do that too, but just a little different, and, building, Sheep's Head Bay and Altoona and places like that, where it's the idea of what they saw in Indianapolis, but they wanted to kind of put their own kind of spin on it. And unfortunately, for a lot of, you had dirt tracks and things, but for a lot of the big spectacles, you had those board tracks that were, just
ephemeral.
Just a completely different animal altogether. And they didn't last. Indianapolis has weathered a whole lot of storms and is still successful. I don't know of many airports where you walk through the terminal and you see race cars.
Yeah.
Parksville International was built on the Atlanta Speedway. Two things. One, Mark knows this. Harold Brasington said the Darlington Speedway was influenced directly by what he saw in Indianapolis. And also, throwing this over in Paul's lap, if we take that dot and push it across the water, you have Tripoli, you have Monza, you have the Nürburgring, you have Montejarre, you have all these European little speed palaces as well, capitals of speed. And so it's not just an American phenomenon, although I think it's been overlooked, as you correctly point out, Brian, to the point where I 25 years ago, I knew a little bit, and and I spent 25 years digging into what you know, into those things, and I still find stuff all the time when I go through a motor age or an automobile, like, where did that come from? And so forth. But again, I think, Paul, that's one of the things that again, fascinating, because that's architecture. It represents an ideology in many instances. Although the Nuremberg was added afterwards, was built before the National Socialists. But Tripoli is another example. That is very much influenced, I would say, by Indianapolis, to be perfectly honest, when you take a look at it. And as Brian has correctly pointed out, when you start looking at these integral pieces, suddenly you're finding, as historians, wow, we have got a lot to do on this. I mean, graduate students, it's an open field. It really is. You can shoot 360 degrees and you'll find a topic that very little has been done. So anyway.
Well, and speedways are such an important part. I mean, we look at them as being the venue where the cars and the stars do their thing. But when you think about, as Brian, shows us in his book, when you think about what the track itself meant to the region, meant to the economy, meant to the government, meant to the area where it was built. And then you can just kind of extrapolate from there. What about Darlington in South Carolina? What did Daytona do for Daytona Beach? I'm from northeastern Pennsylvania, Pocono. The Mattiolis bought a spinach farm and had had a three-cornered triangular track built that was actually had one turn modeled directly after Indianapolis. And the idea of, from that speedway and from that event, whatever race it happens to be, you branch out and you see the impact and the effect on, as Don, you just said, 360 degrees around that region. And it's so much more than just, the car racing is important, but boy, then you can go off in so many different directions and look at the influence of these places, and not only the influence on the sport, but the influence on where these things were built and what they meant to those regions.
More story time. I was told, and Brian, I want you to understand this, I was told many a time by people who were auto racing historians that a lot of things did not exist. For instance, the racing rules to the Automobile Club of America. I found them. An Automobile magazine in 1901 and the amendments in 1902. I found the first 1903 rules by the AAA Racing Board that were done. I was told they didn't exist. On and on and on. But I think that's the academics. We dig, we're persistent. But we also leave a trail of breadcrumbs, because that's what I may find important. I think, and that's what I like about your book. Someone can pick your book up and continue to march. That is important. Same thing with Paul. Same thing what you've done, Mark. We can pick these works up and we have breadcrumbs, because we run into brick walls on occasion. The fact that Paul told me that there was not a book, even in Italian, on the relationship between fascists and the fascistas and the motorsport.
There is one book in Italian. One book.
Yeah, but I mean, wow! Out of how many on Italian racing? I've got shelves of these books, and that just blew my mind. Yet now we have, and again, I keep going back to it, a book that lays it out. Can people go and do more work? Of course. We open doors. Paul has opened the door. Brian, you've opened the door. God, Mark, you've opened many, many, many doors for people. So this is why I think this discussion, this is why the Argetsinger Symposium exists. To have these discussions, to have these people who are buffs, but are darn good historians. They come up with topics I would have never imagined, and personalities that when you start piecing those pieces together, suddenly you have a clear idea. I mean, how many times we had someone talking about a European topic? Well, we had the Italians with some years ago there that I was blown away. There were things, I know a lot about Italian racing, I thought, until they showed up. And then they just went into things. I was thinking, how did I miss that? Not necessarily because they don't read Italian very well. It's the fact that their brains were looking at those things and saying, there's more to this. That's what Paul did. That's what you did, Brian, on that. Because again, where do you go next? That's one of my questions. Where do you go next with this in motorsport?
That's a good question. I was going to say something different, but I'm not sure the answer to that question. I was just going to say that there's this. I think that I wish that mainstream historians would take things like sport more seriously.
Oh, definitely.
Here's the reason. I think back to that Amy Bass roundtable that you mentioned earlier. I remember reading that when it came out. I would have loved to have been part of that discussion in the Journal of American History. But there's this great book by a retired historian at Princeton, a guy named Dan Rogers, who wrote a book called Atlantic Crossings. And it's all about like liberal progressivism in the late 1800s, early 1900s, and these Americans who went to Germany and they studied in German universities, and people who went to England and learned about the social settlements, and they came back and they did a lot of these things in the United States. But one of the things we've been talking about is how something like that is happening with auto racing and automotive spectacle, because the people in Europe are paying attention to Indianapolis, but where did Carl Fisher get his idea in the first place? He sees Brooklands in England. He sees what they're doing there, and he says, we should have one of those back in Indianapolis. And I guess one way you could take that is you could say, okay, well, we should be looking at kind of these international, transnational, cross-Atlantic kind of connections with sport. But I think, again, sport is not just telling us something about sport. It's telling us something about how people are using their time, what they're investing in, what they're investing their money in, but also their enjoyment. And auto racing, again, I think Mark put it really well, is that the story of Indianapolis, it's not just about the cars, it's not just about the races, but it's about all the other things that are going on around them. What the spectators are seeing, but also how are they getting there, and how the cities are put together and things like that. So I mean, I'd be really happy if we kept thinking along those lines and we said, okay, the racing itself is a really important thing that we need to understand, but what does it tell us about everything that's going on around those racetracks as well?
I think, Mark, you said one time, the most important thing about motor racing is not the cars and the tracks, it's all the stuff around it. Yeah, and it's the cultural aspect. By the way, you reminded me of something. I just came across this after looking for it for like about 5 years now. Sport, A Cultural History by Dr. Richard Mandel, who was one of my professors in graduate school. This is back when sport history, you could do Olympics and you could do baseball in America, and football was coming along. And you could do cricket, football, soccer, and Olympics in Europe. And he really lays it out quite well. So that's a very good point. And there's just so many things that where we need to go with this. Thank goodness for the Argetsinger, because every year, something pops up that surprises me.
Well, and what I like too, this since we'll throw Dan in here sort of in absentia, One of the points that he made one time is that the thing about racetracks is that, as opposed to road racing, and especially in the old days of like the Glidden Tour and things like that, and the Vanderbilt Cup, where you had kind of point to point sort of racing, having an enclosed course meant fans had something to see. They could stand by the fence or sit in a grandstand and watch the cars go around and around repeatedly, and it was actually entertainment. It was more than just watching a car go by in a cloud of dust and that's it. Suddenly you had this kind of creation of an economy. Well, you had to buy a ticket to get the seat, and then while you're watching the races, you're probably going to get thirsty, so you could buy something to drink, and here's a program that tells you who's out there racing. And everything just kind of blossoms out of that idea of, how do we make something where people have something to watch, where they're going to sit here and have hours of entertainment. And that to me is fascinating, that idea that, and that's what Indianapolis, still does. I mean, the idea that, yeah, the races are exciting, but there are things there for people to do. There's everything from, the VIP suites to, the snake pit. But there's something for everybody, and if, whatever floats your boat, as they say.
I think you've hit on an important idea, if you don't mind me just jumping in. It's a way to commodify the race, right? It's hard to commodify. It's hard to charge tickets for a road race. You could do it, but it's hard. Whereas with a closed course, like you said, you could control access to the stands, but you can also watch the person go by again and again and again. And what's interesting then is it's not just the race itself is commodified, but the racers too can become celebrities, can become commodified celebrity. And there's one place in the book where I'm not a big Marxian, but there's kind of a Marxian moment where I say something like, this is basically how automobility becomes commodified, right? That it gets turned into
bingo, yeah,
what a use value, right, or market value. That it goes from like, okay, you can watch cars, to like, oh, we can like make money off of charging people to watch the symbolism of cars go by again and again and again. And I think that's hugely important. I think Dan's exactly right about that the closing the course, which I think is sort of an American innovation, that really it commodifies the event. So
and you see that right about 1901, 1902, particularly about then, because the relationship motor racing culture in America, you have to understand bicycle racing, and you have to understand the two forms of horse racing, harness racing and thoroughbred racing, which are different rules and different organizations, which, again, my ignorance was only exceeded by my lack of knowledge on that.
So
you see that it's entertainment. Basically, racing, motorsport is a sport. I keep talking, I see it as a sport, less as a technical thing. I mean, people get 99% of the books seem to be about gear ratios and bores and strokes and tire sizes and stuff. I'm more fascinated in what Paul wrote about. I want to know, how did this ideology accommodate this thing? The Mila Migla, holy moly, try to explain that outside of, and the on and on and on. Yeah, Paul.
yeah, thanks, Don. So Brian, one thing about your book is when I finished reading it, I wanted to know more. I mean, is there a plan to kind of tell the rest of the story? 60s, 70s, and 90s, or is that it?
Yeah. I'll be honest, I don't have that plan. I haven't said I'm not going to do that. My first book was football. My second book was auto racing. I've written a big chunk of my third book, and I hate to admit it's baseball, which is actually probably my favorite sport. And if you've been to Nash, you know that Nash used to be like all baseball and boxing. It's actually it's weird. Like at a certain point, Nash was like, yeah, we're not really going to do baseball anymore. That's passé. And I'm like, no, I think there's a new way of looking at the business of baseball, of organized baseball. That's kind of what I'm working on. But I suspect at some point I'm going to get pulled back into the story of 1960s, 1970s auto racing. I'll confess, a while back, Dan Nathan, who's the editor of the Journal of Sport History, asked me if I wanted to do. He's like, we never reviewed that movie, Ford versus Ferrari, when it came out. He's like, do you want to do a book review or a movie review? And at first I hadn't misunderstood him. I thought he wanted me to review the book that's based on. Go Like Hell, I think is the title. And I said, well, I could do that. And I ended up reviewing both of them for the Journal. And I loved the book. The movie was good too, but I really loved that book. And I was like, oh, there's some really interesting stuff going on in the 1960s in terms of automobiles. I think about my dad was, he owned a muscle car or two in the 1960s. He had like a 1967 GTO, I think. And part of me is like, now I want to know more about what was going on in auto racing more generally in the 60s. So I'm not saying I'm going to do that book, but it may pull me back in at some point in time. But for now, baseball is kind of where I'm going for the next big book project, at least. But yeah,
and there's that international sort of, combination that we see in motorsports. I think about the 1965 Indianapolis 500. You've got a Lotus powered by a Ford engine, driven by a Scotsman, and the people servicing the car are a NASCAR pit crew from Virginia. And they go on to dominate the Indianapolis 500 and win. And and people don't find that interesting. Historians don't see that as having some level. There's some fascination there with how all of those pieces came together at that particular point in time. It boggles the imagination. Of course,
5 minutes, gentlemen. 5 minutes.
I'm kind of a one-trick pony, but those kinds of stories, and Indianapolis is really such a hotbed for those kinds of stories.
Because it seems that in the 60s, with the British, innovation comes back. I'm not an expert on Indy 500 history, but it would just be interesting to see that, now you get into the 60s, you have the museum, you have the whole nostalgia, you got the invented traditions like the drinking of the milk and all that, which I think you also bring out brilliantly in your book. So yeah, so it'd just be interesting to see what direction how that goes in the 60s. So.
And didn't they they are in the process of rebuilding or remodeling the museum at Indianapolis?
Yeah, it shut down for a while. It will not be open. They're cleaning house to a large extent for various reasons. Mostly because they found that they had all this stuff that had nothing to do with Indianapolis Speedway and the race, or Indianapolis for that matter. And so that's basically where it stands right now. Jason Van Sickle is leading that effort. Jason is one of the really good guys, as far as I'm concerned. He's done a super job there. And I had to get it off because exactly what Paul said. The mystic chords of memory, the transformation of tradition in American culture. Don't drop it on your foot all these years later. And it's so I have this whole bunch of books that I keep Brian keeps, that I keep going back to. And they all seem to be just like Mark and I's relationship started, on with the word culture. I mean, our official mission for the Argetsinger is the first turn meets the cultural turn. And that's what we've tried to push for years and years and years now. Mike thought it was funny. But after he thought about it, he said, that's pretty much what we're talking about. Because when you look at Watkins, over the years, it's a cultural site. It really, that's a village of only a couple thousand people, and then you have over 100,000 people show up on a weekend. When first time I went there, I just came back from Europe, and it was maybe 20,000, and that was a huge crowd. Then it got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And when the last one I went to sometime, I guess like 79, 80, whenever it was, no, nobody batted an eye that it was like 75 or 80,000 in this little village whose sole purpose, like Indianapolis, was a race.
And to bring all those foreign teams to
Oh, yeah.
that little hamlet, you know, and that was just expected. And that's what you did. That was on the schedule, and you showed up, and nobody batted an eye about that.
I had people in the UK would see something with me and said, "You know where Washington Glen is?" "Yeah, I go there all the time." They started talking about it. Said, "My one trip to America to a race was at Watkins." And they still talk about that. So anyway, I think we're getting close to time. Any closing remarks?
Just looking forward to seeing you all you guys virtually and in person in a week or so. So thank you for this great talk.
Thank you all for reading and inviting me here. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
Stay a part of the group. You're always welcome. Believe me. Believe me.
Thank you for writing this book, Brian.
Oh yeah.
It's changed our outlook on a lot of things, I think, or at least supported and has kind of bolstered up our feelings about that relationship between culture and motorsport. And likewise, real quickly, I'm sorry I'm not going to see everybody in person, but I will be lurking around in a virtual digital form there somewhere over the weekend, and I hope everyone has safe travels getting to and from the track. So
thank you, Paul, as always. Thank you, Brian. Of course, thank you, Mark. And Dan, I'm going to work Dan in somehow and all this. So thank you so much for taking your time. And again, it's always a pleasure to talk with you guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Brian, for joining us. So thank you, guys. I hope we didn't ruin your lunch.
I think we have Don and Paul here for a very brief Q&A. If anybody has any questions about the lunchtime presentation. I know you're all dying to know. It's Ohio State 14, Penn State 10 at the half.
We'll make this fairly quick. We hope we didn't ruin your lunch or anything. It was a lot of fun. Paul, we go back a long time now. One of the reasons we wanted to do that, we touched upon some issues, and I know Paul brought up the idea of nostalgia, which is a cultural factor. And I think it was very important that we wanted to have a couple of people just sitting there, sitting around talking about what you've heard. And Brian Ingrassia's book, Speed Count, if you haven't read it, you need to get it. It's really that good. It's one of those things that I know that, we all were just so impressed. It took an approach that we thought was very appropriate to what we do here. Very much in what I said at the end, we really look at, and I know Ken kind of brought this up in spades today, the idea of culture. The first term meets the cultural term. That's really what we do. Paul, anything you wanted to add to what you do?
Yeah, I highly recommend Brian Ingrassia's book. I mean, he's never been here. But it seems like he has, because the book that he produced is very much
as Don said, what we've been trying to do here, which is trying to put together or understand the history of motorsport through the connection to motorsport and culture in general. And a lot of the papers that have been presented here over the years do exactly that. And you know, I've always said is that if we want academics to take racing history seriously, we have to write good history. And that's exactly what Ingrassia does. But I think there's another challenge too, which is, especially in this context, which is to do something that's academically interesting, but also that's interesting to the non-academics. And you know, that's always a challenge. But what I love about the symposium is that we are able to bring those two groups of people together. The enthusiasts, the amateur historians, but also the professional historians. That's not easy to do in many ways, but we've been able to do it here. And Ingrassia's book does that. And he's got the scholarship, he's got the cultural history, he's got the history of the city of Indianapolis, he's got the people involved, but he's also got the competition history too. If you read his book, he always comes back to the competition. So he'll talk about that particular year's Indy 500, who won it, the speed record, and any significant events that happened, and then he dovetails it into the actual history of the community and of transportation and sport. And so it's a beautiful example, I think, of what we've tried to do here over the years. So I highly recommend it, and hopefully we can get Brian to come down at some point.
Yeah, again, appreciate the opportunity we have to do this. Again, this is one of the rare times that Mark is not able to make it. And we wanted to have Dan, but something unfortunate came up. Dan couldn't participate. But Dan had planned to talk about one aspect that we really wanted to talk about, public history. That's an important part of all of what we do. We really haven't touched too much on public history. And as the curator of the NASCAR Hall of Fame Museum, he was very uniquely qualified to touch on that topic. Just like Andy worked in the public history area. So that's something that we really had hoped to include, and unfortunately Dan had to leave. But there's so many things. Just the last, this year, look at all the topic areas that questions have been generated for further research and further discussion. So I think, if nothing else, that's why I'm pretty happy about this whole thing. I'm always, and I'll say something from the bottom of my heart, I'm always so sad that Mike Argetsinger couldn't see this. This was his baby, his dream. I happened to get caught up in it and carried it on with that. But again, thank you all for being here. We're going to continue with the show. I need to get out of the way so that my buddy Andy can get up here. And we have set him up with Indianapolis. So thank you. Thank you all.
Thanks, guys. So we will begin our final afternoon session with Andrew, who's going to be discussing Studebaker at the Speedway, if that title is correct. So please welcome Andrew Beckman.
All right, thank you very much. Let me get familiarized with the controls here. Okay. Again, thank you for having me today. It's my first time out here at the conference in general, and also my first time to this part of New York. It's absolutely beautiful. And to answer Kip's question he asked me beforehand, yes, Studebaker did race at the Indianapolis 500. So you're going to have to stay for the whole thing now. I'm sorry. We are merely conducting an exacting test of our cars, stated a Studebaker executive on a fine spring day in 1933. The executive was Studebaker's chief engineer, Barney Roos, and he was standing at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in front of the team of Studebaker race cars. His full quote was, as was our policy last year, Studebaker is not trying to win the Indianapolis race. We are merely conducting an exacting test of our cars. He went on to say he had a bridge to sell you in Brooklyn, and he also had some land in Florida you might be interested as well. For if anyone believes that anyone entering a race is not trying to win, well, I certainly wouldn't lend them any money. Now, Studebaker is, I realize, not the first name that comes to mind when you speak of motorsports. In fact, it's not even the first name that comes to mind if you speak of motorsports from South Bend, Indiana. Thank you, Ryan Newman, for that. But Studebaker, for its 116 years of 114 years of vehicle manufacturing, had a very limited but very intense period of motorsports competition. Now, this is somewhat of a surprise. You would think maybe the Studebaker brothers, the company's founders, had something against motorsports. No, this was not the case. In fact, Henry and Clement Studebaker were avid horsemen. JM, all the brothers, loved a fast racehorse of the day. In fact, in 1881, JM had just acquired a new mount, and he felt that his horse was faster than his brother Clem's. His brothers are wont to do. They took exception to this thesis, and they decided the only logical thing to do was to settle this on Lafayette Street in front of the Studebaker administration building in South Bend, Indiana. Unfortunately, they passed by the local town marshal, who immediately cited them for speeding and forced them to appear before the chief magistrate, who was also the mayor of South Bend. Despite a full-throated defense of their actions, they were fined $2 in course costs, and furthermore, they agreed never to do it again. Again, if you believe that, well, I wouldn't put too much stock in that. As Studebaker transitioned to the automobile age, the early Studebaker automobile history is not one of just building automobiles out of the Studebaker factory. They were essentially marketing cars produced by other upstart companies. After all, Studebaker had the name recognition. They'd been around since the 1850s. They were the worldwide leader of horse-drawn equipment. The new EMF models for Everett Metzger Flanders, that was the larger of the two models, and the Flanders 20, given for its horsepower. Those, as well as some Garford models, and even one of the electrics competed regularly in local contests throughout the early part of the 20th century. We see here the EMF and Flanders down, all competing cars in the first sanctioned race meet of the season on Montgomery, Alabama's track. And of course, pointing you to where you could go out and buy one of these new race-proven Flanders 20 and EMF 30 automobiles. Yet despite this early flurry of activity, Studebaker really stepped back from even encouraging their cars in competition. Studebaker was looking at really more playing off their name, again, their reputation. You could go to your Studebaker dealer, you were going to get a solidly built car. You would pay a little more for it. They certainly weren't competing with Henry Ford in the low price field. But you could count on getting a solid middle price car from Studebaker, and indeed, their reputation spoke for itself. We have a 1919 Big Six in the collection that logged 475,000 miles, not as a company test vehicle, but as a privately owned automobile. And Studebaker felt this was noteworthy, hence they bought it back for inclusion in their collection. The first appearance of Studebaker at the Speedway was in 1924, and this deserves a bit of an asterisk here. The Studebaker Special number 8, driven by Earl Cooper, actually placed second that year, and I will point out the Studebaker components on this car right now. That would be the decal on the side here, and also the radiator badge. This is a Miller engine, Miller chassis body. If you're familiar all with how Indianapolis race cars, the rules formula for that time, these were all very specialized high-performance vehicles, and let's face it, Studebaker's 40 horsepower light six engine was probably not going to cut it on the field that day. And Studebaker at this period, too, was in a bit of a crossroads. They had, at one time, the top engineering team in the industry with Owen Skelton, Carl Breer, and Fred Zeter. They worked for Studebaker in the late teens. They developed Studebaker's popular Big Six model. But they had a falling out with company executive Albert Erskine. He was actually the president at the time, and they packed their bags and headed off to Chrysler and did very well for Mr. Chrysler and his new corporation, which debuted in 1924. Studebaker also had a problem in the early 20s of really one of marketing. There was a survey done of the industry at some point and figured out Studebaker had one of the narrowest price margins in the industry. That is, from their least expensive automobile to their most expensive automobile. Erskine realized this, but he also realized Studebaker needed more capacity. They needed larger factories. So starting in the late teens up to the mid-20s, he was trying to overhaul Studebaker's plant complex, and when that was in place, he thought about reinvigorating the model lineup. I had mentioned the Light Six previously, and the Big Six, their middle price model, was called the Special Six. And let's face it, from a marketing standpoint, these are not very stimulating names. Their marketing department got it in gear in 1927. The Big Six became the commander, and certain models became the president. The Special Six became the dictator. It seemed like a good idea at the time. That's a talk for another time. The Commander, however, and particularly the Commander Roadster with its Three Musketeers designed Big Six engine, it was noted for being an incredibly reliable engine. In terms of its engineering style, robust would be your words. Someone had said the Studebaker's engineering philosophy was there's no substitute for cast iron, and if you can't cast a glance at one of these engines, you'd be hard-pressed to dispel that. Developed a massive amount of torque. It could churn along all day. Studebaker actually gave it full-pressure lubrication in 1924. And with that, they said, well, we have this very rugged automobile. Let's go out and do some testing with it. Let's go do some racing. Again, these were more private events, not necessarily sanctioned by Studebaker, but certainly not exactly discouraged by the company heads either. This is at the Amityville Speedway in Atlantic City, New Jersey. And we see a trio, or a couple of commanders right there. And of course, I wouldn't be showing you this picture if they did not win the race. And again, the cars held together very well. You got a very rugged, a very solid automobile with the Commander Big Six. They sent 3 more commanders back to Atlantic City back in 1928, and the orders were to complete 25,000 miles as quickly as possible. The Commander you see right there in front, the Roadster, completed that task at 23,000 minutes. Now, 23,000 minutes is a bit of a tricky concept to wrap your head around. Anyone good at math in here? Anyone care? How long is 23,000 minutes? Put it in days. Anyone? Anyone? I see Luke furrowing his brow. I got to tell you, the grade schoolers I give tours to figure this out a whole lot faster than you guys do here, but it comes out to a little over 16 days. So for 16 days, day and night, these commanders lapped the track, rain or shine, through night and darkness, and it was not running time. The clock started when they started the first mile, and it stopped when they completed the 25,000ths. It was a new record, and in fact, Studebaker probably proclaimed nothing on earth has gone so far, so fast. Now, as part of Albert Erskine's grand plans for the company, marketing the product as one end, he had to do something about expanding Studebaker's price reach. So with that, he acquired the Pierce Arrow Corporation in the late 1920s, I believe it was early 1928, to give Studebaker a luxury brand. He wanted to introduce a low-price model called the Erskine, modestly named, one might say, but the Erskine 6, it had an incredibly handsome car designed by Ray Dietrich. Unfortunately, it had that fatal flaw in the automobile industry of being both overpriced and underpowered. And the Erskine was not a success in the market, especially when this new product from Chrysler, the Plymouth, and Ford's Model A came on the scene later. The Erskine really never had a chance, and unfortunately, it disappeared from the landscape just a few years later. On the other end of the line, however, was Studebaker's President 8. The President, as I mentioned, initially started as an upscale model of the Big Six when they renamed that line. But for 1928, the all-new Model FA President came out, and with it came a fresh engine design, a 313 cubic inch inline 8-cylinder engine, fresh off the drawing boards from new chief engineer Delmer G. Barney Roos. Mr. Roos had previously done stints at Timken, Locomobile, Marmon. He had a good engineering mind, and he was really the chief engineer that Studebaker was looking for at the right time. The President 8 was really a hot performer for the day, and kind of very out of character for Studebaker's, steady yet solid reputation. And they immediately realized they had a pretty hot car on their hands. Back they went to the Amityville Speedway with a quartet of presidents. This time the goal was 30,000 miles, in which the Roadster up front there completed in 26,000 minutes. So that's about 19 days. Again, Studebaker was doing things that no other automaker was equal able. I believe Hudson went out and did a similar test, but they counted driving time instead of actually, continuous running clock elapsed time. And you got to think Studebaker was really onto something here. Erskine, in his mind, I think he was looking at going kind of the General Motors route, a car for every person purpose, looking at really expanding into the luxury market and expanded Studebaker's reach and awareness, trying to really rebrand Studebaker from that old horse-drawn era manufacturer to someone who's really bringing you some exciting automobiles. Now, the Studebaker President 8 might have sounded like an ideal power plant for the Indianapolis 500. Unfortunately, the rules at the time were such that engine simply did not qualify. They had a maximum displacement of 91 cubic inches. And again, we hear the names Miller and Duesenberg bandied about a lot during talk of the 500 at that time. Thankfully, there were no restrictions on displacement for the pace cars, and Studebaker was selected to serve as the pace car for the 1929 race, and also supplied a trio of official cars as well. And here we see the pace car, festooned as one be. So there's no mistaking. This is most definitely the pace car. And here we see, can anyone identify this gentleman? Anyone identify this gentleman? A noted Indianapolis figure, a name that will sound familiar, and you'll probably go, oh yeah. Anyone? Well, that would be Harry Hartz. And sitting behind the wheel is, if you get this one, I'll give you $5 right now. Miss Anita Page, a star of the screen, an actress, and she was actually appeared in an Academy Award-winning movie, and I have it right here. Yes. The Broadway Melody, available on Netflix. Check it out tonight back at the hotel. Now, back when I was in high school, some guy tooled around town in his Chevy Monte Carlo pace car replica, and apparently, I'm not sure if it came with the jacket and the hat and everything else, or if he stopped at the pro shop on his way out. But that was, there was no mistake in that car driving around Manitowoc, Wisconsin. And of course, I'm sure a lot of you remember the pace car replicas from the later 60s, early 70s. At our Concord in South Bend, we had one of the, I think it was early 70s, Oldsmobile pace car replicas. This is not a new concept I came to learn when I was putting this talk together. Studebaker commissioned 30 replicas of the 1929 Indianapolis 500 President Roadster. Powered by the 115 horsepower Studebaker President 8 motor, this car possesses the speed and endurance so strikingly demonstrated by its record-breaking performance of 30,000 miles in 26,326 minutes. They weren't wasting a beat on promoting that achievement. One of these cars still survives today, believe it or not. It was found, it had been repainted several times, and the seller had actually promoted, this is one of the pace cars, replicas, and the guy who bought it was like, yeah, sure, right, you're trying to boost the price a little bit. Then as he's stripping the paint, he found the unique paint scheme that was only supplied on those 30 cars. So it's good to know one of those is still with us. Well, ahead of the 1929 race, there was an announcement for rules changes for 1930. In particular, displacement was up to 366 cubic inches. Minimum weight was established. I believe it was 1,750 pounds. The riding mechanic came back, and a few other choices to really open the door for stock engine vehicles at the Indianapolis 500. And as you might imagine, some people were looking at Studebaker's new President 8 as this might be a pretty good idea to look into this as well. Now, this period at the 500, the so-called junk formula period, and I'll borrow from Skip's thing about the rock and roll connection there with some of the early constructors in Europe. This was very much like open mic night at the Indianapolis 500 for a couple years with all the different manufacturers and bases that came in. In 1930, you had, who were some of them? Buick, Stutz, Oakland, Chrysler. This, along with a couple of Maseratis, Mercedes-Benz chassis car. It was literally the quote-unquote junk formula where, run what you brung. I was looking through the pictures before putting this together, and there's the picture of the Stutz. And it literally looks like a guy went and got a Stutz Roadster, took the fenders, the splash aprons, running boards off, and painted a number on the side, and he was able to qualify and race. The Studebaker entries for that year, a quintet of Studebaker engineers got together and said, hey, we can build Indianapolis 500 race car. They called it the Rompthe Special, and that may sound like an odd name. Well, it was the first initial of the last names of the engineers, and they added an E on the end to make it at least pronounceable. But we see J.C. McDonald, that's the M in Rompthe, as the driver, and William Richards, the R in the Rompthe, is the riding mechanic. And another name, a free agent, a privateer, if you will, that was Russell Snowberger in the Russell 8. And he also competed with Paul Rice as riding mechanic, and they qualified for the 1930 Indianapolis 500, one of the many stock blockers there. And here we see the Russell 8 motor. The Studebaker's present engine was given the usual massaging. You see the magneto down there, 4-carburetor intake, raised compression ratio, the standard hot rodding features to get a little more output out of the engine. So how did they do? Well, the Roundtable qualified 13th. It finished 13th. And the Russell 8 qualified 7th and finished 8th, the top finish of the stock block entries. Billy Arnold was actually the winner that year, having the lead from start to finish. But to give you an idea of how the race was going the first year of the junk formula, in 1929, your slowest, fastest qualifying speed was about 18 miles an hour, 18 miles an hour spread on there. In 1930, it was from the fastest qualifier to the slowest. But you'll see the stock blockers are trying to figure things out as the years go on. So fast forward to 1941, we've got the Russell 8 coming back. The Romney Special has been renamed the Richards Special because William Richards bought out his partners and set out to campaign again. And there's a new entrant, the Hunt Special. This was really a Studebaker, if I could say, skunkworks project, an off-books project. Studebaker was kind of eyeing up the 500, but they weren't 100% sure they wanted to go in and have a grand failure. Looking ahead at what, kind of the Ford V8s and the Miller component there a few years later, trying to get those cars to work well. Studebaker kind of wanted to hedge their bets, so they commissioned George Hunt, their director of testing, to create a Studebaker-powered car for the 500. Instead of a home-built special, they contracted Herman Ringling from Indianapolis to supply the body and chassis. And then they used the Studebaker President engine, which conveniently was up to 9 main bearings for the 1931 model year. Gosh, wouldn't they have loved to have 9 main bearings in 1930? Well, they added that for 1931 and continued to raid the rest of the Studebaker parts bins for the remaining parts. The brakes came from the Studebaker Dictator and Studebaker 6 models. The rear axle came from a 29 President, and other odds and ends, gauges and whatnot, were sourced from other parts bins. The big news, check that out. The Russell 8 took the pole in 1931. Now, the Duesenberg and Miller guys didn't just stay home that year and say, we're not going to sit there. No, they were there. Russell 8, with his home-built Studebaker President 8 engine, took the pole, finished 5th. Richards, 12th, had some problems. I believe they have a record fuel tank that year and finished 20th. And the Hunt Special, steady yet unspectacular, managed to finish 18th. Now Studebaker was satisfied. They were convinced that they could really make a go of this. And what a go they did. For 1932, the company commissioned 4 additional Studebaker specials. They went back to Ringling and said, we need 4 more, what you built for us in 1931. And again, they were outfitted in the Studebaker shops. This is actually the Studebaker Engineering Building in South Bend, Indiana. See Tony Galata, we'll hear a little more from him in a minute right there, as the Studebaker specials took shape. Studebaker advertised these cars as 85% stock. They were really trying to emphasize, again, this is also Depression era too. They were trying to say, we're being sensible with our expenditures, but this is, as Mr. Roos would say the next year, just an engineering test of our car for cars that we're never going to produce for the public anyway, but you get the point, win on Sunday, sell on Monday. Certainly that was playing into their thinking as well. Here we see the Studebaker team at the 1932 Indianapolis 500. And for drivers, they had quite an impressive roster. Of course, we mentioned Tony Galata. We see him right there in the 25 car. Other drivers included Luther Johnson, another Studebaker test driver. Cliff Bergier, who was a Hollywood stuntman and also was an available free agent. Peter Kreese was a building contractor by trade who also, as they said, he took a month off each year so he could go racing at Indianapolis, as one does apparently. Most of my friends who are building contractors, they go out on their boat on the lake in northern Wisconsin. Rounding out the quintet was Zeke Meyer, who had experience as an airline mechanic and had been dabbling in racing. I believe he started racing in Indianapolis in 1926. And I love the shot of this. I mean, just from a visual standpoint, you're from Indiana, home of Studebaker. You buy your ticket to go sit down at the grandstand, the 500, and you see Studebaker Special, Studebaker Special, Studebaker Special, Studebaker Special. Who's that? Oh, Duesenberg and someone else. We see the number 18 car sitting in the pits here, and one of my coworkers was looking at this picture, and they said, "What's that?" And I said, "Oh, that looks to be the men's room." And my coworker Joe McCoy, our assistant director, said, "Where's the ladies' room?" I did not have a good answer for that because I could not find it anywhere. So at the start of the race, Studebaker drivers were really stressed, it's important to finish the race. Again, they're not going to just pull over and do leisurely drives around the track. There was definitely competition going on, but they were instructed try and finish the race. There's much more value in that. So with a very moderate, aggressive standpoint, and they knew that the Studebakers would hold together, whereas let the other cars break themselves, and ultimately this strategy proved to be successful. And I'm going to skip to the end of the page right now. Now, Studebaker did not win the Indianapolis 500 in any of the years they competed, I'm sorry to say. However, they did finish third in 1932. Cliff Fisher started 10th, third, and the other team shook out 13, 15. Solid showings in all, and also a rather lucrative year for Studebaker. And that, let me look at the totals here. 1932, they netted $11,435 in prize money. So for not spending a lot on their specials, was it a profitable event? Is any racing profitable for the company? But still, I thought that was a fairly impressive return for what they didn't, they could have gotten very little had things gone poorly for them. So what do you have in store for 1933? Well, if you aren't changing something, someone else will, and they're going to catch you. And Studebaker definitely had it on their minds that they needed to up their game for 1933. What that brought was new streamlined bodies. They used scale models just like these, actually with the aid of the University of Michigan's wind tunnel to determine what could be a more aerodynamic shape. And this is where you could tell the competitorship is starting to show a little bit with the Studebaker engineers. Even though they said their cars were 85% stock and everything's the same as last year, they just upped it. No, they didn't. Because we have in Studebaker's part number list here, 92 in Studebaker language means the 1933 Speedway president. Notice the name they applied to their grand model that year, the Speedway president. In 1931, they had a Speedway package for the President Roadster with a little higher output. Studebaker certainly making the most they could on this campaign. These entries, 92 race, these are the race-only parts for the 1933 model year. And you come down here, cylinder, part number 180607. Those were the race-only blocks for the 1933 race. They had a few modifications. They also had special heads, special camshafts. And these were only used in the 1933 Indianapolis race cars. This did not cross over to any production model. If anyone sees a Studebaker straight 8 block that has a casting number, please call me day or night. Feel free to stop by the house. I'll give you the address. The dog will bark a little bit. Don't worry about that. He's friendly. But there are only 2 of these blocks known to exist. Come on. And we see the new streamlined bodies here on the Studebaker mounts. You notice only 4 of 5 cars got the new body. Studebaker had chosen to sell one of the cars, the 47 car, and it was actually technically owned by Ab Jenkins, another noted racing driver who had actually done many campaigns for Studebaker, particularly for endurance racing. And he was actually slated to be one of the drivers for the 1932 Indianapolis 500. Unfortunately, he found closed course driving was not really to his strengths. He much preferred endurance driving, so eventually he relented the driver's seat to someone else. But as such, because Studebaker did not own the car, they weren't paying for a free body for Mr. Jenkins, so only the 4 cars here got the new coach work. So how effective was this? Well, the Studebaker bodies bought them, and the extra engine components bought them an extra 3 to 5 miles an hour of qualifying speed, which was fairly significant. As I mentioned before, the rest of the field was upping their game. We mentioned the spread from 1931, 16 miles an hour from fastest to slowest. For 1932 was 6 miles an hour. For 1933, it was 9 miles an hour. Now compare this to the last year of the very exclusive 91 cubic inch formula. That was about a 18 mile an hour top to bottom speed. So you were seeing a lot more competitive racing from the junk formula, really achieving what they had hoped for. And the shot, of course, in front of Indy's iconic pagoda. And a representation of the Pierce Arrow connection here, too. We see in the back one of the Pierce Arrow Silver Arrow show cars. These were the 5, Pierce Arrow built these for the 1933 auto show circuit. They only built 5. These were actually built in Studebaker's experimental body shop in South Bend. And one made it down to the Speedway for publicity purposes at that time. So started the race again. Studebaker still was going through with a cautious race, but there were also some additional entrants at the Studebaker contingent that year. A number of privateers joined the fray. We'll talk about them in a minute. But pictures you see, I've seen many of these, and I always assume the numbers on the grill were just airbrushed in by the photographers after the fact for identification purposes. And no, I actually asked someone, it's like, oh no, they put those on the day of, and he had, here, look at this picture, and it was a picture of the number 34 car, and yeah, it must have been placed on hastily with tape or paint or something like that. They literally painted the number on the front of the car. So here we go for 1933. This is the Studebaker roster right here. We see the wriggling chassis cars. You get the Studebaker Special, the factory teams. Russell Snowberger was back with a new chassis, Russell 8. And you had some other interesting cars in here as well. The Art Rose Special, driven by Dave Evans. That was a front-wheel drive automobile, and it was actually powered by Studebaker's smaller straight-eight engine, the 250 cubic inch unit that was used in the 1929 Commander and up through the 1942 President line. And I got to call out this one here. Yes, this was a Duesenberg chassis race car with a Studebaker engine, which is not something I ever thought I'd say in my life, and I'm going to say it again. The chassis was Duesenberg, the engine was Studebaker, and Doc McKenzie piloted that to an 18th place finish after 192 laps. And we had three guys who were unable to qualify, Brady and Nardi, Allegheny Metal, and the Snell brothers. And I felt bad for Mr. Speed Gardner because he has an awesome racing nickname and he failed to qualify 2 years in the Studebaker cars. So I don't know if he went back to his given name after that or not. The team best finisher for the Studebaker team was the number 34 Studebaker Special. It came in 7th. We saw one of the privateers actually came in 6th. And you look at the finish here, we had 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 were all Studebaker powered. From the starting standpoint, just over 20% of the entrants in 32 and 33 were Studebaker powered from the factory teams and the privateers. The bodies work great. There was a minor flaw, however. The streamlining was so good, the cockpits were like Dutch ovens. And the drag drivers were coming in saying, I can't go on anymore, it's too hot. And supposedly, one story circulated that they used a fire axe to actually chop holes into the car to get some ventilation into the cockpit. That was not the case. As you can see here, I don't see any evidence of axe trauma anywhere on the car, and this was rebunked later by some of the other engineers saying, no, we used more conventional methods to keep the drivers cool. Studebaker, of course, wasted no problems advertising their success. From the Speedway comes the stamina, from the Skyway comes their style. They created this wonderful logo of the circling racetrack, car on the racetrack, and an airplane flying. 7 of the first 12 finishers at winners at Indianapolis were Studebakers. How did you have 7 winners at a race? No, you won 3rd place, you won 7th place, you won 12th place. It's all in the copywriting, really. Again, advertisement. Studebaker promoted that far and wide that their cars had been so successful at Indianapolis, and you too could buy a Studebaker with that racing pedigreed engine. Unfortunately. Studebaker had entered receivership in March of 1933. The company was broke, plain and simple. The only reason they continued at the Indianapolis race was they were able to convince the creditors this is essentially bought and paid for. Whatever our plans were, this will be good publicity, that we're still trying to go on. But when Studebaker entered receivership, that meant the end of the factory-backed racing program. The cars were sold off. Company memo, this was issued on August 28th of 1933. Serial numbers E29, 49, and 50 were sold off at $1,000 apiece. And verified with, these is actually from the 34 car, the engine number and the serial number that correspond with memo. But Studebaker was still not done racing. They were happy to enter the power plant business. The smaller Commander 8 that was used in the Art Rose Special, that car, they were willing to supply those to racers at the mere cost of $750 apiece. And with that, you got a fully dressed race engine ready to go. See, when I say fully dressed, you got the carburetors, 4-carburetor intake, the magnetos. By the way, these are the same magnetos that some Bugatti race cars use, which amazingly the interchangeability has not brought down their price at all on the current market. Race racers were back in 34, and it was all privateers from here on out. As I mentioned, the Art Rose Special with its front-wheel drive, that's a Schrader Special. for 1934. The Russell 8, again, Russell Snowberger really had the secret sauce for getting performance. He actually finished far better than any of the Studebaker team drivers. And Luke and I were talking about this before. We never figured out why he didn't hook on a team. Well, maybe he was just making more money being by himself than he was actually under the employ of the Studebaker Corporation. Studebaker power continued in 1935 and 1936, but by 1935 a new name was starting to appear in the Indianapolis 500 leaderboard, and that was Offenhauser. And you could wonder what would have happened had Studebaker not entered receivership. Well, I think how the racing was going, I don't know how much longer they could have been a player. I mean, even without factory support, they continued to go as long as we'll see 1939 in a minute here, but this is 1937. This is actually the original 22 car from 1933 that had been sold off. This is a Sobonite plastic special in 1937, and the last of the Studebaker cars to campaign at the 500. Another privateer car, the Joel Thorne Special. This was the Schrader Special we just saw previously. Unfortunately, was out of the mix after an accident during qualifying. This car still survives today. Unfortunately, still with the damage to the front-wheel drive componentry, which he unfortunately, I heard, found out does not interchange with an L29 cord, so he's figuring out how to repair that. The Greenfield Service Special in 1937, this started life as the American Twist Drill Special, and this was a Perseverance Award. He tried to qualify 3-4 years in a row, did not make it. Finally was able to punch through and has the distinction of being the last Studebaker-powered entry to run at the 500 in 1939, finished 24th, but not the last attempt at Indianapolis to qualify. The Kiel Osborne Special of 1947. This was put together by two Studebaker engineers. The body was designed by Virgil Exner, who at that time was in Studebaker styling, and again went back to the 250 cubic inch President, now the Studebaker President engine to power the car. Unfortunately, the car did not qualify despite 2 years of attempts. They just did not have enough development time or resources to proceed and make it successful. As for the Sobonite Plastic Special, we just saw Virgil Exner bought this car from Studebaker, turned it into a sports car. And Virgil Exner Jr. is still with us and lives in South Bend, Indiana, and he remembers going out to meets all across. He says, we were driving, an absurd amount of speed on the new Pennsylvania Turnpike with this car. People were amazed that we got from one side of the turnpike to the other as fast as we could. The SCCA guys did not want to let them in because they said that's a race car, that's not a sports car. Eventually they relented, probably pointing out they're driven all the way from South Bend, Indiana. Studebaker bought this car back on at least 2 or 3 occasions because it appeared at the 1952 Indianapolis 500 when Studebaker paced the event. And we'll have more on the disposition of that car in a moment. And here we see Studebaker in 1962. They bought the 22 car back, as I mentioned, for the second or third time with orders to restore it and also have it functional at its racing capable speeds from 1932 so they could show off that at the Indianapolis 500. Joining them was the freshly restored 34 Special from the Brooks Stevens collection, as Studebaker was showing off their brand new sports model, the Avanti. They did have some difficulty getting the 22 car back together because as strange as this may sound, when they went to rebuild the engine, no one had any bearings for the big President 8. This was the Studebaker factory. They took to sending telegrams to dealers all over the United States. Does anyone have a set of bearings for a 33 President engine? They eventually found that because the Pierce Aerostraight 8 was also designed by Barney Roos and is identical in many formats with critical measurements of Studebaker. That engine was used in fire trucks until, I think, right around World War II. They actually found they were able to adapt some Pierce engine bearings and be able to get the car going again. The Hunt Special 37 car is still, and here we get into the nebulous part of what constitutes a car. The running joke with the Studebaker Specials is of the 5 are built, 8 remain. We'll get to that in a minute here. The Hunt Special 37 car, this is currently out at the Price Museum of Speed in Salt Lake City, Utah. The 34 car, number 34 Studebaker Special, it too was suffered the indignity of a roadster body applied to it. The original body sat outside a garage in Chicago for many years and was actually advertised, I believe it was in Car Classics magazine, somewhere in there. And the 34 car was acquired by Brooks Stevens in the late 1950s. It was sitting on a used car lot in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. And Brooks knew what they had, so he got it and commissioned a restoration. He actually had the back section of the body rebuilt from scratch, just from photographs. And they were nearly done, and someone calls and says, hey, we have the original body, do you want it? How much? I heard that, I think it was $25. Nope, don't want it, don't need it. That body is actually out in California as part of another Studebaker tribute racer. Or is it not a tribute racer because it has part of the original body? That's a debate for another time. The 22 car is down at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum, currently on loan to us at Studebaker National Museum. Now here's where it gets a little foggy. The 18 car, still with us, see it right here. This is actually out from the vintage races in California. The body, grille, and some aftermarket frame rails were found in a garage in Chicago. And the story is, it was the most crowded garage you ever saw, but there was the Studebaker body. Collector Mike Cleary from California acquired the body and managed to, with the aid of a Studebaker President parts car and a lot of fabrication skills, Mike is a very skilled engineer, they were able to create the new number 18 car. As for the original chassis of number 18, that car went down to South Africa, and it was actually raced up into the 1950s, at which point it was disassembled, broken down, and used for spares. I understand the story I heard was the engine was actually used to power a Studebaker President Hearst from the early 1920s after that. And we have boots on the ground in South Africa. They're still trying to track down any remnants of this car, but I'm afraid that one is lost to the mists of time. And lastly, the Keel Osborne Special. It was sat in a garage in South Bend, Indiana for a number of years until the guys who had it said, you know, this isn't really practical as a race car. We're going to make a home-built roadster out of it using 1950-ish Studebaker parts. The car still survives today. No one really knows where it is. We suspect it might be in the South Bend area, but we'll say that for a talk some other time. And with that, we're closing in on the end of my time. I will be happy to field any questions. Oh, they want to hear you on the internet, Ken. So that was that logo that was from the Skyway comes the style? From the Speedway comes their stamina, from the Skyway comes their style. Is that a Chicago Skyway, the bridge reference? No, it was referring to aviation, just, the byways and skyways of America. Oh, so it's an aviation reference. Yeah, because they actually had the little airplane going up. And that was really, Studebaker was hung up on the whole Skyway moniker. In fact, they introduced a trim level in 1941, the Skyway series of cars. They really, really were pushing that hard. Oh, very good, thank you.
So, Andrew, the mantra for a long time, prior to since the 30s actually, was win on Sunday, sell on Monday. Did Studebaker get into racing in order to help sell production cars? And if so, and obviously they were in it for a fair length of time, but they went into receivership, so it didn't really seem to help. But it was a very ambitious effort. I'm just wondering if it correlated to trying to sell production cars.
I feel bad that I didn't include a graph in here because it would actually be very depressing. Did the success in 1932 with the third place finish help the President model for 1933? Nope. 33 was the worst sales year on Studebaker's history. Again, the Depression had a lot to do with that, trying to sell their luxury model. Did it help them buy time with the receivership to show their viability? You can't really measure that, but the fact that there was interest, there was palpability, and the sales were one part of it. Studebaker President Albert Erskine also, his business practices had a lot to do with the receivership. You know what happens to your capital reserves when you pay out a dividend in years you don't show profit? They go away very quickly. In 1933, he paid, or 32 or 33, he paid out 506% of net profits in dividends. And that's what happens when you pay out dividends when you show a loss. He was convinced prosperity was just around the corner. It was not, and Studebaker suffered the consequences. And it's really, Studebaker could have folded up the tent in 1933. That could have happened very easily, but they managed to convince the bankruptcy judge that their best course of action to satisfying their creditors was to keep producing cars. And they hung on for another 20, 30 years.
Do you know what the last race car to be powered by a Studebaker was?
Well, we'll have to define your terms a little bit here, but go ahead.
Okay, in 1965, the Canadian Grand Prix up at Motorsport, David Hobbs drove a Lola T70 powered by Studebaker. He qualified second. It was entered by Harold Young Racing, I believe, the Canadian team.
I did not know that. I just saw Mr. Hobbs was just down at the Chattanooga Concours. I wish I could have discussed that with him.
No. Okay.
Any other questions?
So you went through years rapidly there. 30. Which year did they take the pole?
1931.
All right, 31. Then was it the following year they had multiple cars, but nothing more than 7th or 8th position?
In 31, Russell Snowberger took the pole, and he was a privateer. He did not work for Studebaker, but it was the Russell 8 with the President engine. The team in 32, they had their best finish third. The number 22 car, I believe, Cliff Bergier was behind the wheel of that car. And in 33, they were moving a little back in the qualifying, but they hung in. 33 was one of the most traumatic races the Speedway ever saw, just with the carnage. And I want to say there was only 14 or 16 cars running at the end of the race, but all the Studebaker team was able to finish the race. They never really had any terrible mechanical difficulties. But yeah, when they say 7 places, actually 6 through 12 in 1933 were all Studebaker powered.
Okay. So why the drop off? Because of the carnage of the race? I mean,
racing.
If I remember the qualifying speeds or whatever, they seem to suddenly drop down.
The qualifying, they actually picked up a couple miles an hour qualifying from 30 to 33 with the new bodies and the new engines.
But relative to the competition?
Relative to the competition, yeah. You started to see some of the more specialized, the Miller-Duesenberg engine cars of that ilk were starting to spread the gap. And like I said, when the Offenhauser came online in 35, you could really see the handwriting on the wall for the stock blocks.
Anyone else? That was fascinating. Thanks, Andrew. Appreciate it.
Yes, they did race at Indy, Kip.
Yes, they did, I guess. Our next presenter is Tom Adamich.
My pleasure.
And we've heard a little bit of chatter today and tomorrow about E-Motorsports, and that's what the topic of this talk is about.
No, it's not working. I got nothing. Just tell me. Yes, please. Time out. Time out. That mic is not working. No.
It is working in here, but not.
Not on. How's that? Are we good on that one?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, sure. No worries. I want to thank everybody for being here. I've been a presenter here for a number of times, not always in person, and I really feel like I'm among friends in that sense, that everybody I've always met here has been so kind and very generous with their comments and things, that it really does feel that way. So I think that's to the credit of people like Dawn. And I have to give a credit to the folks, I'll give you a little background. My presentation isn't too long, so but I want to give you some context that might help you in placing what we're going to talk about today in some sort of frame of reference, and some of it's my own personal frame of reference, so you'll have to indulge me with that. But I've been a member of SAH since 1993, and it's been a privilege to be part of that organization as well. You know, I started presenting at SAH in 2000. I was at the Peterson Museum in California, and I presented about the history of the station wagon. So, but I say that because in the next year, the next series, 2002, we were in Indiana, and I met a wonderful person by the name of Pat Young, and she was new to SAH at the time, but we became fast friends because we kind of were in that newness in the sense of being presenters, and she was a longtime English professor at the University of Houston, and so we did talk shop. I'm a librarian and archivist by trade, but we did have that common thread of being able to share some stories, and she was from San Francisco, and I have some relatives there who, and I'll be brief about that, but I had a good cousin of my mom's that went out west in the 40s after the war, and his family had worked for Bethlehem Steel back in Pittsburgh, but they migrated west and were able to make it in the new post-war California, and that really is an important piece of kind of what I'm going to talk about today, because there is a common thread that not only goes through my presentation, but went through the presentations of the last 2 days. And that theme was that there is a definite business component tied to all of this. Whether you did, some may say that's not the case, but it really is very clearly evident that the success of motorsports, wherever it is in the world, is based on some sort of economic driver, some sort of economic glue that holds that together. And without that part or that piece, it's very difficult to maintain any continuity. And that's why I love the presentation yesterday about Watkinson's Glen and that whole idea of what happened when the economic piece was a little wonky. And that's something I think that's really very important. And also the thing that struck me about a lot of the presentations that we've had is this whole idea of society and politics and influences of those. But there's one piece that I haven't heard about, and it's the one that I do hope you will draw out of mine if you remember nothing else from my presentation. There is a religious component. And it may not have been brought out in some of those other presentations, but there is a truly Christian-based religious component involved in motorsports. And, we have freedom of religion, so I'm not advocating for any particular type of religious perspective. But I think you'll find, once I talk, you'll see where that connection comes into play. And I'm always grateful for, and I'm happy to thank God in whatever context I'm in. But I say that because I again go back to my history with this particular good group of people. There was one year that Dawn presented for me in proxy. I had suffered from Guillain-Barré syndrome, where I lost my arms and legs. I had to relearn all of my functions. So I say that because I think there's a certain aspect of being able to relate what people do in their pursuits. And let's face it, motorsports is a pursuit. it's something that people enjoy. It's an activity. It's a case of somebody that has an interest. My interest is that at the age of 4, I was identifying cars, and my dad would take. He worked for a fan manufacturer at the time. He would take clients around, and they would come and pick me up at home and ask me to drive around a little bit, and I'd identify cars, you know. So, and in that context, you know, there's a sense of where you look at the whole idea of what motivates you, and in my view, there's a motivation from above. And I think if you really look and dig deep into some of the things that we talked about culturally, socially, you know, again, whatever your beliefs are, there is that intrinsic spiritual piece that I think you'll find very interesting in this particular context of what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to go briefly, again, this is just scratching the surface of the history of e-motorsports, because there really is a lot that you can learn, and there's a lot more to learn because the history is so brief. So it's almost a snapshot of what's happening in real time, which I think is another interesting aspect of this whole initiative, that when you look at the idea of racing, and again, mostly from a battery-powered perspective, and again, we're in the lithium-ion era, so they're new battery technology. It's still evolving and it's still growing, so that's something that I think will be interesting to track and explore in future. The other aspect of this, it's really a case of being very grounded in the idea of environmental integrity, preservation of the environment, and that's where I'll get into some of the more religious aspects of what motivates those people who are committed to some of that thought. And maybe that'll give you a little bit of an understanding, at least from this perspective, of what this, you know, the people that are part of the FIA Formula E founding, and for those of you that aren't familiar with Extreme E or Extreme H, it's, you know, the rally type of racing. So it's very, very comparable and akin to that. I had the privilege, from 2009 to 2016, I was the project archivist at the Will St. Clair Auto Museum in Marysville, Michigan. For those of you who don't know, C. Howard Wills was Henry Ford's chief engineer from 1903 to 1919. He founded a car company, bought 4,300 acres of land, built a car that was over-engineered and compared to the Peugeot and Mercedes-Benz from 1921 to 1927. And so he worked very closely with Ford. And as you can see, you know, Ford, for those of you that studied early Ford racing history, very, very much grounded in the very beginnings of Ford as a company. And for those of you who are interested, again, another aside, you know, Cadillac was the car that was founded from the vestiges of what was Ford's first company. But that the Leyland influence and bringing that in created what was and is still today Cadillac, thankfully. The idea of what would power cars very early on in the brass era, or whatever you want to call that period of the infancy of the automobile, it really lends itself to the fact that as far as racing is concerned, really electrics and battery-powered vehicles were very much at the forefront of racing at that time period. And this profiles, that first car in France that had one of the first speed records, 62 miles per hour. So it's really interesting when you compare that to some of the speeds today and some of the horsepower that electrics even today can generate. It's a different type of power. So, but it's really interesting when you look at some of that, some of those numbers to see. And of course, back in the, that very early time, the carriage builders. That's why I'm so glad that Andrew was. Studebaker was an early carriage builder. Began as those carriages and then morphed into the automobile. But at this time, many of these early vehicles were electric and steam. They were certainly competing, and gas engines had not developed to that degree that they were later in that 1910 period. Throughout from 1900 to 1910 is when you saw that big leap in the development of internal combustion. So it's very interesting to look at the frame or the frame of reference of e-racing or e-speed when you're looking at this very early period of the automobile's development. And the idea of course, internal combustion engine, the utilization of and availability of fuel, the fear, of course, electricity in rooms like we have today and homes and buildings, was still in its infancy as well. So the fear of some of the reactivity of what would happen with electricity, I think, was probably an impediment at the time of the progression of the electric as being, although when you look at some of the early electrics, there were some really great ones, and I bring in a little bit of my personal history. My dad was an engineer, designed 400 hertz three-phase motors for various applications, a lot of drive systems, mostly small motors. But he designed and represented for a company known as Hertner Electric in Cleveland, Ohio. And that company supplied and was the main engineering for the Roush and Long electrics that were very prevalent at the time. Of course, the Bakers, a lot of people are familiar with. Cleveland was the electric capital, or at least I feel it is. I guess maybe people could statistically show otherwise, but that background and understanding about that. I worked a little bit in the industry for my dad. My dad is 88. He has dementia. He knows nothing about what he did anymore. The man that had a photographic memory. And I'm not saying that I want to celebrate that today. And the reason why I'm glad to be here too, because when you watch that person go through that process, that journey, and you see where the thought processes go, it's something that it's always good to remember what was, and there again, maybe that's some of the essence of what I'm trying to tell you about this particular, when you see some of that motivation as to why these particular racing teams and particular racing venues of this most recent era have developed. When you look at some of the more recent history before what I'm going to talk about, the National Electric Drag Racing Association was one of the early, at least in this country, was, and I'm glad we talked a little bit about drag racing and John Force, and the one I'm most familiar with is Don Garlitz, who I grew up in Ohio, but my teenage years I spent in Florida. So I visited in Ocala a lot and went up there and enjoyed the what they have in their museum. But I say that because electrics and drag racing are very akin to each other. You know, that quick acceleration, you know, the transfer, ability to really generate a lot of power quickly, and the transfer and how the motor interacts with the components is really, you know, it's immediate. It's very, and a different feel. I know we talked and heard some comments earlier about, you know, the kind of the feel of the race and the feel of the, you know, of driving, and those are things that I think will probably evolve over time as the sports mature, but it's a different feeling. It's definitely a different. What we're looking at here, you know, when you look at again the acceleration aspect, the development of battery technology. I know there were some comments earlier about in some of the Formula E that the number of times that you would have to deal with it. They had two cars and they swapped out cars instead of swapping out batteries or charging, so to speak. I think those are things that are going to evolve too. But again, these early issues were very prevalent when Alejandro Agag and the people who were involved, they were the Bill Francis of this initiative, started to think about this as a sport. And so what I want to talk about a little bit is what is Alejandro Agag's story in that sense, because he's really the driving force behind Formula E, Extreme E, Extreme H, and I'll get into the H, the hydrogen one too, a little bit. But the reason why I mentioned about religion is because when you peel back the onion and you look at what motivated that individual to want to start something like this, to want to advocate for something like this, you have to look back at his history, and you have to look back at his philosophies. And the interesting part about that is when you are somebody who was the Secretary General for the European People's Party, he was also a Secretary General for Mexico, for the Christian Democratic International Group. These are coalitions, and the European People's Party is a coalition of they are moderate conservative groups, and they are based different ones that join together. There are 8 countries in Europe. Greece is one of them, Austria, and I have my list here: Belgium, Romania, Ireland, Poland, Portugal, Spain. Of course, Mr. Agag is Spanish, so they elected him Secretary General. He is a member of the European Parliament, representing this philosophy. And the philosophy is grounded on 3 things. There is an idea of Christian democracy, which has a definite root in Christ-centric faith. It has a root in the idea of what I call the idea of personal approaches that are based on faith-based principles. If you're familiar with any philosophers, Emmanuel Neuer is the developer of personalism. Personalism is that concept that has basic principles such as a life begins at conception and lasts through natural death. That the integrity of the family is an important part of who people are, and that there is a certain amount of stewardship that's associated with being involved in being somebody that is a Christian Democrat, that they are, those who are able can take care of those who may need or who have need. So these are faith-based principles of St. Thomas Aquinas. If you've looked at some of his philosophies and some of his writings, is another that especially in St. Thomas Aquinas, he talks a lot about stewardship and the idea of taking care of God's planet. You know, God gives us the gift of this planet, and we are to be that steward of that. And so that's where a lot of the environmental connections come into play. But there is a driver, there is an economic business driver. It's based in free market capitalism. It's based in the idea of social market economy. That's let the market decide how it works. Let the market dictate what some of the policies are, and then use that as the driver to allow for companies to prosper, and then if there is the need for social justice and social welfare, that those companies can help and distribute. And let's be honest and look at every big city in this country. When you look at, and as a librarian, when you go to a Carnegie library, that was Andrew Carnegie that made that possible. He's just an example. But you can go down the list, and I can go, you know, for all of us that are part of living or working in Michigan, go to a Henry Ford hospital. That hospital didn't get that name from out of the air, you know. And I say that maybe I'm a bit passionate about that too. I'm giving, again, a little bit of my history. My grandfather was a tire builder at Goodyear. Worked from nothing to be able to then, when he was at his point of working in retirement, he drove Oldsmobiles. And I say that because he had the ability that job and the manufacturing infrastructure that free market capitalism promoted in this country enabled that, and enabled what Goodyear, and it's interesting not to bemoan what may have happened or some of the changes, because we have to move on in that sense, but to recognize it. And that's the case of what happened here. You know, Formula E is based on these business deals that Mr. Agag made to start this. So he was the Bill France of this, in my opinion, the Bill France of what's occurring today. And he has control over, he has, you know, in the sense of, but when you look back of what he's trying to accomplish, then you can see that there are principles of trying to provide a pathway, an economic pathway, but also an equity and inclusion pathway. So, and you'll find that once we get into Extreme E, you'll see where that becomes evident. I encourage you, I'm sure this will be made available after the conference, so I encourage you to go through and look at some of the venues that are profiled here, and some of the, you know, it has definitely a global and a world view of what Formula E is and what it becomes, because again, these venues are areas that are worldwide. As the early days of this racing segment have progressed, the product has progressed too, and it's progressed quite rapidly as far as what it can do. Again, fewer swaps of equipment, technology has increased, and that's something, in a few slides we'll get to the point where I have direct quotes from the good people from Formula E and Extreme E and Extreme H, and I kept them as they were given to me because I want you to hear what they say and how they say it. As far as what their philosophies are and what they're trying to accomplish. they're very involved in charitable causes. Again, that idea of, again, St. Thomas Aquinas, be thoughtful and be able to help those in need, help those using the vehicles and the drivers that are available from what results. And that's really important. I talk about some of the areas here that the racing network has expanded into, and some of the, again, it's really interesting when you look at some of these different advancements in the product itself. And they're, again, really based on what's available, what the ability of the racing engineering to develop over time, and that's just a little bit of a taste. Of course, knowing that he was able to do this with Formula E, he migrated and moved into the rally area, and that's where Extreme E was born. That it began in 2019. As you can see, it's showcasing electric sport utility vehicles, which there are so many of them on the market today. That SUV platform, but putting them into really extreme environments, the desert conditions and those things that are really challenging from a product operation standpoint. And I can tell you from the time that I worked with my dad, and had a lot of military contracts and designs that were used in the military, desert conditions, water conditions, we had to factor in some of those specifications. The military was very strict on that, which is thankful, because there again, when you're in a battle or a conflict situation, you need that reliability. These are their words, again, the purpose of promoting electrification, environment, and equality. All teams consist of one female and one male member. That's part of the design. And those people are at parity, and they work together. So that's not a case of saying you're less, you're this. It's working together. There again, that idea of, family, marriage, those things, working in unison, cooperation. And these are the words, again, the series goal is to highlight the impact of climate change in some of the world's most endangered environments, promote the adoption of electric vehicles to pave the way for a lower carbon future. So they have a mission there, and to provide a world-first gender-equal motorsports platform. And again, I'm a person, I've been working for the last 3 years a lot on EV awareness, and I'm the first to say that there are pros and cons. And I'm the first to say that there are issues that will need to be addressed and developed over time. It's not a panacea. And an electric vehicle relies as much on a power plant that can generate electricity and having an infrastructure as anything. So, the idea that you're just everything's going to be wind and solar is a dream at this point. Or some type of, there has to be that realistic point of view, and I'm being very honest about what I've learned. And again, I'm not giving an opinion. I'm giving just information that you can decide in how you feel about it. Again, this was probably one of the first ports to be designed from a social purpose standpoint. The environmental impact, they are trying to utilize this sport as a way to test, and some of the things that I mentioned, some of the battery issues, cooling, charging, the idea of battery densities. Those are things that are being addressed. The effects on motors and the control. We're still in a very interesting period where we don't have a good history of how long after an EV is 10 years old, what's it going to be like? How's the product going to work? is it going to function? You know, what are the repair issues? What are the needs for having people to, I mean, from a general passenger car perspective, but of course, even in the racing environment, you know, what happens down the road? Being able to help people understand what maybe are some environmental issues that can be highlighted and a test bed for some of that. Again, evolving, not saying right, wrong, this is, you know, or everything has to be this way, but giving a little bit of a platform and a way of talking about it and looking at various aspects of the EV industry and of alternative fuels. We're not just talking EV here. So again, and as I mentioned, using the technology to be able to, and the racing as a test bed for various the expansion, of course, I am interested in where this will go. Hydrogen vehicles have been talked about for probably over a decade. Toyota being one of those that was, from a passenger car perspective, very interested and very kind of ahead of the curve in that regard. But they will have an Extreme H category starting next year. And so it'll be very interesting to see how, you know, for those of you who are, and again, I'll be brief, you know, the hydrogen cell is basically the hydrogen is the fuel for the interaction between the anode and the cathode and the atoms that are associated, you know, producing water as a byproduct. And so that's in a pressurized environment. So when you are dealing with that, there are some issues that you have to, and of course hydrogen fuel, where do you get it? You know, what is the access to that? So there's still some high costs and accessibility issues, as there are with EVs. So and I'm sure everybody is familiar with what the news has reported and some of those situations. But again, it is definitely something for today. As you can see that, you know, these things are, and these are their words. I wanted you to, I thought about, you know, kind of putting my own spin on it and interpreting, but I wanted you to see what they are, from a philosophical standpoint, this is what they want people to think about and understand. So, and these are some of the you know, the speeds and of course the design too is very interesting in that regard of how that is able to, of course, deal with the extreme terrain of that type of rally racing, and then the environments in which they race. The idea of all of this, again, short history, but definitely something that will evolve over time and will be very influential in understanding how it will relate not only to the sport itself, but then how that will relate to the bigger picture and some of those issues that they hope to highlight. And again, they're faith-based. They really are. So it will be an interesting, and I wanted to give an acknowledgement to the good folks that were very generous with their archives and their information. That and that's a little bit about. I've operated my business since 1993. I've had traditional employment also, but I say that because I respect and had the pleasure of working with a lot of good people through my business, and so I'm very thankful for that as well. And any questions or any comments? Or thank you. You're welcome. that's apparently that's something that again, in that Dodge discussion, that was, it's the technology enables that. It's more simulated, but.
Tom, where do you see the esports going based upon what you presented? I mean, it's changed a lot. So where is our history for this? I mean, you've covered some of that. Is there anybody actually recording with your contact that you had what's going on? Because it seems to be moving very rapidly.
Well, I think there will be a body of knowledge that generates from it. I think that, again, part of, the Bill France model, they'll want people to look back and say, here's where things were, so they're going to, it's a marketing tool. So to have that history, knowing where you've been is how you can know where you're going. So I think that will maybe be something that will be very evolutionary, but I think that the powers that be will make sure that people can access that, and I can tell you from as a researcher, archivist, somebody, they have a great image library already set up. They have a great as far as the engagement of the governing bodies. They're very generous and very accessible. So it wasn't a case you had to dig through and figure out, I put my librarian hat to figure, who to talk to research this particular presentation, but they weren't being restrictive or they're very open with their time and their content.
Thank you. It's a great presentation.
Well,
some of those numbers at the very beginning were kind of shocking as far as like the amount of electric vehicles, amount of steam vehicles that were on the roadway prior to. But at what point did that shift dramatically? Obviously, we're nowhere near that this day. In fact, steam is, not on the road, basically. Was this kind of like a Nikola Tesla Edison situation where, just one business, so ACD versus DC types thing? Or?
I think it was a case of, when the shift took place to internal combustion, when that kind of 1910 period when Henry Ford really started to get ramped up. He again, I look back to Ford because they, were that initial mass production driver, and a lot of those early, before the Model T, a lot of those very early, that probably 1908 to 1910 period when they were really starting to produce and organize his, I use not only because I worked on the Wills collection as an example, but Ford was very much a developer of workforce and very much a developer of communities. He was very strict on the way his workers behaved and the way they were housed. He was very generous with his ability, if a worker needed housing, that the company tried to help him out. So that was starting to develop, and he had a sociological department, for those of you that aren't familiar with that. And Wills tried to mimic a lot of that when he developed the community of Marysville. A lot of the early workers there, the men that worked in the factory were housed in dormitories, so they had a community of practice and a community to live in, and they were very much engaged. Just like a lot of company, I remember from my own family, my grandfather, my mom, that they went to all the Goodyear functions, and even where my dad worked before he started his company, we had Christmas parties and people engaged in a community. And I say that because it really did impact how the people, when you had that support and you had that functionality, then those people went in to work and they knew somebody had their back, so to speak. They were willing to produce. So there was that kind of idea of a family, and again, I pray that continues, and I think it still exists today at a certain level, but maybe in a different way. So Hope that answers your question.
How would you look at hybrids and plug-in hybrids as a bridge to new generations of low-emission vehicles?
I think it's a great option, and I don't think it should go away. There again, it might be the best option for that person that might have, or a situation, in a work situation where you might have a long haul circumstance, and you really still don't know where the charging is going to be. Our charging infrastructure still isn't well developed. Even home charging infrastructure is still very spotty and not very well understood. So having that ability to have a gas engine or have some kind of, or if you do have a hybrid that's regenerative, that's a really good option, and it's a functional one. And you look at the Toyota Prius that's been out for probably 15 years. And that car is well engineered and well designed because of that fact that they've taken that ability to utilize the technology but also to understand that the availability of fuel, whether it be charging or whether it be traditional, gasoline or that combustible fuel, is still very readily accessible, and it may be for some time as well, because the charging infrastructure, there's more pieces to that. There needs to be capacity at the electrical generation level. There, lines are still being upgraded. If you really want to know about where EVs need to go, or where that whole, look at public utility or utility company plans and what they're planning to do, or where they're at. And what's involved there, because that's really the basis for that, and from the battery perspective and accessing and the alternative fuels, again, like hydrogen, they're even farther down on the development list as far as station or availability of hydrogen, so.
Tom, did you look at the Dakar Rally and their alternative fuel programs and the Mission 1000?
No, tell me a little bit about it. If you have some.
The Dakar Rally for the last, I think it's 2, maybe 3 years, has been promoting alternative fuels and been encouraging racers to do different things. And they've had hydrogen vehicles that have raced in electric vehicles, and then the Mission 1000 class had, I think there were 3 engine combinations that were promoted in that, which was, one was full electric, one was full hydrogen, one was a hybrid. And some of that was all actually joint ventures between, I believe it was like Honda, Kawasaki, and Yamaha. They collaborated for the Mission 1000. So I didn't know if you had looked into any of that, being that it relates sort of to like this whole Formula E, Formula H is kind of similar to that.
And have they sanctioned that? Have the governing bodies of that?
Oh yeah.
So there again, it's another example. Like I say, I gave a brief overview of one, but I thank you for bringing that to the discussion, because there again, that shows you that it's on the radar that this is going to be an important aspect future, and so knowing that other organizations who manage racing are involved is very, and much, I appreciate your sharing that information.
Well, thank you, Tom. Certainly interesting and a very pertinent subject, so thank you very much. Let's take our last break. Let's make it about 10 minutes, and Alana is getting ready to tell us about David Crowther, the Ultimate Weekend Warrior. So if we can be back ready to go by 4 o'clock, that would be great. By the way, the wrong team won. Okay, folks, this is our featured 4 p.m. speaker, Alana Roberts. She's going to tell us about David Crowther, the ultimate weekend warrior.
Let me grab my notes here. No, I'm just taking off. I'm booking. Bye, guys. Thank you so much for having me. Obviously, I'll introduce Dave in a little bit. Hey. Just briefly, you may have read in my abstract that I was going to bring props, and I did. Right here we see David Crowther's helmet from 1961 and his rallying clipboard. And it's cool. As you'll see, this collection is comprised of so many papers, so many photographs, newspaper clippings. But it's kind of cool to see the stuff that was, touched by Dave, right? That was held in his hands. So 3 years ago today, or rather in September of 2021, I experienced my first vintage festival here at the Glen. I can still recall how completely enthralled I was with all of it. The gorgeous cars, the way they smelled, and the way they sounded. It was also the very first weekend that I got to set foot in the IMRC. As a book lover, I wish I could say that it was the books that first caught my attention, but it was not. It was the energy, the passion that goes beyond cars, racing, even books. It was the people there. I was and I am hooked. We are so lucky that a place like the IMRC exists and helps, along with the Society of Automobile Historians, host amazing events like the one we are at today. Last year, I attended as a mere guest and auditor, and I left with the thought that maybe, hey, I could do that too. I am not a professional historian, just someone with a love and an appreciation for motorsport. But maybe that is why I think it is so cool today that I get to share a collection of a driver, not a professional, but a true everyman grassroots driver, who I hope you leave today now having gotten to hear a little bit of his story. David Crowther, the ultimate weekend warrior. In my presentation, I largely introduced David in the context of his cars, his races, the tracks he spent time on, and the clubs whose membership's own stories are preserved within the collection. I then describe why this collection, not of a driver like Sterling Moss or A.J. Foyt, has a meaningful place in the IMRC, and how I hope it can inspire others to be donated and cataloged. My husband Trevor met David through our classic mini friend, Mark Law. And after David passed away, Trevor and I were entrusted with boxes of his racing life. Numerous programs, countless results, club newsletters, and other ephemera. Some of it we are still going through, so please know that this collection, as I understand it, is only going to continue to grow. To many, it is just papers, cool papers, but papers that may have been bound for the trash. If it weren't for Mark recognizing that Trevor and I, racing nerds, would probably like to see it. Thankfully, that was not the case, and it did, in fact, make its way over the Canadian border to us. I cannot tell you how cool it was the first evening we really dug in. There was so much. We quickly realized that this incredible collection belonged somewhere it could be appreciated by many, so we decided to donate it to the IMRC. This collection, at least to me, serves as David's life, his racing career, and holds significance. And I hope to honor his legacy and encourage others to spend time telling grassroots motorsports stories. We can't have a racing driver without a race car, of course. And Misty, seen here with David behind the wheel and also Trevor behind the boot, is a pretty incredible car. A 1964 Austin Cooper S with the rare 1071 engine, 549 exported that year, Misty would have been a pretty competitive car for her day. And as you'll see, competitive it was. Misty still exists today in the trusted care of Mark on behalf of David, of course, and his wife Nancy, whose role I will talk about in a little bit, or allow her to talk, as you'll see. David was not a professional driver, but he approached motorsports with passion and dedication. Here we see him taking the flag in a meet at Harewood as a novice. From autocross to ice racing, Dave raced in a variety of disciplines from January to October, spanning 3 decades. David's career began in the 1960s with events like driving skill tests, slaloms, and winter rallies. This decade showcases his early involvement and skills building. Grassroots motorsports events focusing on precision driving, rally navigation, and time challenges reflect the popular style of motorsport at the time in Canada. Events that would not break the bank and could be done with an average entry-level sports car of the time, such as Minis, Triumphs, MGs, and Datsuns. The 1970s show a transition into more competitive slalom and solo events, as well as continued participation in rallies. Slalom racing involved navigating a course of cones, while solo events were timed runs on closed circuits, kind of a precursor to autocross as we now know it. This period also marks the most prolific period of racing for David, with the greatest number of entries. In the 1980s, David took his racing to a new area, focusing heavily on ice racing, which became one of his specialties, and where I can attest to his competitiveness, as we have a box of his trophies at home. I am still trying to collect more information from this period of his racing life, but when doing a beginning dive into him on social media, this was the period where drivers still around remember Dave from. It's a sad reality that we are losing drivers like Dave every day, but their collections allow their memories to live on. One of the highlights of diving into David's collection was his proclivity for keeping everything, or what felt like everything. Here we see his provisional racing license from a driver's school he attended in 1968, along with a write-up of the event and a list of fellow drivers. It not only gives us a perspective on grassroots racing education, but also the variety of cars and drivers that took part. Over the past year, I have spent time at the IMRC, as one of the selling points I made to Duke and Mark when donating this collection was that I would also be the one to catalog it. It was difficult picking through 4 or 5 archive boxes of materials to pick the things that I think Dave would want seen. But I felt that it was important to highlight the materials that show not only his prowess and passion, but also the community that he was a part of the grassroots racing scene in Canada in the 60s through the 80s. Dave possessed a skill I envy even beyond his ability to throw a Cooper S around. He was meticulous. The next few slides are scans from his photo albums, generously loaned to me for this presentation by Nancy Crowther. In these albums, beside each image, Dave also cataloged his results from that particular race. And again, we can see the variety of cars that took part. Dave was very proud of his results in his racing career. Throughout his collection are not only meticulous notes about his results and points for the season, but also news clippings featuring him and his fellow drivers. One great clipping that unfortunately did not make this presentation is a clipping about a local solo event causing a stir in the community due to the noise generated, and a letter circulated to the competitors apologizing for having to cut the event short. These were not events at gilded tracks. This was true down and dirty hobbyist racing. And there he is taking the checkered flag. His wife, Nancy, initially gave him a year to get it out of his system. But soon, Nancy herself was equally captivated by the racing world, turning what was meant to be a brief phase into a lifetime of mutual enthusiasm and competition. Mark had told us stories about Dave, and I knew his wife, Nancy, is still alive. But up until recently, I had not had the honor of meeting her. During a trip this year to Canada for Bronte British Car Day, Mark and Trevor surprised me with the opportunity to sit down and talk with Nancy. I was only mildly annoyed that I hadn't had a chance to prepare questions, but it didn't matter. Nancy knew Dave, and Nancy was there for his passion in more ways than one. Instead of trying to sum up Nancy's role, I'd instead like to play a clip from my time spent with her.
He had a best friend named Colin, who had an MG. And Colin had a very terrific father. Colin's father was born in England. And he was just a factory worker, like Colin's father. Dave's father was like a manager. He was higher up. Now, it was Colin's father, not Dave's father. But he said to the boys, Colin and Dave, I'm going to give you boys $500 each for entry fees to go racing. Okay. And in those days, that was okay. And so both of them, they went as a team. Both were red, like Dave's Misty, and then the MG, and they raced. And the year before we got married, he did it. We were engaged, but I said, you got to get it out of your system, because once we're married, like other things, right? But I could tell, like, right from the beginning, like, motorsport was his love. So we did, he decided that's what he wanted, a year of racing. And he thought he'd sort of get it out of the system. But it ended up, immediately went into driving skills, slalom. And we did that for a long time. And did the whole Ontario circuit. And it meant traveling a lot. And we started out very basic. Dave even changed the tires at the event. He put the racing tires in the back seat.
We do that now.
We didn't have a trailer. That's how we started. And I used to always go with him. I was more or less a crew. Like I'd keep track of all the scoring. I loved doing it. I enjoyed being there.
That explains why all the scoring is so neatly written.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with that, because he was very neat too. Yeah. And he, wasn't he?
Very.
And very meticulous
organized.
as well.
Yes.
So it was probably him, not me. But
I've seen both your handwritings. They're both pretty good.
yeah, they are. But no. So when he was road racing, I was always involved. Like I enjoyed timing and lap scoring. We belonged to a car club, and I got a reputation for the timing and the lap scoring. So when the car club was doing events, I always got stuck in the timing end of things. Like right from the beginning, I enjoy cars. I enjoy racing, and I was happy doing what I was doing. In those days, it was very few girls that actually competed. It was
funny because when I met my husband, he was also autocrossing, and I sort of started as crew and then wound up racing myself, and actually wound up working in timing for a bit. So it's funny, the parallels you find in a collection like this, the sort of self-insert you find. And I really, the entire interview was not an interview. It was just Nancy telling stories for Dave for 2 hours. And certainly we're going to find a way to incorporate this 2-hour interview into the collection itself as it exists at the IMRC. Oh, I'm just going to, there we go, technology. So I've briefly described the extent of this collection, but I'd like to highlight the true breadth of it. Single-spaced, size 12 font, the catalog extends 4 pages of programs, race results, entry lists, rules and regulations, newsletters, and numerous other pieces of ephemera, including correspondence. The race results span 3 decades, documenting not just Dave's finishes, lap times, positions, and points, but countless other drivers, potentially someone's father, someone's grandfather, or even someone's grandmother, as women were not immune to the lure of racing in Canada at this time period. Throughout these results, we can also track the evolution of drivers themselves, with women drivers becoming more common into the 70s and 80s, and the types of cars ever changing. The collection also includes local club newsletters, capturing the efforts taken on by a community of like-minded men and women. As an autocross competitor myself, it should not have surprised me the excitement and sometimes the drama these newsletters captured, as well as the sheer number of people they revealed that had to be involved in order to put these events on. Autocross remains a popular motorsport today, and having a collection of rules and regulations from the 1960s onward helps track the development and the evolution of the sport from then to now. I was overwhelmed with the project initially, and probably definitely had to take it on more than I anticipated, but it was truly a worthwhile endeavor. One thing that struck me is kind of odd, but I think helps demonstrate David's collection how unique it is, are the things kept, or maybe you or I might have tossed them. Banquet tickets to year-end award dinners, and not just that, but the food menus. Dave kept it all. Events such as the 1962 and 1963 Canadian Winter Rally were extremely well documented, including the entry packet, acceptance letter, correspondence, and results. Again, the novice meet at Harewood was equally well documented. A day at Harewood was a chance for amateur drivers to experience the notable track, and events held at Harewood are throughout David's collection. The Midas Muffler Slalom was one of the slalom events in which David participated, offering a platform to better his driving skills. These events, popular in the 60s and 70s, required drivers to navigate a cone course with precision and speed, testing their car control and agility. The event packets included in the collection often have the course diagrams as well, offering insight into early and evolving course design. Hosted by the British Automobile Racing Club of Toronto, the driving skill test was a vital part of early motorsport development in Canada. Events like these were instrumental for grassroots racers, providing a controlled environment to enhance driving skills and earn recognition in the community. Ice racing, particularly through the British Empire Motorsports ice sprints, became a significant aspect of Dave's racing portfolio in the 1980s. Ice sprints involved navigating a course on a frozen surface, which required advanced handling skills and quick reflexes. Nimble British cars, like Dave's ice racing Mini, a 1962 Cooper named Minerva, were adept at ice racing. and the standout tracks. Mosport, now known as Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, is a renowned motorsport venue located in Ontario, approximately 75 kilometers east of Toronto. The circuit was the second purpose-built road race course in Canada and was designed and built in the late 1950s. We mentioned Harewood. Harewood Acres was a popular motorsport venue, also in Ontario. Originally an airfield during World War II, it was later converted into a racetrack and became a central hub for racing events in Ontario from the 1950s through the 1970s. Oh, actually, briefly, sorry. Green Acres was a motorsport circuit located near Port Albert in Ontario, and it was active from 58 to 62. The track hosted various sports car events, attracting numerous enthusiasts and competitors during its operational years. Unfortunately, it ceased operations in 1962, unable to survive for a longer period of time. In Waterford Hills, to my knowledge, Dave's only foray into racing in the States near Detroit. Established in 1958 on the grounds of the Oakland County Sportsman's Club, it stands as one of the oldest racetracks in the United States and the sole road racing course in Southeast Michigan. Dave was invited to compete in an event hosted by a local Corvette club, hoping to expand the horizon. He came along with 9 other Mini drivers for an event held in May of 1964. I don't yet have the results for this particular event, but as I was told, the mighty Minis held their own against the larger and more outright powerful Corvettes. And in true hometown legend fashion, sometimes the story, I think, is more important than the facts. Before World War II, there was little in the way of organized auto racing in Ontario. There were stock car races and some dirt track racing as well as motorcycle races. Organizations like CASC, the Canadian Automobile Sport Club, changed that in the 1950s. In 1967, CASC was recognized by the FIA as the governing body of motorsport in Canada. This affiliation allowed CASC to sanction major events, including the Canadian Grand Prix, and to collaborate with other sanctioning bodies, such as the SCCA in America. Today, CASC is an association of over 30 member clubs within Ontario, sanctioning events, licensing competitors, setting safety standards, and handling administrative matters. The British Automobile Racing Club, Ontario, BARC, established in 1959 by motorsport enthusiasts in the Toronto area, is a volunteer-driven organization still around today, dedicated to organizing and participating in motorsport activities across Ontario. The London Automobile Sport Club, LASK, based in London, Ontario, is a sports car racing club affiliated with CASC. Established in 1958, LASK remains a hub for motorsport enthusiasts in the region, organizing and participating in various racing events. And finally, we have the British Empire Motor Club, BEMC, established in 1928 in Toronto. It's one of Canada's oldest and most influential motorsport organizations. Initially focusing on promoting British motorcycles, the club expanded its scope over the decades to include various forms of motorsport. In 1939, BEMC began accepting car enthusiasts as full members. And the club's first combined motorcycle and car event took place in 1950 at an old airport, and this event marked the beginning of their involvement in auto racing. Now, I would be remiss if I did not mention that Dave, in fact, made several pilgrimages to the Glen like many racing fans. These racing pictures come from his photo albums and show drivers, thanks to Bill Green for identifying these, such as Jack Brabham and Sterling Moss, and local meccas like Smalley's Garage. I was initially unaware of David's travels to the Glen until I was generously loaned some of his photo albums. And it was a really cool full circle moment to know that he had journeyed to our backyard to take in the sights and the sounds of the Watkins Glen Grand Prix. David's collection is far more than a mere assortment of old programs, race results, and trophies. It's a rich time capsule that offers us a rare glimpse into the history of grassroots motorsports in Canada. It tells a compelling story of dedication, passion, and the spirit of individuals like David Crowther, who were not professional racers with sponsorships, but ordinary people driven by an extraordinary love for competition and community. Through this lens, we see how they transformed their weekends into competitive pursuits, turning airstrips and frozen lakes into racetracks, and challenging each other not for fame or fortune, but for the sheer thrill of the sport. David Crowther was a quintessential embodiment of this grassroots motorsport spirit. His journey through 3 decades of racing, from driving skill tests and rallies to slaloms and ice races, paints us a picture of a man who thrived on the camaraderie, challenges, and rare excitement that came with motorsport. This was a time when racing was more about innovation and resourcefulness than about technology and big budgets. By preserving David's legacy through this collection, we do more than honor a single racer. We safeguard an entire chapter of motorsport history that might otherwise fade into obscurity. It is a testament to the everyday enthusiasts who built the racing foundation in Canada. Grassroots events required a team of volunteers, as seen by the list of volunteers in the center, often comprised of mostly the drivers themselves, along with a few good-hearted spouses and friends. And as seen here by one of Dave's many notes on his racing expenditures and budgets, this was not a hobby of unlimited resources. While piecing together this presentation, I've come to realize that we're only scratching the surface. There's more to uncover, more stories to tell, and more details to explore. Collections like these may initially come from one driver, but as you can see here, there are countless drivers who are just waiting to be unearthed from someone's boxes of memories and join the IMRC's archives. I can't tell you where we go from here, but I hope this collection reminds us all that from humble beginnings, stories worth telling can grow. And as you can see, this is what I mean. We've got lists of entries. They actually have biographies of some of the drivers themselves, and this just makes up 1/100th of this man's collection. Thank you to the IMRC, to Duke, Bill, Mark, Dwayne, Kip, of course, Nancy and David Crowther, Mark Law, Trevor, and to all the other drivers whose stories are yet to be told. Thank you.
Thanks, Alana. That was fascinating, and as you point out, this is one story of one man, and goodness knows how many more are out there.
Yeah.
And we at the IMRC are always ready, willing, and quite happy to receive material like this and preserve the legacy of those people. So, does anyone have any questions for Alana?
Motocross is a venue I've heard a lot about. I've seen small smatterings. You're involved in it. Which
In an autocross, do you mean national?
I mean, like we talk about as in the state of New York, for example, or in Broward County, or does everybody have any feeling?
Yeah. I would say at every competition, there's probably, what do you want to say, 60 drivers. Yep.
I can tag in on that. We generally in the Finger Lakes region have anywhere from a really slow weekend of about 85 drivers upwards of, when we do the national tour here, several hundred.
We have Salina, Kansas. I mean, it's a pervasive motorsport.
It's a great way to get involved from every level. You know, drive what you brought, automatic. I personally stalled every single start my first event. And I kept coming back with a smile on my face, not just because of the event itself, but the people involved.
To kind of shift to Alana's last slide here too, it's that one picture on the left side of the screen is a very, very special picture for the fact that that was David's garage. He spent hours out there just sitting there, reading, drinking, doing whatever, enjoying his cars, even when he wasn't able to drive them anymore. And kind of one of those blessing moments, he passed away in the chair in the back of that photo in that very garage.
Looking at his cars.
With a beer in his hand.
Yep.
With a nurse by his side.
Yep.
And that was his last warm, fuzzy memory about auto racing.
Yeah. No, this is truly a collection that has come to not only, I think, embody Dave, but so many of the other stories. And I was worried I was going to get teary-eyed on the last slide. And thanks, Trevor. You kind of did it. But no, this is a really cool collection. And just thank you so much for letting me share it with you all.
Alana, I probably missed this, and I apologize. How did you become interested in this one particular gentleman?
So my husband and I, Trevor, met because of our Mini Coopers, and so we have a large group of friends, right? Mini drivers tend to find other Mini drivers. It's a small community. And our friend Mark Law was good friends with Dave, in fact, kind of like a son. Dave never had kids. And so when Dave passed away, Mark is not at all a paper guy and was kind of threatening to throw this collection into the trash. And we put our foot down and said, absolutely not. Please let us hoard it. I don't know what's going to happen with it. But pretty much instantly, the first time I started looking through the collection, I knew it belonged at the IMRCC.
That's great. Well, thank you for your interest. Thanks for preserving it. It's terrific. Anyone else?
No? Okay.
All right, we got one from the internet here. Terry Johnson writes, a question for Alana, but also for the historians at the IMRC. Do you have any suggestions for the preservation of old documents, programs, photos, etc., archival materials used?
Yeah, so I actually, if it's at all possible, I might punt this to Joe as our new archivist here at the IMRC. Welcome, Joe, because I think that would be really important, right? People want to know how they can preserve their dad's, their grandfather's collections.
Thank you, Alana. First of all, I would say if you're interested in donating things, please reach out to us and let us know what you have. You can contact us. Our information's online. That would be the best course of action, I would suggest, because when you donate it to an organization like ours, it becomes public and we can make it accessible to other researchers. If you're just interested in caring for things at your house, I mean, try to keep them out of the basement, out of the attic, out of the garage. Keep them in your house so that the temperature is kind of, not erratic and not super humid and not super dry. Archival materials are expensive, but if you really want to preserve things, you can look around for acid-free archival quality materials. Are available online through a number of vendors.
Thanks, Joe.
Anyone else? Well, thank you again. That was terrific. Oh, one more.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Paul. And I will say just briefly, it's really cool, again, from coming here last year as a spectator and getting to be involved. I'm just very grateful. Yes, Paul?
Not just a question, but just a note of gratitude to you and your husband for accepting that material, and then for cataloging it and then donating it. As an historian, the work that people like you guys do is absolutely essential, because otherwise it gets thrown out. And plus, I'm a Canadian, and this,
so
this
great.
this really hits home. So thank you very much for a wonderful
Yeah,
time.
we're lucky to live so close, so thank you very much. Good.
Okay,
right,
thank you again.
thank you.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
That's great. Nice job. Nice job. We are coming to our final presenter for the last 2 days here, Karl-Heinz Mertins, who's going to speak to the legendary Mercedes-Benz 196.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Like many people in racing, I'm bending the rules a little bit here, speaking to a society of historians. I will talk a little bit about the real history, but then veer off into an alternative history and give a picture of what could have been instead of what was. So the question is how to beat Mercedes-Benz at a time when it wasn't quite clear that they would enter the 2.5-liter Formula One race season in 1954, and so the model designation of W196 wasn't known yet, so it's kind of blanked out here in the title page. Let me give you a timeline of where this all starts, and then I will talk a little bit about what happened here on the left side before we get to 51. In 51, and all this is somewhat relative and relevant to the story that I will tell. In 51, Mercedes got back out of the destruction phase and into the reconstruction and started building cars again, but not just any car. They started unveiling the 300. W186 is an internal code, And it was a challenger to Rolls-Royce, to Packard, if you want so. So they wanted to really reestablish the company as a provider of luxurious cars and set the standard. Shortly thereafter, and this presentation happened at the Frankfurt Automobile Show in April. Shortly thereafter, the board approved that the company should go back to racing. And there was a green light given for a sports car project first, the 300 SL, to ease into motorsports again after World War II. Now, what happened before here? There was, of course, the World War II, and before it ended, there were plans, particularly in the US, the Morgenthau plan, that foresaw that Germany should really be brought back to the Middle Ages and should be, should have no industrial capabilities anymore. The facilities that had survived the World War should be dismantled or destroyed, and it should be an agrarian society that would go forward and not be a threat to mankind going forward. Well, that plan fortunately didn't come to pass. Instead, there was, of course, an activity, some of that on the table, as described yesterday, and some of it was under the table. There were, of course, some of the Mercedes engineers that formed informal networks, and they were thinking about plans of what could they do and how could they survive and at some point go back to the former glories again. That happened, and that led to things like the Unimog. Does anybody here know about the Unimog? Of course, a utility vehicle, kind of an agricultural tractor. And of course, that kind of responded to the Morgenthau plan of focusing on agriculture and not on things like racing or luxury cars. And that machine, was very successful. It was developed with very little means and with external help, and the Boehringer brothers chipped in, and there were other people that had allocations of sheet metal for milk cans and so forth, and they all contributed. Because at the time, in 45, when the war was lost, Germany was under military rule, and the area around Stuttgart was ruled by the American administration then. And so material was scarce and had to be applied for, and there was a good reason as to why you wanted some material, and you couldn't ask for material for race cars, for example. It wouldn't have been a good proposition. It moves on from there pretty quickly. The Morgenthau plan gets replaced by the Marshall Plan. Money flows into Europe, and the reconstruction is pretty fast and furious. So there were some activities already at the beginning of 51. A couple of the pre-war 64s were brought to Argentina to run in Buenos Aires at a couple of races. And the idea was, well, we were so successful with those pre-war silver arrows, we could probably just dust them off and use them again in this new age. It turned out they were not that successful. Neubauer was the moving force behind all this. He had a delegation going to Argentina with these cars. The engineer responsible for those, Uhlenhaut, was not in the delegation. So things were probably not perfectly set up, but those cars were beaten by 2-liter, 3-liter Mercedes were beaten by 2-liter Ferraris, and it was kind of shameful event from Mercedes' perspective, because the DNA of the company was indeed you make the best cars you can make, and when you go racing, you go for the win. You're not settling for second places. And so they had to rethink this whole operation and scale back a little bit, go back to building a sports car, and focus only once the dust settled and it became clear how Formula One would be organized in the future, that there would be indeed a new one, a formula that would prefer or give preference to naturally aspirated engines. And it would start in 1954. It became clear now that was the new goal for Mercedes. But in the interim, they were working on something, a race car that they could build out of this luxury car, kind of a clumsy way to do it. But nevertheless, it turned out to be quite successful. Around the same time, at the end of 1951, Alfa Romeo, who had two very successful years with the Alfettas, decided that that wouldn't be a long-term proposition. Going forward with those cars, they were at the end of their development potential, and you couldn't increase the compression ratios and the supercharger pressures and so on. And you couldn't deal with the fuel consumption that increased exponentially. So they abandoned racing completely. Now, if you are a competitor in this Grand Prix racing scene and you think about, well, I have to compete with Mercedes, and again, they're not doing things half-baked. You have to have the financial strength and you have to have the intellectual strength to build a true competitor, a good car that can indeed meet and beat Mercedes-Benz. It takes something. So here's where I veer off into La La Land, if you want so. During 1952, where could a group come about that would make a challenger for Mercedes? Not in France, I think. The CTA Arsenal was a rolling disaster and would not have yielded a real competitor. In England, BRM was a bureaucratic mess and it wasn't really going anywhere fast. And it was also too much looking backwards to the 1930s, technology-wise. So I can see a scenario in Italy. If you reconstruct something like the Auto Union that had been very successful in Germany and had provided this competitive product to Mercedes in form of the mid-engined Silver Arrows that were initially designed by Ferdinand Porsche and his engineering office, and then Auto Union and Porsche in particular insourced more and more of that activity. So I suggest something like this, and Unione Automobili should happen in northern Italy. And it would be where Auto Union in Germany was pretty much mandated by the banks that they had to support the capital. In Italy, the IRI, the state holding, to which Alfa Romeo already belonged, would be a good vehicle to provide some serious competition to Fiat, which totally dominated the Italian auto scene, volume-wise and value-wise. Something needed to be done because, frankly, I think people with some foresight knew that companies like Lancia and Alfa Romeo by themselves couldn't survive long term. And hindsight tells us that they didn't. But we're back in 1951-ish, 2-ish. This could have happened. We could have had a conglomerate of different brands that would cover different segments in the marketplace. They could even have a foreign branch in France. Panhard would be a good candidate. In those days, you couldn't trade easily across country boundaries. So like Fiat had Simca in France. We would have Panhard, and we would have a luxury segment where Lancia would play a big role. Isotta Fraschini would also be integrated. The name rights would be acquired, and you would establish the luxury and the top end of the range with that brand. There would be an entry also in terms of two-wheel vehicles, and the scooter, a pretty rugged scooter from ISO was available. So we have already the low-cost entry brand ISO Autoveicoli that makes this Isetta, and they also made the scooter, so we cover that. And also, in addition, goes back to last year's presentation, we also have a branch that deals with ag tractors, because that helps develop the Mezzogiorno region in Italy, and that's one of the motivators why IRI will support this whole effort. This whole effort needs also to be joined by Pirelli, which has an interest in promoting their tires, and altogether this could be a competitor, or could be the resource, financial resource, intellectual resource to provide a real competitor to Mercedes. So we have a few individuals here that will constitute the core team. One person fell out of the picture here, literally. But the head would be Robert Eberhorst, who had ample experience in mid-engine cars at Auto Union before the war. After the war, he was involved in the Cisitalia 360 project, which also was designed, but now by an outsourced and relocated team of Porsche engineering. Ferdinand Porsche was incarcerated at the time in France, but his son and some of the old team members were working there. I put here Livio Nicolis as the kind of the project manager in place, as the right hand of Eberhard Eberhorst, who was certainly the intellectual mastermind, but not necessarily involved in all the nitty-gritty. So Nicolis will take care of that. He has experience at the Alfetta program, and we bring in different generations. I think from my own professional experience, I think it's always very helpful when you have multiple generations on a team, and not just an inbred group, so to speak, of graybeards. You need some of them, but you don't want to have the whole team of them. So we recruit, and those are real people, of course, as you know, Carlo Chitti and Giotto Bizzarini, both are already at Alfa Romeo. It makes sense to rely on them a lot for chassis and for development and test and so on. They're enthused, and they come very importantly from the University of Pisa, so they have, at least in Carlo Chitti's case, a degree in aeronautical engineering. And we'll see later on that taking license from or learning from aeronautical designs and skills and technologies makes a lot of sense when you want to build a world beater race car. On the engine side, we lean more on the Lancia personnel. There is, of course, Francesco de Virgilio, who pretty much developed the V6 engine at Lancia, the principles at least, the angle of 60 degrees, it goes back to him. He analyzed the dynamics of various V angles, and when you look at the history of Lancia, then you know they experimented with everything from 11 degrees downwards or upwards, and And 60 degrees is obviously the ideal, but there's also a solution with 120 degrees, as we'll learn later on. De Virgilio found that already in the 1940s. So he's obviously a member of the team. Then Tacone Mina is maybe a more practical engine designer who can detail an engine more. And he has shown that already as a long-term Lancia engineer. I couldn't get any biographic information on him. Maybe that's where some librarians can help me in the future. And then, of course, this fellow here, we'll learn more about him, Josef Mickel, who retired in 1950 from the Porsche engineering team. We'll rehire him as a consultant because he's a specialist in aerodynamics, and we understand aerodynamics will play a big role if we want to beat Mercedes. And it's also important to work very closely with the tire manufacturer. So we want to have somebody, and I'm not particular about the name, from Pirelli, from the tire partner, because suspension layout and design will have to be very closely coordinated with the tire capabilities. And so you want to have the tire people on your side. It's one of the lessons also from the Silver Arrow area pre-World War II, where Mercedes worked very closely with Continental, and that was very helpful to them. Porsche and Auto Union were not quite as engaged with Continental, and it was to their detriment sometimes. So the first task of this newly formed team was, before you start designing anything, go by this ancient wisdom here. If you know your enemy and you know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. So find out as much as possible about Mercedes. Where are they going? What can you expect from them? Rather than focusing just on your own thoughts and say, we know best how to build the best race car. Anticipate what your enemy or your competitor will do, and then not copy them. The goal is not to copy them. You cannot out Mercedes. If you try, it's a losing battle. You have to do something. You have to look for unfair, quote unquote, advantages. And you have to do something different. For example, mid-engine layout as opposed to what is most likely Mercedes' solution, the front engine. And then, as mentioned before, aeronautics holds a lot of nuggets of wisdom and a lot of technology bits and pieces that you want to adopt. So you want to send out people like Carlo Kitty to snoop around what's going on in aeronautics and at the universities that still teach that. There wasn't too much actual building and designing going on after World War II because of restrictions by the Allied forces. So what can you expect reasonably from Mercedes-Benz? Well, we know the company wanted and did indeed recover from the ashes. There was a lot of rebuilding going on because Mercedes had a very loyal workforce, and a lot of people that had survived World War II went back to remove some of the rubbles and to secure some of the machinery and repair it and improve on it. It's pretty obvious that Uhlenhaut and Neubauer will stay engaged. Neubauer already in his 60s will tend, you can imagine, to relive the old days, the glory days of the 30s, and that's why he pushed for this early engagement in Buenos Aires in '51, because he thought, hey, we have the goods still here, and why don't we just refresh it a little bit what we had been successful with. I think Rudolf Uhlenhaut, by his nature, was more interested in a clean sheet design and be more in the times then rather than looking backwards. What you know about Mercedes is they are very methodical in their development. They're not just going from the drawing board quickly to the foundry and to the machine shop and then assemble and go to the racetrack. That's not their way of doing things. They will work on components, test the components to death, assemble the components to subsystems, test again in the lab the systems and subsystems to death. When that all works out, then they have a car, and then they will also test it first on a lab with a rolling surface. And before they ever hit the tracks, they will know a lot about the vehicle and its capabilities, and then they will go out to the track finally, and then there's only small modification necessary here and there, some tune-ups. And this leads to a situation, this is one of my rocking horses here that I like to think about and talk about, and that's the evolution strategy as it applies to technical systems and developments. The speed of progress, you can say, depends on the mutation size. You know, how much do you change? You start typically with some known platform, state of the art, right? And if you do very little, if you change very little, there's practically no progress. If you move on, you get onto a pretty steep curve of rapid progress. But and there's a certain window within you can operate. If you're too low here with too small steps of improvement, you're not accomplishing much. If you're going overboard, you end up here. You end up in a Cisitalia situation, or in, name something. Monaco Trossi comes to mind in the pre-war design of a Grand Prix car, which was basically an airplane without wings. You know, there was a radial engine at the front. It was hanging over the front axle, and the mass distribution was something like 70% front and 30% rear, which is a recipe for disaster, of course. You don't have to be a specialist in engineering to see that. So that was a design that fell somewhere into this part of the evolution window, clearly overshot. You want to avoid that. Mercedes was more in this conservative pioneering mode. Some people have characterized the company as conservative pioneers. They're going for progress. One example would be that we learn in real history later on. They go from carburetors to fuel injection, and it's an incremental improvement, but it's one that's solid and it brings some progress. That's very measurable. But they wouldn't go completely to a rotary engine or something right off the bat. There will be a tight budget. Don't expect any state subsidies or payments directly or indirectly, because Germany didn't have much surplus to throw around. It's hardly been able to cover the basics. But there would be technical inputs, of course, from suppliers that Mercedes had a tradition working with, like Bosch, Continental, and then Esso, the fuel supplier, was important too, because the fuel in those days was free. So the formula didn't prescribe commercially available gasoline. You could brew your own mix, which they certainly did. And then there was, of course, the engineering force within the corporation. You could always ring up a colleague or meet over lunch and get some inputs and so on. So there was quite a bit of intellectual property and capability there. Now, Mercedes obviously lost the local nemesis, Auto Yohn. There was no chance that Auto Yohn would get back to racing. They hardly survived, and they were cut into two pieces, one in East Germany, one in West Germany, or one in the Soviet zone and the other one in the American zone. So there was no chance for that. So when they did something, it would have to have some benefit for their series production side of the business. And so it's very, very likely, very probable that they would stick to the front engine because all their commercial products would be front engined. You know, Benz had taken a little dive via Edmund Rumpler in the 1920s to the, let's say this, or the Benz RH Tropfenwagen, but that didn't last very long, and so very unlikely that they would make a jump that would, to them, look like going potentially here down the drain. And they would probably hang on to the swing axles or pendulum axles because that was also their bread and butter product. Now, one would expect that they would modify this thing a little bit because we know swing axles, and we'll get to that in a moment, are not the cat's meow for good road holding. So a case in point for all this, looking more towards what they have and what they want to commercialize, is the W194 project, this 300 SL, first generation. That's an excellent model to study here for this case, for this question that we have in front of us. So here you see this Adenauer, the 300 representative car, and very luxurious and expensive, and a dream car, you know, for most Germans. It was totally unobtainium, and yet it showed, you know, we're back again. And that would be the basis for this sports car that would go racing. And so they had an engine, and they had to live with this engine, because unlike Italians, they didn't jump right into making 5 different engines very quickly. They stuck with the block and with what they had to work with, rather than tooling up very quickly. I'm amazed, and some people have written, you know, with amazement and with appreciation, that Lancia, for example, designed 25 engines in 5 years, you know, which was nuts for a small company like that. Mercedes had this one engine, which was already an overhead camshaft engine, so a good start, but it was heavy. A boat's anchor, if you want. So it had to be augmented with other designs that were within the realm of possibility, and one was obviously aerodynamics. And that brings me to this image here, because in 1939, when the Italians thought they were very smart, no pun intended, no offense intended here, when they thought they were smart in and prescribing that the Grand Prix of Tripoli was for Voiturette cars instead of regular Grand Prix cars, they thought, well, now our Alfettas will have a good chance to win this race. And Mercedes, at that time, when they still had deep pockets, designed the purpose-built W165 and sent 2 cars to Tripolis and ended up 1-2. But during qualification, they had to learn the bitter lesson that a 4-cylinder Maserati with a streamlined bodywork got the pole position. It was faster than the Mercedes cars. Very unexpected in a way, because the engine was clearly inferior. So I think they must have gotten a bit of a lesson there that, hey, we have to look at the drag reduction and so on. Also, again, to study subsystems, and obviously Rudolf Uhlenhaus came up with the space frame concept, the very light frame, to offset the high weight of the engine. But it was an unknown quantity, and not many people had built these types of delicate space frames. So they built a very quick mule car to test this concept early on, before they ever went too far down the pike, and designed this final 300 SL, super leicht. But they did. And then to reduce the drag coefficient and to reduce the frontal area, they angled or tilted the engine at about 55 degrees from horizontal to simply reduce the hood height and thereby increase their speed. And here you can see resolution is not too good. Charles Faroux and Alfred Neubauer looking into the engine bay of that final product at Le Mans, I think it was. So continued lessons to be learned from this. First of all, you learn Mercedes works with what they don't go full bore out and design everything from scratch. On the other hand, they're willing to stretch the envelope, to design solutions, again, somewhat dictated, of course, by the space front. Want to have a deep door sill and threshold. They came up with the first iteration of the gull-wing doors that just reached down to the lower edge of the window, and you had to kind of wiggle yourself into the driver's. When they first got to the Mille in '52 with this car, the inspectors were a little bit leery to accept that as doors, and so it was a test for the subsequent Le Mans race, and I think they got into the Mille with this type of door, quote unquote. Later on for Le Mans, they changed it to the gull-wing doors as we know them today. And that was in reaction to and knowing that they would meet less leniency with the French authorities than with the Italian authorities, of course, in those years. We're talking 1952. They also experimented with something that was a little bit out of the ordinary and a little bit advanced or too advanced for Mercedes, one could say, with this aerodynamic brake system, which some people will argue that was mostly shown during the time trials to confuse, irritate competitors. It was never meant to be really used in racing because it was a little flimsy, and it was taken down before the race began. But we also learned from this development that Mercedes was willing to accept imperfections. For example, when you look at the engine compartment, it has no ventilation. There's no way to get the air out in an ordinary or in a very optimized way where you help reduce overall drag. They fixed that later on by having some openings here at the side, but not in this first generation of the 300 SL. So that was one, and then they stuck to this somewhat questionable dual pendulum rear suspension. Nevertheless, they were victorious in Le Mans, and then in particular at the Carrera Panamericana, which was quite an achievement for something that was built from bits and pieces that were originally meant for a luxurious car. Working, on the other hand, what we learned from there for the Unione Automobili team is we prefer chassis over engine power. Italians typically were interested in, for Ferrari in particular, the race car was a big engine, very powerful, and the rest was just a means to move forward. Chassis was never really his preference, in those days at least. In this case, our team will think differently and will work with Pirelli closely to introduce the radial tires, which Pirelli had developed at that time, not for racing, but for passenger car applications, sports car applications. Cinturato CA67 and we add on a competizione version of that tire. We'll use it for our dream car here. Of course, that also means the driving style has to be adapted to that. It's not totally easy from people who grew up with cross-ply tires. They have some difficulties, and that will require also very methodical testing. Let's look at other components that are important. The chassis frame itself is very important because you want to have a very stiff chassis, and the flexibility has to be in the suspension system and not like in the old leather frames where the frame itself was the spring system for most parts. So we have some lessons to learn from Cisitalia, for example, but this Porsche design, very strangely, has this space frame, but it doesn't make use of triangulation. You don't see that any of these square gaps are broken up with some triangulation. Very strange. I'm not sure what their motive was, because they were not under weight restrictions really. To me, that seems like a half-baked solution, knowing the quality of the engineers that were involved. Alfa Romeo, with the Alfetta, particularly when they ran to the end of its usefulness and modified it to the 1959, which had the Didion rear axle, had also, at least some specimens, had this additional framework here. So you see the original ladder frame oval profile here, and then you can see they already made some augmentation, added basically an upper girder and did the reinforcement between the two girders quite well. But that was only a partial solution because it didn't have any lateral connection really. But it was better than nothing. What makes more sense is a true 3D space frame, as you can see in some of the airplanes of the time. That's where one of our references to aviation comes in, the space frame of a Boeing Stearman plane, which was a training plane for the most part. It gives us a good idea of spatial triangulation of the frame. Then, of course, we can even go further, but this is one bridge too far, I would argue, for race car designers. You could use the geodesic fuselage of British airplanes that were successful in World War II and were very immune against partial destruction. They could take a lot of damage and could still go back to the base. You see some spiral framework here that is then cladded by aluminum or fabric or whatever the material of choice was. This is a little bit too much for a race car. It's also not as easily scaled down from the airplane size to the car size. So it's this is a more likely and more successful solution. This could be a foreshadowing of monocoque structures, but that's, again, that's one or two bridges too far for the time. And keep in mind, race car designers are also people, and they work and concern themselves about their daily lives and the continuation of their careers. So if they go too far away, it goes back to that evolution function. If they veer out too far from the known, they risk that they have a big failure. And having a big failure with something that's a traditional design is tolerable. You can always say, well, everybody else did something like that. If you risk and stick out your neck too much with something that's totally unique and it fails, everybody and their brother will say, well, you shouldn't have done that, right? It could be a career-modifying event. This is not a great picture here, but we're talking about wheels and suspensions. Let's start with wheels first. State of the art were wire wheels, and particularly Borani was one of the favorite suppliers for that. But that was also a fairly flexible wheel, and it needed tuning and adjusting and maintenance. Cooper, early on, after World War II, changed over to cast electron wheels. And part of the reason was that it was easier to get aluminum and magnesium in England after World War II than steel. Steel was rationed, and a lot of aluminum was found from war efforts and equipment. So that was one thing. And it was also good for Cooper's spare part business because it was an OEM wheel that couldn't easily be replaced by something else. But more importantly, in the US, Hellebrand had introduced already and proven the magnesium wheels, cast wheels, machined then to fit, and they had won the 1952 Indy 500, and it became commonplace. So I'm wondering why people in Europe didn't look at those developments and said, there is an advantage here. We save some unsprung weight, and we get a more rigid product. And it's obviously proven on high-speed ovals. And then let's look at suspension systems quickly. Lancia had already introduced with the first generation of the Aurelia a semi-trailing independent rear suspension, which you can see a top view of here. Here would be the coil spring, and here are the attachment points to the chassis, and here's the drive shaft, the wheel. So this would be a start, we think, for development for an optimized rear wheel suspension, independent suspension for a race car. It has its pros and cons as well, but you can play a lot with the different angles and orientations of components. You can do that in 3D and get some reductions in toe-in and in camber change with the spring deflection. So there's probably something to be found. Now, we assume that Mercedes will stick with the pendulum axles, maybe in this format, but it's the one that gives you the highest roll center, and that's not very popular really for race cars because you can really get to the point where you jack up the one wheel and it leads to instabilities. You have pretty steep camber angle changes. It's not the best thing for a race car, so we assume that Mercedes will modify that. You try to make the pendulum lengths as long as possible, so you could do something that goes underneath, could even go to the opposite side, and you could crisscross the links there. So I would expect there, putting myself into 1952, that Mercedes would work on some of this stuff. And what we see here is an interesting car from New Zealand, and it dovetails quite well with what was said yesterday. People that came back from World War II had aircraft experience, were aircraft mechanics. A couple of folks in New Zealand built their own car. They had studied and read about the Auto Yohn mid-engine configuration, and they said, well, we can build that too, and we can go to the scrapyard or to the auction places where you can buy cheaply surplus from the Army and from the Air Force, and that's what they did. So they built their own interesting car, and it had a very low pivot swing axle arrangement, which is shown here in a picture of the renovated or restored version of this car here. This looks almost like it's over restored, but it's interesting. You see very long arms of this swing axle. They almost merge to a single axis of rotation down here, very low. And they also pilfered some oleo struts from airplanes and used them as spring and damper. Very innovative, a very interesting car. Not too much is known about this RA4 Vanguard, which worked with a 4-cylinder standard Vanguard engine, slightly supercharged, and it had 2088 cc, so it was a Formula Libre car and didn't qualify for Grand Prix, but it was pretty much only raced in New Zealand. But it has been restored in England, as I understand, recently, and it will come to a couple of events in Florida in this coming March. One is Moda Miami, I think, and the other is Amelia. So you will see, if you get there, you will see this car in real life, and can see more than from these pictures. But an interesting thing, an interesting way that the tinkerers worked on something that made a lot of sense, and they had a lot of fun with it. One of the mechanics was then the driver, and he managed to participate at Lady Wigram trophy runs for several years with modest success. Brakes, of course, are important for the race car. What can you do there? Obviously, ventilated drum brakes were the industry standard. Alfin processes were often used to bond strongly and have a low thermal resistance between the iron liners and the aluminum body with fins, different shapes of fins. But by 1952, disc brakes became already a possibility for race cars. And again, that's a technology that comes from airplanes. You know. During World War II, a lot of airplanes, British, American, used already a form of disc brakes. And there were several manufacturers. Dunlop was one of them. Girling was there. Dunlop worked with Jaguar on sports cars, and Girling with BRM, and got that to a science already. And then Tony Vanderwaal, who had already started his own activities with the thin wall special, said, I want also to have the latest technology in brakes. And he worked with Goodyear and got some disc brake systems there. But we can assume that that technology was off limits for Mercedes, because I cannot imagine that any of these companies, particularly Dunlop, that helped Jaguar, would also help Mercedes to beat the snot of Jaguar. So I think that was off limits, and I think Mercedes understood that, and so they were working with these aerodynamic brakes that we can see later on, and we saw already this roof-mounted effort. And there's also a patent that was issued to Auto Union in 1941. Unfortunately, that image didn't make it, but there's a German patent that was issued, and that shows an aerodynamic brake, basically a wing that you can flip up with servo power from the engine and assist in braking. Probably tailored to those record trips that people made on the Autobahn, but it could be used in Grand Prix racing as well. There was nothing that would prohibit that. Anyway, that would be one way to get around this disc brake embargo that I would think was prevalent. The other thing is, and I wish I would be able to show you all the pictures here, and I can't. This copy did not copy over the interesting image. But driver position is one thing. We said, particularly with a front-engine car, the typical bomber seat, where you sit pretty upright, like in an armchair or the chairs you're sitting on. The driver sits very upright and provides quite an obstacle to the aerodynamic profile. Fortunately, this picture came across here, and that is Otto Mattei in what is called the Fetzenflieger. He raced this thing that was based on the Volkswagen 64 or Porsche 64 project. He got one from, he was an Austrian, so he was close to the Austrian Porsche office at the time. So he got one of these 64s, which were, I think they were intended for the Berlin-Rome long distance race that never happened, if I recall that correctly. Well, you may have some better ideas about that. Okay, so he got that, and Otto Mattei, you have to consider, had a pretty severe motorcycle accident, so his right arm was not useful to him, and he needed to be able to lean on the steering wheel when he changed gears. So he had a shifter on the left-hand side, and he leaned forward to the steering wheel to shift gears. So that was a bit of an aberration. He needed that kind of seating position. But you can see here, it's unfortunate. It's not the optimum solution when you have a rear engine, or mid-engine in our case. On the other hand, what we learned from aeronautics, and particularly from glider planes or sailplanes, there was a development going on at the Polytechnicum in Turin. In 1953, in particular, there was a new Centro di Volo a Vela that was founded, and it was kind of an operation in the corner of a lab first. But the team there wanted to change the whole composition of sailplanes, because in sailplanes they have no engine, obviously. You need to have a very low frontal profile. You need to have a very, very low drag coefficient. And what they introduced was a leaned backwards position of the pilot. It's almost a position like you find in, or found then in the say the Lotus Grand Prix cars, particularly the monocoque versions, and they could also beef that up with some scientific investigations. I have the source given here, that there are optimum angles for body parts, and they're not 90 degrees, so the upright sitting position is not necessarily the best, particularly if you don't have to have high steering forces to work with, which was one of the reasons why people sat so upright, or why NASCAR drivers also hang on close to the steering wheel, at least in the past. But in the case of a front, of a car with mid-engine, there's not that much load on the front axle, and so the steering effort is much lower. So you can get by with this more relaxed, leaned back sitting position. And it's now standard practice, of course, in sailplanes. But in '53, that was something that was pretty new. In fact, it was unheard of, and people were wondering, can the pilots do that? And they had some test flights, and they felt, hey, this is great, actually. And so we sent, of course, Carlo Kitty around different universities. Naturally, he has to go to Turin and to Milan, and understand what's going on there. And so he comes across this, and the innovator and the young man who wants to make his place in the history comes across this and says, hey, why don't we experiment with that and reduce the frontal area of our Grand Prix car? And that goes on with engines also, quickly talking about different engine choices. It seems quite reasonable for the 2.5 liter formula. First of all, that it shows the naturally aspirated one, and not the supercharged version that was allowed at 750 cc. The penalty for for supercharging was just too high. So you look at a 2.5 liter engine and you ask yourself, how many cylinders do you really need? Do you need 16 cylinders or 24 or 4? Maybe 6 is a good compromise. Very likely, because you can see Jaguar was very successful with their 6 cylinders. Mercedes had just proven with the 194 project that, hey, we can win races and championships with 6-cylinder engines. And of course, they had slanted at Mercedes their engine. That was brought to an even more dramatic effect in the Cummins diesel special of 1952 that participated in the Indy 500. And it was Freddie Cummins' desire to prove that diesel engines could be very successful in any application, including race cars. So he built this special car with a Watson chassis, elongated and modified in many ways. But he chose to tilt the engine practically by 90 degrees. So the crankshaft is about here, and this is the cylinder head. Now this was a overhead valve engine, as I understand. It was turbocharged, and it was tilted for minimum frontal area. So you could think Mercedes should think about those lines as well. In our case here, for Unione Automobili, we say, well, Lancia is really our flagship brand, and it relies on V6 engines to a great extent. Why don't we also make our racing engine just like, say, the D20 V6 at Lancia that they had already at a 60-degree cylinder angle? Makes good sense. It's a short engine. It allows more space for the reclined driver position. So let's do that. But maybe we should change the angle as De Virgilio had proposed. You can do that to 120 degrees to make a shallower engine. So I put in this image here, which, to be honest, is not from the time we're talking about. This is a more recent South African aircraft engine, and it's a 120-degree V 6-cylinder engine. Just to show you what the form factor would look like, I think that would give a pretty optimal configuration for a mid-engine configuration that minimizes the frontal area and the drag coefficient. So that's it. So we assume that Mercedes will do this and use an inline 6-cylinder, which we can't know at the time that was a wrong assumption. I can live with that. And fuel injection is almost inevitable. And the question is, can you even go as far as direct injection into the combustion chamber, or do you allow for an indirect injection ahead of the inlet valves? Mercedes obviously had some experience in the DB 601 aircraft engine of World War II with direct injection, and we know that Schoenberg, who was the engineer involved, was parked at the time still at a small company called Gutbrot until he got through his denazification process, and then could join Mercedes again. Very likely that he would push for an adaptation of this kind of injection. On the other hand, Italy had quite a lot to offer in terms of indirect injection. Fellow Ottavio Fuscaldo had patented the application in 1937, a solution for a very smart electrical injection. Very much like most cars that we drive today have their injection system. No electronics, obviously, because that wasn't invented yet, but the basic makings were already there, and this thing raced in the Mille of 1940. There was an Alfa Romeo 2.5 liter 6C equipped with this type of injection system, and it ran on a mix of palm oil, I understand, and some other non-conventional fuel component, because that was when Italy was in this autarky mode and couldn't import a lot of mineral oil, and so it was a theme that fit into the landscape. And it demonstrated, and also in a Gilera motorbike, as I understand, that this system worked quite well. It got forgotten for quite some time, but you can see electromagnetic injection valves here, actuated and timed by a distributor system, very much like you time the ignition. So it was not a continuous injection like, say, the Hilborn system in the US would have been. So that's basically what we decide, or we leave it to the engineering team. Do they want to go with a Spica direct injection that they also have at their disposal within Alfa Romeo, or will they go with something like this indirect injection? So then we say our special sauce will be the emphasis on aerodynamics, and we want to create downforce I'll stop in a moment here. And we saw this picture of the T80 yesterday that was explained to us. You can see the fellow who was behind, Josef Mikl, who was behind the patent that you see figures from here. And you can see that he not only had the side wings, but he also had an elevated wing with end caps and all the makings of sort of modern aerodynamic concept. So I think we put all this together into a final product, and we think we can beat Mercedes on a good day. Not always, but on a good day.
Thank you, Karl. I think we have some questions.
My thing that strikes me always when you have these discussions, why wasn't this sort of analysis carried out then? It's fairly capable. Everything's there. Mm-hmm. So why was the contemporary thinking not along these lines? Because it's I know that it's just retroactively, but all that was available then.
Yeah, and I limit myself particularly to the availability of technology bits and pieces. I mean, in hindsight, it's very easy to throw in electronics, for example, which wasn't available then. But a good answer of that is, I think I mentioned it briefly, people want to survive in their organizations, right? And for example, if you're in IT, at least in the time when computers first came up, if you specified IBM computers, you were home free. It didn't matter that they were not as functional performance-wise. They may have had bad service whatsoever, but it was IBM. And so if you were issuing the purchase order for IBM computers, you survived easily even if things fell by the wayside. If you would have specified some more exotic, more powerful computer, and it would have given you difficulties, everybody points at you and says, "You Dummkopf, why did you do that? How could you do that?" So it's always safer to stay with the incumbent solutions, and it takes risk, it takes the right personalities to venture out a little bit, and with this evolution window, you have to be really careful not to go too far out and fail. So I think there's more incentive for playing it safe than being too daring. And there's a herd mentality. So if everybody uses Weber carburetors in racing, why should I do something different, right? But if you want to beat the other guy, as I also mentioned, you cannot out Mercedes. Don't even try it. You have to do something different, and you have to take the risk and to be willing to risk. I think Ivan Eberhorst had demonstrated it throughout his career that he was willing to do that.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Carl.
Thank you.
So, just a couple quick remarks. An event like this doesn't take place in a vacuum. Obviously, it doesn't take place without the help of a lot of people. So first of all, I'd like to thank all of our speakers who took the time and expense to come here in person, as well as those who joined us by Zoom call. I would like to thank the IMRRC staff. I would like to thank our volunteers, Jim, who has left, but Dwayne, who has spent most of his weekend running back and forth between tables. Thank you very much. Questions? Eric and Tanya, without whose expertise we could not have done this at all. Bob, Chris, and Don from SAH, thank you for your support. Rob Russell and the WGI organization for allowing us to use this beautiful facility for a couple days. Tom Schmay for picking out the movies that we showed at the Rear Wheel Film Festival. The audience, both those of you, both the people that joined us yesterday as well as the people that are here today. Thank you very much for doing that. And a special thanks to Duke Argetsinger. Now, this has always been a labor of love for Duke. It still remains a labor of love, but the labor aspect has ratcheted up considerably in recent years as this has gotten bigger. But thank you to Duke for all his hard work in putting all of this together. Am I forgetting anybody? If I am, I apologize. And thanks for dealing with me for a couple days. Good night.